Greetings. Well, we've made it through the mess. I tell you, I mean, you should be eternally grateful, ladies and gentlemen, that you are sitting at home or in bed and you're listening to the radio, because it's so much easier than being out in the middle of London or Manchester or Glasgow or Edinburgh or Newcastle or just about anywhere else you can think of, because the rubbish I've never understood, really. And I've always worked New Year's Eve because I can't bear the idea of going out and paying to go in a pub. My producer said to me, my other producer, I've got so many different producers at the moment, it's like going through the telephone book, and said the local pub is charging a tenner to go into. And I thought, well, that didn't sound too bad. I said, how many drinks do you get for that? He said, just one. And then when you look outside in Leicester Square, I literally came in because I've had the journey from hell, which I shall tell you about, as indeed I tell you stories every single day. And how much did my cab cost to come in here? I'll tell you that as well in a minute. That I couldn't believe either. You'd think for a regular person with an account, they'd be falling over themselves backwards to give me some sort of Christmas present, for being a loyal customer and spending thousands of pounds with them every year. But unfortunately, the truth is completely different. What have we got? Well, we got another Russian oligarch found dead. I tell you, the one thing you don't ever want to be labelled is a Russian oligarch, because they either fall out of hospital windows or they're found hanging in garages and stuff like that. It all strikes me as being a bit strange, actually. But I must thank all the people who came out on Friday evening, hundreds and hundreds of you, to the Magic Circle. We had 2 charity shows there, and we were packed out, and we had a fantastic lot of magicians and close-up magicians, and it was really brilliant. I mean, it really was absolutely brilliant. So thank you. Every year you buy tickets for the show which I host. And in fact, that was the last one, so they now rest for another year. But people trekked there. Luckily, it wasn't rain. It rained a little bit for the second show, but the first one we were okay with. But thank you to all those people who came down there. As usual, I nearly cried, but then I always do. It's my it's the thing that I do. I don't know why. It's only recent I've become a bit wussy. Well, actually, it's not, because most of the one-man shows I cried at. We used to show slides and bits and pieces, and I'd look at pictures of my mum, and I'd say, who does she look like? And they go, she looks like the Queen. And my mum, she did look like the Queen. I don't think it was any sort of coincidence. And things like that would get me going. And also, the amount of people who came down, and when you've stood in front of an audience, I can remember Darius Dinesh. Remember Darius, who sadly died last year as well? He said, oh, there's a lot of love in this room. And he said, and I remember thinking, oh, how naff. And then you suddenly realise it's true. At the Magic Circle Theatre, it only holds 160 people. When you've got people whooping and cheering and everything else, it kind of gives you a false sense of the occasion, because you kind of think, this is really nice. These people really like the programme. They've been to see it. They've spent money on tickets. They bought the merchandise. It's like, make some noise. Every year we raise money for such a good cause. I wish I could tell you every single charity that we've ever helped. Some of them are, for little children that don't see the end of life. And it breaks your heart, absolutely breaks your heart. I've teared up on lots and lots of different occasions. Mainly, it just happens. You talk about it and you think to yourself, oh, goodness me, why can't there be a better word? And then, because I knew that the Pope was going to go, I just had a feeling, the moment the current Pope says, can you pray for him? And I thought, aye. Praying for the old Pope who'd stepped down. First one in 600 years to step down. And I remember thinking, he's not long. And then I thought to myself, the other alternative was, if we all pray for him and it doesn't work and he dies, that means that prayer doesn't work. Because people pray for little children. People pray for children who are in hospital. And the one good thing about hospitals is, and I've heard so many good stories over this Christmas about people taking in presents, they try and get rid of people in hospital over the Christmas period. If it's a child who is capable of going home, they will send them home. If it's somebody who is in hospital over Christmas, then it's fairly serious. Because I told you the story, we had all these presents years ago to give to the kids, and there was only 2 in hospital. In the Charing Cross Hospital, 2 kids in because they were seriously ill, and there was no chance that they were going to be coming out. And I think that after Pele went into hospital and he didn't come out, I thought that was the start of it. And there's a few other people who are terminally ill. And I can only hope and pray that the end for them is as peaceful as we really want it to be. But I have to thank you all for the support over the years. And it is quite simply just absolutely staggering. As I say, people ask me all the time, what's the secret? And I say, I wish I knew. Interestingly enough, one of the TV critics today, one of my favourite critics, was talking about Gemma Collins, who was in a programme over the Christmas period. And he said, the truth is, lazy Gemma does nothing. She's never done anything at all. She's never achieved anything. She just sort of moans about foul mouth on her. I was looking at some YouTube stuff just to remind myself of how vile she is. And the woman in there who she was picking on was going, you're just revolting. Just revolting. You're a horrible, horrible bully. And that's exactly how she came over in this programme. And my friend Pordy says, Happy New Year, in a car, and the driver, Chowdhury, can't believe I worked with you. He said, we shall have to catch up soon. I get that a lot, Pordy, as you know. As you know. But it's lovely to hear from you. Happy New Year to you as well. Happy New Year to you, the family, and the other brother as well. Because you work with so many people. I got so many messages from my ex-producer, Corey, the other day, and from Joe and everything else. And I quite like getting things like that. Because Corey and I have not been out for lunch for a little while. And he said to me, I think 2023 will be your year. I don't know what he means by that. What does that mean, your year? You don't tell me I'm going to get a knighthood. I couldn't bear it. But he said, and I wrote back and just said it'd be nice. He said, we'll have a proper catch-up soon. And I went, you think? And he went, absolutely. So it means another drunken evening out in Joe Allen's. I could always tell, actually. You know, you take him out there and you give him sort of a bit of wine and a bit of Prosecco and then some cocktails. That's it. He's flat on his back on the floor doing impressions of... anyway. Other things going on. We've got the celebrity futures predicted by 4 top astrologers. But because they are well-known people, you could predict it yourself. It's not difficult at all. Claridge's have gone for a major overhaul. Mel C says she's looking forward to the return of old Vic Beckham to the Spice Girls. It won't happen. It will not happen. Victoria Beckham doesn't need to go back into the Spice Girls because she's down as co-writer. She gets the same amount of money. So she gets a load of money without having to actually go on stage and perform. And she never really contributed a great deal. Apparently, my friend Chris Lowry and Stevie over in España say, Happy New Year. It's a Spanish tradition to eat 12 grapes within the first minute of midnight. So we're both nearly choked trying to do it. But see, I'd never heard of that thing. He said it's supposed to bring good luck. So all these different things are supposed to bring good luck. But eating, so it's the first time I've heard of that. Within the first minute of midnight, you've got to eat 12 grapes. I'd have no problem with eating 12 grapes. I quite like grapes. Grapes don't like me because they're mainly sugar, which is a bit of a typical diabetics, isn't it? You know, what are you allowed to have? You can have this. Can you have that? No, you can't have that. That's bad for you. So what did I have yesterday? Meatballs again. Don't know why. Just went for meatballs. So anyway, I thought that I would book a car to bring me in today. And so I have a regular car every day, which brings me in, and then I go home by train. I get the bus, and then I get the train from Waterloo. And the good news is that the trains are running today, and the buses and everything else, which is quite good. And so 2 days ago, I booked the car in for today. Now, the call centre for this particular cab company, private hire, is in Peterborough. Don't ask me why. I'm assuming they work cheap. I can't think of any other reason. So can I book this thing? Yes, what time do you want the car for? 4 a.m. And she then says, OK, the price for this car will be... Now, wait for it. Bearing in mind, I'm coming from Twickenham, which is the other side of the solar system. And she said the price will be £177. And so I went a bit quiet and I said, well, normally the price of this taxi is about £38 to £40. Well, it's coming up as £177. I said, do they provide dinner or something on the way in? Will he clean my shoes and get my clothes dry cleaned? And she said, well, that's what it's saying on the screen. So I'm going to have to check with them today, because if they're doing that, that's what's commonly known in the business as a rip-off. I could have got an Uber in, but I wouldn't. That would have cost me 50 quid. This, 177. And then the worst thing was, it's a straight route for me. If you know London, you will know the Hogarth roundabout. You know you come straight in, you go over the Hammersmith flyover, you go straight past Barons Keep on the left-hand side, you bypass Earl's Court, straight through, come into Knightsbridge, and then you either take the Piccadilly Tunnel or you go round and you go down Birdcage Walk. So not this one. Not this driver, no. He decided to turn off before we even got to the bottom of the Hammersmith flyover and go through Hammersmith. And I went, where are you going? And he went, well, I'm just going around the back here. I said, but it's a straight road. I do this 6 days a week. It's not complicated. Anyway, of course, I then said, we come into 7 Dials. And I said, turn left, turn left. He overshot that one. And he said, well, you should have said. I said, but, you know, come on, I'm paying a fortune for this car. The least you can do is learn how to drive, because you could see the traffic spread out in front of us. In the end, we had to go back through Covent Garden, and in the end, he dropped me off opposite the Hippodrome, and I walked. It was a lot easier. But the people were everywhere. I've never seen so many drunks in my entire life. It really is. It's quite ghastly. And they, of course, will be thinking they've had a great time. And then there's all the girls who are out there wearing very little. I can only describe it as wearing very little. There was 2 girls who were wearing little mini skirts of sequined things like that, but no shoes on, and no coat and no bag. Where you keep your fags, I've got no idea, in your fag rolling machine, probably down your bra, I should imagine. And of course they were attracting the wrong sort of attention, because there's all these drunk men out there. I've never seen so many drunks, and police everywhere, obviously anticipating trouble, of which I didn't see any. But at the same time, you think to yourself, do these people think they've had a good time? They're going to go home and they're going to go to bed or crash out or get a kebab on the way back or something, because there's all these revolting food places which are open. They were queuing in Leicester Square to get a part of a pizza. A part of a pizza for which they were paying through the nose. And you begin to think to yourself, my God, there's got to be more to life than that. So I gave up going out on a New Year's Eve. It's a lot easier to stay in and then go out for dinner with sort of friends afterwards, a couple of days later. Much simpler, much easier, much cheaper. But let's hope that this year, 2023, is going to be a lot better than 22. For last year, for a lot of people, for all the wrong reasons. We lost a number of people. You probably lost people as well. It wasn't a particularly good time, was it? So let's hope this year is going to be a lot better. And as my former producer, Corey, says, he thinks this year is going to be my year. How it can get better, I have no idea. But I shall try this morning. Let's try and make it a New Year resolution. I don't do New Year resolutions, as you know, because nobody ever keeps them. So my New Year resolution is, if I was going to have one, try and hit the clock on time. Try and make sure that when they say it's a break at 7:15, you hit the clock at 7:15. But of course, knowing me, I shall miss it. But this is about as near as you're going to get. 17 minutes. No, it's not 15. Nearly 16 minutes past 7.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Uber are doing the same, Steve. My £10 journey came up as 40 quid. Well, 40 quid would have been a lot cheaper than my £177, of which, as I say, I'm going to be going for them big time. Stephen says, would you accept a knighthood? Good God, no. What on earth would you do with a knighthood? Put it on your chequebook, wouldn't you? You'd have to put it on your chequebook. But who uses a chequebook nowadays? Nobody uses chequebooks anymore. I haven't used a chequebook for ages and ages. We used to pay tax. We just do a transfer. Oh, well, I remember I told you about we had all that problem with HMRC because of the 2 VAT accounts. They've admitted that they made a mistake. They basically admitted they screwed up big time. Blow me down. They sent me another bill in the other day for £10,000. So they're getting that back in spades. Josephine is going to do a dip in the sea at Ramsgate today, dressed as a flamingo in the aid of Ronald McDonald Houses, where parents can stay for free. So they're going to be near their sick children. That's good. I wouldn't want to go in the sea in this weather. I absolutely would not be climbing into the sea. I mean, if I was the last person living and they'd heated it to bath temperature, no chance. Although that walrus is back again. Did you see it? Which I think is good, down in Skegness, I think. And they've said, don't go near it. So what do people do? They go near it. They're big, hefty. If that rolled on top of you, you'd be crushed to death. Don't go anywhere near them. They normally sleep for between 7 and 24 hours. So just don't go near it. The police are down there and the RSPCA. And then they're hoping it will sort of disappear. But it's been there before. So that's quite nice. There's a fisherman putting lobsters back into the estuary. And what else do we have, actually? In hospital at the moment, 7,500 children with eating disorders. I'm not surprised. Have you seen the rubbish that's on sale? Pizza, KFC, for children. There should be a rule about not having it. I mean, I went back from a gig the other night, and I did happen to call into a KFC, and I did happen to buy a sort of a party barrel because I thought it was quite good. But I do that every so often. It might be every 3 months, 6 months, something like that. Rishi Sunak has promised better times ahead. The union have said no, because there's so many unions out there now who seem to be basically sort of wanting the whole country to just grind to a halt. And I don't think they're going to get anywhere. Today, thank God, the RMT are not having a strike, so you can get home and you can get back. Because otherwise it just, it's only one time in the year. Because I think you're going to find in January there's loads of days where they're on strike, so we'll have to get buses, have to get the underground and stuff like that. Also, Matilda the movie, I don't know if you've seen it. It's full of advertising for junk food. There's all sorts of things in it. And somebody said, wait a minute, this is a movie for children. Why is it full of adverts? And the answer is because they make their money out of it. That's how they do it. It's like there's a front page of the Sun on Sunday of the dreary couple of all time, Ola and James Jordan, who apparently have lost 7 stone. They are professional dancers. Like, she was really fat. Yeah, right, over my dead body. And they said how we lost 7 stone. And they will tell you how they lost 7 stone if you send them money. My advice is, and I've advised people ever since this story broke a few days ago, don't send them any money. You want to lose weight? Eat little amount of food and do exercise. It's as simple as that. Go to any doctor, they'll give you a diet sheet. You don't need to send money to that twosome. And then somebody, I mean, you only have to look at her to realise she was never going to be fat. They're dancers. They're dancers. It's as simple as that. You don't need to send them any money whatsoever. I'll do it for free for you. Do you make any New Year resolutions, Steve? To any work colleagues? No. What, like sort of work colleagues usually go, I don't want to work with them again, or they should lose weight or something? No, not particularly. I don't think so. I don't sort of worry about that. I don't do resolutions anymore because it's a simple case of the only resolutions you worry about are I'm going to give up smoking, I'm going to cut back on drinking, I'm going to watch the food I eat, I'm going to exercise, or I'm going to get more sex. And to be honest with you, 4 out of 5 is not bad. Because when you get to my age, I mean, most of it doesn't even apply anymore. I like the idea that, you can stop smoking. It is possible to stop smoking. I know when you smoke, you don't really think it is possible to stop smoking because it's so addictive. And I did give up for 2 years and then had a cigarette and then got back onto it again. Nowadays, it doesn't bother me. Occasionally, I think, oh, it'd be nice to have a cigarette. And then I think, no, and it vanishes. I don't know how it works. It just vanishes. And I did go through sort of hell. And then I became ill. And you don't want to be ill. You don't want to be ill. You don't want to have angina. You don't want to be walking down the road and all of a sudden go, oh, and you clutch your heart and you hit it because you want to make sure the blood's going to go through. But it's because your arteries are furred up. And that's what you need when you go and have your stents put in. And I don't want to go through that again. I mean, I didn't find it hardship. Every procedure I've had done in hospital, God knows, I tell people about them. People say, what's it like to have this done or that? Well, I can tell you, because I've been there. I haven't had anything that I did. The only thing that hurt me was when I got burnt and they had to take skin grafts off. So I've got a skin graft underneath my arm, and the machine that they use for it, and they took it off my leg, is like the machine that they have in the kebab shops for taking the meat off the kebab thing. And they gave me an injection in the leg. Well, the injection hurt more than anything. And that was to numb it completely so they can take a layer of skin off. And then they take this paper-thin piece and they put it on my arm and you pray that it takes. And mine took. But that was the only time I had an injection in my chest because I had to have stitches and a few other little bits and pieces. But that was the only time it ever hurt. That was it. The rest of the time, all the other procedures, they're not even uncomfortable. And I've had prostate and all sorts of strange things done. We've had the endoscopy and the colonoscopy, and people say, oh, you won't like this and everything. It didn't bother me because the anaesthetics were so good. They were really so good. So I didn't bother about anything like that. But of course, this year, there's going to be that problem of trying to get you into hospital to get your procedures done. And as they were saying the other day, they said, of course, a lot of people have it done privately. And you can get it done privately if you pay for it. And not everybody knows that. I think people think that private is only for rich people, but they will give you an estimate. They'll say, this particular procedure costs this much, that costs that much. I think one of my procedures was £6,000 if I paid for it. But if you're going to have something like heart surgery, that's going to cost you thousands and thousands of pounds. But it's exactly the same as if you were getting on the NHS. The difference being you get it quicker if you're going private, which is, it's okay. Jan in Crawley says, Steve, went to Joe Allen's for lunch on Friday. My first visit on your recommendation. Fantastic meal, lovely people. Then went to the Palladium to see the pantomime. What a day. What a day. Pantomime's good, isn't it, at the Palladium? It is. I mean, put it this way, you see your money up on the stage. You see your money up on the stage, and it's running, and it's got... A friend of mine's in it, Paul Zerdin, and he's got Sam, who is his vent doll, and they do really well. It's what they call very glamorous. Kids like it. I don't think the kids ever follow the story of the pantomime. I think what they do is they see pretty colours and glitter and nice costumes and stuff. It is fairy tale come to life on the stage, but some of the humour is very much geared for adults. Very much here. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, I was amazed this morning walking to work, people everywhere, says NHS Tim. I saw at least 3 people being sick and others wandering around like zombies, so I'm glad I'm working. I know, I can't think of anything worse. You know, the idea that people go, oh, I'm having a nice time. You think, no, you're not, you're just drunk, which is just a bit of an embarrassment. Then you've got to get home and then somebody will rob you on the way home. It's never as pleasant as you think it is. Shane says, I watched a concert that was outside the Sydney Opera House last night, just before the fireworks started. Courtney Act was on stage. I enjoyed watching the night on the television. We got a tribute to Stephen Sondheim, and then there was Jules Holland's Hootenanny programme with loads of fabulous people, including The Real Thing, which I enjoyed as well. In fact, there was so much stuff, and then I had a little doze, and I woke up again. And because if I fall asleep on the settee, that's my favourite place to go to sleep. You know, the idea of actually having to get up and go into the bedroom is it's a bit of a pain, really. So I'd rather stay where I was, actually. Robert says, woke up early to go to church at 0900. Steve Allen Show on the radio. Perfect start to the day. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And James says, thank you for a great show the other day. Amazing jacket. Have a great 23. But it was Tom, actually, who we had to borrow his back because he's quite a broad person. And we were signing tea towels at the end of the Magic Circle show. And so it was quite nice, actually. And he'd just written to me to say thank you for using my back. Because it was the only way we could do it, because they're a blooming nuisance to write on those tea towels. But we did them, and people went away very happy. Steve, Happy New Year to you and the team. The Matinee Magic show was marvellous, and I managed to buy one of your mugs, so happy all round. I'm getting ready for the first of my sea swims. Everybody's doing sea swims. The first, a proper swim at Viking Bay in Broadstairs at 8:30. Wow, and then back again at midday for the charity dip. What a way to start the year. Of course, as well as listening to you. And Gary from Woolwich says, you do deserve a knighthood. I see Beckham got left off again. Well, they're not going to put him on there. He took money from Qatar. He took £10.5 million from a homophobic country and had no intention of giving it back again. I wouldn't give him a thing. And also his language. Remember when he didn't get the knighthood first time round? The F's and blinds. Oh, no, definitely not. No, you can't do that. And they keep going on about he was a great footballer. You know, and you sort of think, yeah, well, he was, but that was a long time ago. Now he just gets tattoos done. That's all he does really in his life, but he takes money from places like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. It's amazing how many people have discovered Easter eggs are on sale in the supermarkets. And get them soon, because they're going to run out, aren't they? You can buy those lint bunnies, and you can get the Cadbury's little Easter egg things, and people like buying stuff like that. Steve at the Magic Circle will definitely be coming back. Yep, every year a completely different show, and some really, really good magicians this year.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 8. I can only assume if you're listening to the programme at this particular time of day, you're still sober. Because I assume that if you've been out and you've been at the old source, you just want to, I just want to die, Steve. I really can't do it. Because it's very difficult to sort of try and stay awake. But if you are sober, it's easy peasy. Steve, I was up early and baking a spiced apple cake. My mother used to make a spiced apple cake. I can't remember what it was, but I just remember it was it had sugar on the top of it, and that's all I remember. An apple cake, and it was quite nice. And Gary says, I've listened to your shows for 27 years. I first started listening when I was 15, when my dad passed away. Your shows got me through. I've never switched off since. This will definitely be your fabulous year. I like the idea of having a good year. I was tempted to write back to Corey, when he said this is your year, and say, how much better can it get? We raise a lot of money for charity with your help. We have the shows, great audience figures. Texts, we get no other programme gets texts. We get so many. And we're always very grateful for things like that. Mike says, took mum and dad, who are 88 and 90, to the Harbour Hotel in Southampton for lunch, then returned to the boat. The boyfriend suddenly felt giddy, lost his balance. He's feeling less worse, but I'm dragging him, kicking and screaming to A&E at the Royal London later. Yes, if you start feeling a bit dizzy, you need to go and see somebody. That could be. I mean, I felt dizzy, not recently, years and years ago, only because I banged my head on the boot of the car. As the boot came up, it hit the top of my head, and I felt really quite dizzy and was sick and everything else. But Andrew in Bristol says, wishing you a very happy 2023. Thank you very much indeed. And he's up, is Andrew, for the last of 8 5-kilometre runs since Christmas Eve to raise money for the Crisis Homeless Christmas Appeal. Well done, you. 8 5-kilometre runs. God, couldn't even get round to doing something like that. One here that says, Steve, listening to your programme, you're talking a lot of sense in a number of areas, most importantly in food and weight. I'm a professional chef, retired, having worked at Buckingham Palace and the large London hotels. I eat like a king for very little, healthily and enjoyably, but people now do know how to cook, and that's the basis of the... Sorry, they don't know how to cook. Yeah, if you learn how to cook, you can, but it's just that people get lazy and they go, oh, I'll get pizzas for the kids, or I'll give them, sort of fish fingers or something like that. But you can make them eat healthily. I know because Phil Vickery is a regular to our programme, and Jamie Oliver, and Jamie is very keen on cutting down on the amount of sugar that is in people's diets. And it's, you see the fish and chip shops, and don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of fish and chips and pizza and KFC and Spudger-like and all that kind of stuff, and doner kebabs. You've just got to have it on an ad hoc basis. If you have it on a regular basis, you see people, I've seen them in KFC, people with 2 bottoms sitting on one of the seats, and their bottom is hanging down either side of the little stool that they're sitting on. And you think, keep them away from the window. It's not a good advert at all. Pete, this is Pool Pete the pool man. He says, soon to be Sir Steve, I'm out for a brisk walk, listening in. And he said, isn't it nice to pack up all the Christmas stuff away, clean up the house? No, I've still got it out there. I leave it till 12th night. He says, I'm out today working as I've 3 empty homes with indoor pools to service. Nice head start for tomorrow. Oh, no, I don't take any of the decorations down yet. No, we haven't. No. It's all still there. It'll stay there till about the 6th of January. I think I'm the last person to take it down. James is off to the Cheltenham races for the afternoon. Very excited. Yeah, people like going to the races. I've been a couple of times. Too busy for me. Too busy. I want a nice, enjoyable life, I think. Nathan in Droitwich says, Steve, I'm up and fully sober as I'm at work in my truck delivering milk. Wishing you and the team a happy new year. I saw Ice Cream Ian the other day. He sort of pulled up next to me at the bus stop and a little bit of a laugh over something I'd said. And Paul from Rossendale says, I gave up drinking in February and I've never felt better. I'm already up today. Oh, it's good. You'll love it. I mean, I have stopped drinking. I think I gave up for about a month once. Worst year of my life. And you just get used to doing it. When you've actually done it over the weekend, because I was working, I didn't drink at all. I didn't miss it. If I'm drinking, I'm drinking. If I'm not drinking, I'm quite happy not to drink. But Liz says, which Easter egg shall I get you? Iceland and Tesco's. What do I like? I used to like, when I was a kid, I used to like the Easter eggs where you open them up and there was a little bag of Smarties in there, or chocolate buttons or something like that. But it's a very expensive way of buying chocolate, Liz. I mean, it really is a very expensive way because you're paying for the packaging and everything else. So, and the one thing that lasted forever, a sugar egg. We used to have an egg. It was made out of solid sugar, and you sucked it and sucked it and sucked it, and it just went forever and a day. You could keep it going for nearly a year. Nearly a year. It was. So don't go for those ones anymore. But no, Smarties I like. You buy a packet of Smarties, you just tip the tube in your mouth, don't you? We like Smarties and stuff like that. And I did bring in here the other day, I brought Turkish Delight in. That seemed to go down quite well. But the other one I brought in today, I brought in liqueur chocolates. And also some Satsumas, because you need your vitamin C. So I brought in some Satsumas. I only ever go for them easy peel and 2 for £4. That's the only ones I go for because they're getting bigger. They used to be really piddly tiny ones, and I didn't like that so much. But the liqueur chocolates are very nice. They've got proper booze in them, so a few of those you could do very well indeed. A spate of UFO sightings at landmarks has now led to claims that UFOs will land this year. No, they won't. Let's not be silly. Let's try and be adult about it. There are no such things as UFOs, which doesn't stand for spacecraft. It just stands for unidentified flying objects. Could be anything. Could be a pencil on a piece of thread or something like that. So we don't worry about UFOs landing because they won't. I mean, if they wanted to, they could land in Leicester Square. There's enough room to squeeze them in. Or they could land in Trafalgar Square or down on the Embankment or in the Mall, anywhere, but they won't. You know why? Because they don't exist. Okay. The Brit Girl Group, tip for the top, we'll tell you about later. Paul O'Grady, not a fan of RuPaul's Drag Race. And Harry Styles is now a global icon. Who out of Little Mix will make it, if any of them, because they're all going solo this coming year? To be honest with you, I don't think any of them are going to make it to the standard that Harry Styles has made it. But that's just him being lucky. Robbie Williams is making his own energy drink. And Parliament is overrun with super mice. Super mice. Because apparently they've learnt how to dodge traps. But I saw a thing advertised. It came up on my telephone, and it's a bucket. And on the bucket there is a lid which is hinged in the middle. So it tips forward, and they put a little bit of food on there. The mice climb up, go onto the platform. With their weight, it tips them down. They fall into the bucket. It's amazing how many mice you can catch. Because if you've got 2 mice, by the end of the first year, you're going to have about 1,000. I see them. I see rats in Chinatown in daytime, not in nighttime. Yesterday, I came out of here at 7 in the morning. What was walking casually up a fox, casually up the side of the restaurants. You know why? Loads of food left out. Loads of food, and the foxes forage for it and get it as well. Steve, did you go for the best Turkish delight in the pink packet covered in chocolate or the powdered variety? No, it was covered in chocolate. I only have one sort of piece of Turkish delight because it is just all sugar, I'm afraid. Roger says this cab company wanting £177 is a joke. You could get a chauffeur in a roller for not much more, or even a black cab. Absolutely. That's why I think they must have made a mistake. It can't be £177 for a 40 quid normal journey. It just can't be, as I will be finding out today. I should be contacting them. And if it really is, I should be cancelling my account and going with somebody else. If that's how they treat regular customers, people with accounts, then we need to kick them where it hurts. Eileen in Scarborough says, Happy New Year to you, your team and all your listeners. There you go. Happy New Year to everybody. None of them went out for drinks last night. None of them went out. Well, you can't do this. Hanging this morning was such a pleasant surprise to turn the radio on and hear you, as I didn't know what day of the week it was. Eileen, listen, I don't even know what day of the week it is, and I'm here. I have no idea. I'm one of those sort of people which is sort of, okay, what day are we up to? I had to ask somebody the other day. I said, what day is it? And they went, well, it's Saturday. And I went, okay, great. And today is Sunday. Okay. And then I said to them, will there be papers? And they went, yeah, there's always papers on the 1st, because people want to get back to work as soon as possible. Now, most of you will be off until tomorrow. I think tomorrow we get back to normality, sort of. Although there's loads of people in here. It seems to be Girls' Day out today, because most of the newsroom is entirely ladies today. There's hardly any men out there. If there are, I apologise for including them in with all the ladies. But no, they're all out there and very happy. Steve, a lot of people says, Gary says, you made me laugh about the 2 bottoms, but they do that. It's very, very unappealing, for people eating stuff which is really not very good for you. In moderation, it's all good for you. In moderation, but you cannot have chips every day, sausage in batter, much as though it's adorable, much as though we like it, much as though we love pizza. You have to sort of do it in moderation and have something healthy. I know it's not very popular. I know it's a bit dreary. And that's why when you read about boring old Ola and James Jordan, you look at how thin she is and you think, that's not a diet, love. That's just you being a dancer. But they've always been a bit desperate ever since they were both dropped from Strictly. It's a case of, they don't really know what to do. So they've obviously come up with this idea. If we eat, then we can put on weight and then push our stomachs out and make it look as though we're fat. So when we lose weight, it's like all the people who bring out DVDs, all the celebrities, Love Island and all the rest of it. And they're pictured in a local park with their photographer. And they look there with their gut hanging over the top of their trainers and things like that. And their tracksuit bottoms and stuff like that. So when they eventually go and do the sort of the really hard graft of doing it, it makes it look as though they really were very fat, and now for about 150,000 quid they'll lose weight and convince you to buy a DVD. Look at Scarlett Moffat. I said the other day, when she went on her diet because she needed to go on that's why she went on it. She brought out the DVD, lost a load of weight, went round, people going, oh, it's fantastic. Unfortunately, she's got no willpower. So consequently, she put all the weight back on again, but not before she'd made a small fortune flogging you a diet DVD, which was about as much use as a chocolate teapot. Gemma Collins, the same one. Oh, I've lost 3 stone, I have. And I haven't lost any more since that. Since that time. It's all, not very good at all, really. But, people, just do what they do. I mean, I never sort of say, listen, if somebody wants to eat themselves into oblivion, eat yourself into oblivion. Look at the people on they make television programs about people who are vastly overweight. And apparently we all sit there and we all go, never happened to me, never happened to me. And you think, it will. If you eat as much as they eat, it will happen to you. Liz says, I think why you're so popular is because nobody else does what you do. There's probably a good reason for that, I should imagine. Probably a very good reason for that. They always say that. Although, actually, James O'Brien says the best. He says, don't ever argue with Steve Allen. He's always right. And most of the time, I am. Occasionally, somebody would go, oh, you weren't right on that. And you go, listen, I'm not perfect, but I'm near to it. Johnny G, the black cabbie, says, Steve, London black cab, Twickenham to the West End today, maximum 65 quid. Yeah, I mean, it's 177 pounds. I think they're taking the Michael. And that's putting it politely. And another one, everybody talking about Turkish Delight. All these lovely things, which I tell you what I used to love. Peanut brittle. Peanut brittle. And a friend of mine went for his wedding to Kefalonia, which I think is in Greece. I wouldn't like to guarantee it. But anyway, their speciality is peanut brittle. And he brought me back this plastic box with peanut brittle, and it was about 1/4 of an inch thick. I mean, it was like thick peanut brittle, and it was delicious. Unfortunately, within a week, I'd taken out 2 fillings and a bridge because it was so hard. It was lovely. And I do like peanut brittle. I really do. Jotty from Purley says, absolutely love the show Friday evening at the Magic Circle. I went by myself as I could only get 1 ticket in the not-so-dressed-up second row. Coincidentally, I bumped into a lady at your show who'd been to Tony Beake's Panto the night before. She was picked to assist from the audience. In the front row, she had beautiful auburn hair, so stood out. She said she had her 5 minutes of fame as I recognise her. So say hello. Her name was Linda, and also Pippa from Croydon, who was over the moon with her tea towel. By the way, your show was my favourite, says Jotty. Thank you very much indeed. We loved seeing it. Look, I'm late now. You made me late. I always get into trouble, don't I? Because it's now 13 minutes to 8.
Girls! Sean!
Willow!
It's bedtime!
One more race! I'm almost done!
Okay, kiddos.
That's enough. Time's up.
On to the app.
Your Wi-Fi is going off.
Going off.
EE Wi-Fi Controls lets you pause the Wi-Fi on your kids' devices, helping them to switch off and drift off. Search EE Home.
Eligibility criteria apply. New EE broadband customers.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 8 minutes to 8 o'clock. It's New Year's. I know. Shh. Be quiet. Don't shout. Don't shout. People who've got bad heads going, oh, so it's too noisy. Too noisy. I wanted to hear the programme, but it's too noisy for me. I'm hoping the shops are going to be open today. I feel like going out and doing a bit of retail therapy just to make it marginally more interesting. The hottest ticket to ride at the moment is Paul McCartney. I think on his latest tour he's grossed about 206 million. To add to the about nearly 800 million that he's got in his personal collection. Sir Cliff has said he wouldn't play Glastonbury. He doesn't think the sound is good enough. Mind you, when you heard Diana Ross singing, you began to wonder whether or not there was any sound there at all. It was absolutely dreadful. It really was. And yet Dolly Parton, I couldn't work out if she was singing live or it was Memorex. It was very difficult because you've got a whole band working with you. Pamela Anderson's got a new book and a TV documentary. Can't imagine why. She was only famous for doing Baywatch, running up the beach in a red bikini and making a porno film with some bloke she used to go out with. And that's all I can think of for Pamela Anderson. I don't remember her being anything particularly interesting. And they were saying that what were they saying? They were hoping that sort of because Harry is bringing out his book very, very shortly. Well, already you can get it remaindered And they say it could be the biggest disaster in living memory. Not as much of a disaster as the bloke, the MP who was in The Jungle, Get Me Out of Here. He's only sold about 3,300 in the first week. Hardly worth bothering, love. Hardly worth bothering. And what was the other one that I quite like? Yes, they were asking whether Harry and Meghan could be the next Kardashians. I shouldn't think so. Well, I mean, we know Meghan's desperate, and we know that Harry just doesn't have the faintest idea where he is. The world remembering Pele. I mean, they had 3 days of mourning and stuff like that. And yet, the moment he went into hospital, I kind of had a feeling of foreboding, I'm afraid. Sandra in Broxbourne says, going out to a hotel for lunch today. Oh, I said, who wants to do it? You don't want to do it yourself, do you? In Thorpe Bay, in memory of our mum who passed in the summer, taking my hubby, my brother and our niece, the last day of eating too much. I've been quite good, actually. I've not eaten too much. I did have 2 Christmas dinners, as you know, one with my godchildren and one with my brother and wife and family, and that was very nice indeed. I tried to sort of go easy on it, but it's very difficult when you've got crispy roast potatoes and, you know, the meat and the sausages and all the other bits and pieces, you know. That's what you do, isn't it? Imogen says, a very happy and healthy new year to all at LBC. My tea towel has arrived. Best present ever. That's what I like to hear. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very grateful, very grateful. And Georgia says, I've just woken up. What a blessing to hear your voice at the start of 2023. And your voice is always so comforting and reassuring on our toughest days. Yes, unfortunately, recently, well, in fact, quite a few recentlys, we have had tough days, have we not? People last year had really rough times. Lots of people lost their jobs. And this year, people are going to be losing their jobs. You know, it's just the way it goes. But you have to, I know it's difficult to say, because I told you I had a friend of mine in exactly the same, in the radio business, who lost his job. And he said, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And I said, you'll find another job. Blow me down. He found another job. So happiness all round. Steve, Happy New Year. Out walking the dog, more exercise, better food choices, long may it last. And Vicky says, Happy New Year. A lovely surprise here, your dulcet tones this morning. I'm never sure if dulcet tones is actually good. But Vicky says, made a miserable New Year's Day in Israel. That much better. Oh, don't have miserable days in Israel. Definitely not. How's this ticket arrive? A Christmas gift for ailing pubs. Lazy Gemma Collins. Really awful in the not I'm a Celebrity, Big Brother. She was in the Big Brother program. Really disgusting language. Absolutely awful. You know, and then she kept saying to people, because the trouble is, somebody said, one of the other girls in there said something interesting. She said, somebody at some point has said to her, you're really good looking and you're funny and witty and talented. She said, but she's not. And I remember thinking, I've been saying that for years. She hasn't managed to achieve anything. She goes on to a reality show. There was that thing where she fell down the trap door on the BBC programme, which was about the best thing I've ever seen her do. The only time she had to climb out of it again. But no, not particularly good, not particularly interesting. And so hopefully this year, I don't want any more reality shows this year. I really don't. Can we have something that's a bit more intelligent? And also, could we try working out which celebrity comedians we've used before on programmes and not use them for another 6 months? Because it's the same blooming people turning up time and time and time again. You know, if I see, old Jimmy Carr doing another programme and then appearing as a guest on another programme, I think I shall probably shout and scream. Is Gemma Collins, the lady, the one who commanded most of the screen on that snowman making programme? I know, totally useless on that one as well. The trouble is with her, she's a bit gobby. Foul mouth, a little bit gobby. And then one of the people said that to her on the Celebrity Big Brother. She said, listen, you just really like me, don't you? And he went, no, I don't. She said, and nobody likes you. You're not popular. She says, I run 2 businesses. She doesn't. She just stands there looking like a blob, I'm afraid. Vicky. So London Black Cat. So Johnny says, 65 quid, Twickenham to the West End today. I mean, I can't believe it, seriously. It is so annoying, so annoying. But never mind, I'm sure it'll be sorted out. Oh, is Meghan planning her own book? What to talk about? What? My failed career in cinema. You know, she was only famous for Suits, wasn't she? I don't think she was famous for anything else. I don't remember seeing her in anything. And then famous for getting married, and then famous for ditching him, and then famous for sort of hitching up with Harry, and then famous for whatever Meghan wants, he apparently said, Meghan gets. And she did, which is great for them. Which is great. I couldn't care less, as long as you stay out of our lives. Oh, look, a picture of Thomas Skinner, in the paper today. It's either with a pint or with a food bowl in his hands. Bless his heart. And legendary TV news presenter Barbara Walters has died at the age of 93. She passed away surrounded by loved ones the other day. She lived her life with no regret. She was a trailblazer. Ask anybody. I think she spent 40 years at ABC and before that at NBC. And she ended up with a, fame that equalled those of the people that she was talking to. Very famous, very, very famous. Very famous person. Rick Stein's new telly show has upset folk in his adopted home. Critics piled in on the celebrity chef on the news he'll be hitting the road again to find Cornwall's foodie highlights. He's turned Padstow into a must-visit destination. I think my brother's been down there. Trying to get a table in a restaurant is a nightmare. He owns most of Padstow. He's 75, He doesn't look bad for 75. It's like Gail in Coronation Street. I think she's 71. I mean, you look at her, but the reason that we don't realise that is because you see her all the time on the television. So when they say she's 71, you get, she can't be. But she is. She absolutely is. Roger says the Kardashians are a family of rich people who get flummoxed about breaking a nail. Maybe Meghan could do similar. Oh, she's precious, isn't she? Very precious. But as I say, failed actress. Best programme last year was Traitors on BBC One. Did you think so? I did watch it. It's just basically people telling lies on a television programme, and apparently that makes it entertaining. Best wishes from Sophie, normally from Hornchurch, but presently in Suffolk, about to take the dogs out for a morning trot. And Pauline in Crowborough says, you're on good form this morning. Well, I'm sober. Totally sober. Even though we've got liqueur chocolates out there and satsumas and all these other bits and pieces, I'm totally sober. I couldn't do this programme if I'd had a few sherbets. So I don't. I mean, I'm not saying I won't have a couple of glasses of Prosecco a little bit later on, but for the meantime, I grab me while I'm here. We'll have the news, shall we?
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up to 4 minutes past 8. Welcome. Shh. Don't shout. You don't need to shout, for goodness sake. People are up. People are driving buses. People are driving trains. People are sort of getting themselves back into it because all that. But mind you, there will be millions of people throughout the world who are just saying, I just want to sleep. And then when they wake up, they go, I'll just have some toast. I don't think we'd like a fried breakfast. Well, I'm going to be sick. We don't want anything like that. They've had a skimful of drinks. Melanie C. In all the papers today, she said that the Spice Girls are keeping their fingers crossed for the return of Victoria Beckham. Can't imagine why. Why would they want her? She hardly ever contributed to the Spice Girls. She was there, but she didn't really do anything. In fact, when you listen to... I keep saying to people, you time it yourself. I'll tell you what you want, what you really, really want. Victoria doesn't feature for God knows how many minutes. It's ridiculous. But Victoria Beckham didn't join her former bandmates. And the others are keen to get back. Well, it's lucrative. It's very lucrative. She said that they would need to navigate everybody's life, work and families. Asked about designer Beckham. Well, she's not. That's the trouble. How much is she in debt to for her business, the clothing shop? 54 million? It's an awful lot of money. It's an awful lot of money. They say the door is always open for Victoria. But she's, of course, clinging on to the fact that she's a fashion designer and is a force to be reckoned with. But nobody's buying her clothes. That is the problem. They're way too expensive. Even when they're reduced in the sale, they're way too expensive. Paul O'Grady isn't a fan of RuPaul's Drag Race. Now, having known Paul for many, many years, I can tell you he can get ready in about half an hour as Lily Savage. He said the people on RuPaul's Drag Race, he said it takes them all day because they're using these, they do the shading with their makeup and they have lace front wigs and all that kind of stuff. He said it takes them all day to do it. He said, me, half an hour. He said, I used to just throw it on and get out there. Drag Race, they're not entertainers. They're just people who want to wear, drag and sort of do it. But it's not drag. You'd never find them working in London pubs, mainly because they don't have an act. They're just people who want to they seem to enjoy putting it on. Whereas for Paul O'Grady, it's a character. He's doing the character, and he gets out there, and he used to work 3 or 4 gigs a night. I remember Paul going back donkey's years. He would work 3 or 4 pubs. He'd turn up, you know, he'd have the full makeup done, and he'd bring his wig out in a box. He'd stick it on, stick the frock on, get out there and do a patter act. These people couldn't do a patter act at all if their life depended on it. Absolutely ridiculous. So, best dramas. There's lots of highs, lows and messy moments of 2022 by Gary Bushell in the paper today. And also, you know, lots of different slimming companies. How can you lose weight? Why don't you have banana on toast? Why don't you go boil your head? You know, nobody cares. Who wants banana on toast? Honestly, biggest pile of rubbish I've ever heard of, actually. What the public and the Tories want Rishi to prioritise in 2023. Inflation, immigration, medication. And a detective is facing the sack. We always get, do you know, I seem to find these on a daily basis in the newspaper. Never used to. This is Detective Sergeant Victoria Teagle. Is said to have called a co-worker of Asian heritage him onto anti-corruption officers. So she was going out with somebody, and then they did. She was based in Haringey, North London. She's now on restricted duties. What is it with police officers who write these things and then think that nobody's going to sort of pass? Can't believe that people think they're not going to be passed on. Somebody said it's very unusual for someone to drop their own partner in it. Well, it is if you sort of think to yourself, how did you ever get a job as a police officer? You don't write stuff like that. I mean, you don't write it for, even if you're not a police officer, you don't write it. It's the way it goes. It's ridiculous. Glyn says, when I worked shifts in the city, I was very reliant on cabs to work. Did see Hornchurch to Old Street rise from 50 to 200 for Christmas and New Year. Had one driver one Christmas who'd taken a passenger to Docklands on Christmas morning from Hornchurch, then took me back to Hornchurch, only to repeat the opposite trips 12 hours later. He must have been rolling in it. Yeah. And Kathy in Wigan says, best wishes for New Year. Programme on BBC Two tonight at 9 p.m. about Lamont Dozier, just in case you may not be in bed. At 9 o'clock, I'm going to be in bed. I can guarantee I will be in bed. I might have to record it, actually, and then I can get round to watching it. Strictly champion Hamza Yassin has been left devastated after dance partner Joita Pristal hooked up with Giovanni Panici. The wildlife host is said to be besotted with her. Well, I mean, forget it, love. Forget it. You know, you're just dancing with somebody. It's just a programme, okay? Strictly is just a reality show. That's all it is. And anyway, he obviously thought that if they danced together, then she'd be interested in hooking up. And she's not. She's interested in somebody else because he's another one who they've sort of taken the BBC go, we're going to give him his own programme. So in other words, being a cameraman on a programme is not enough for the BBC. They had to see what he was like dancing before they decided to give him a programme. And so they're going to give him a programme now. And you think, OK, that's fine. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Celeb futures predicted by 4 top astrologers. And they've said here, I mean, some of them, they're so vague, because you know that these astrologers, it's just basically huff and puff. King Charles, a challenging time and signs of a turbulent reign. Well, you know, I know 3-year-olds could have predicted that. Duchess of Sussex, jubilant, gung-ho, but a wake-up call in October. I mean, you might as well have said August or November, or you could say anything at all. Helen Skelton, new love and new beginnings around August. It's just made up. This is just complete hooey. New love and new beginnings. What, is she seeing somebody at the moment? So you've got to wait for August time. Well, that's about the time for her to find somebody. Rishi Sunak facing some turbulence. And Leah Williamson, retrograde Venus threatens England's World Cup bid. I mean, just pie-in-the-sky rubbish. You know, I can say this year a number of people are going to die. You know, and people go, how do you know that, Steve? And I go, well, because I'm just guessing, you know, like all these other people. There's no sort of science to it or anything else. It's like, you know, I confidently predict that Harry and his book will sink without trace. And he'll go back to just faffing around. Have you noticed that there was no sort of Christmas message that they put out, mainly because they've got no friends? You know, the only friends they've got over there are sort of people that she's bumped into in her minute little career, and that's it. I don't know what, you know, he was so used to having everything and getting his own way. He was little Mr. Petulant. You know, we saw him kicking off outside pubs, and we saw him dressing up, and he's already admitted that that was one of his biggest mistakes. And where they go from here, I've got no idea. Couldn't care less. She might write a book. Good. Write a book, dear. Write a book. There's nothing anybody can do about it. Whether or not you think people are going to read the blooming thing, I've got no idea. They might do, they might not. It's just one of those things. I mean, there's so many books out there, aren't there now? You can find books on everything. The unions have said this year, Sunak won't break us. He doesn't need to break you. He's just telling you, which he has done for, it seems, for quite a number of the unions, there is no more money, that's it. Now, if you continue bringing your members out, which you're perfectly entitled to, there's no problem with bringing your members out on strike, excuse me, to go for more money, because you can keep doing that forever and a day, because he's not going to do it. And the more times you go on strike, the less money is for investment, to go back into the railways or to go back into... I mean, I believe that the NHS should be paying more money to nurses. But that's just me, because I think the NHS are something that, that we need, and God knows we need them. Whereas I'm not particularly bothered about the railways. I can get on a tube, I can get on a bus. I don't need a railway. We don't need it, but they're looking for more money, and he said he's going to keep them out until they get what they want. But, of course, the government aren't going to give in. They're not going to capitulate on this. And that's what I think is a bit of a shame, because it's a stalemate. It's a stalemate. You can keep bringing them out, and they're going to bring them out. And at the end of the day, they're not going to achieve what they want to, because the moment the government gives in and goes, all right, you can have your 18%, your 19% or something like that, all the rest of them are going to do exactly the same, knowing if they hang on, they're going to get it. That's why they're not going to give in. And I don't know what the end result is. Somebody's got to eat humble pie at some point. Excuse me, I have to have my tea in the morning. I like my cup of tea. And Steve, happy health and happiness in 23, says Jane. I remember you mentioning your mother had made pastry encased baked apple. I too had to make these rather anemic items at school, take home and poison my parents. My mother used to do baked apple. It was a cheap pudding to have when we were kids, and all you do is you buy cooking apples. Well, in our case, we got them out of the garden because we had a tree with cooking apples on it. And she'd cut the middle out, fill it with dried fruit, sultanas and things like that, and then just stick it in the oven. And so you got a baked apple, which you'd have with custard, and it had fruit in it. And it was a cheap and cheerful pudding. Nowadays, I mean, my God, they're so, this is a melt-in-the-middle chocolate pudding, and this is this sort of pudding. And they're all very nice. They're all very, very nice. But by golly, we used to have cheap puddings, I mean, have a yoghurt was a bit of a thrill. My mum would say, do you want a yoghurt today? We go, yeah. You never went, a yoghurt? That's a pudding, is it? Yeah. The Goss today with James Ingham in the Sunday Mirror has David Beckham down as a flop, spending Christmas with his wife Victoria and doing their usual cosy. She's wearing a sweatshirt, which is all I want for Christmas is David Beckham. You're welcome to him, love. Nobody else wants him apart from the Qatari government. Shame on both of you. Shame. And he was supposed to be a gay icon. He's not. Okay, hate to break it to you, but he ain't a gay icon. And this toothy visitor, the walrus, he's visiting Scarborough. He was seen on a beach in Southampton. He's also been spotted in the Netherlands and France. He obviously likes meeting people. But they're huge, these things. I mean, they're absolutely enormous. One of the columnists today has got a picture of Dame Vivienne Westwood, who's parked away. I always thought she was slightly odd. But there again, I don't understand fashion. I always think some of these sort of so-called fashionable items, and by the way, she didn't, contrary to public opinion, invent the miniskirt. Okay, she did not invent the miniskirt. People are sort of writing and going, and it becomes an apocryphal tale. They go, oh, no, she invented the mini... No, she didn't. She absolutely didn't. But she lived various places. I think she died in Clapham. But, I mean, she was 81. Well, one particular columnist wrote the biggest pile of guff I've ever read. She said she was a woman true to herself, not bound to follow the crowd, confident to be different and not shy to have an opinion. I mean, what a load of old garbage these people write. Where do they get it from? Eating meat, is now a luxury for 25% of people. I didn't think so. I mean, I do buy meat. I had meatballs the other day. They said, but people now are finding it too expensive. Everything's too expensive. What do you mean just meat is too expensive? The whole lot is expensive. It really is. You go out there and you probably notice that by the time you bought your little bits and pieces, it suddenly works out very, very expensive. It's 8:15.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 19 minutes past 8. Janet says, my neighbour Karen got me into you at LBC and now I'm addicted. Karen's got to have her gallbladder out. So wish her well. She'll be over the moon. Well, she won't be. She's having a gallbladder out. I think the last place she'll be is over the moon. But they do. You have to remember they do these things all the time. It's not like you're going to hospital and they go, oh, say they mess it up. You think, listen, they do it. Each different department does different things, and they do them very well indeed. Keith says, I got a Christmas card on Friday. Christmas cards must be happening with thousands. Yes, I got one on the other day as well, because the backlog of post is it's still there, I'm afraid. And Steve, good idea, baked apples with sultanas and currants. But can I afford to turn the oven on? Of course you can. Of course you can. I love the way people are sort of panicking over the normal sort of things. Obviously the bills are going to go up. They're not going to go up by any more, whether you turn it on or you don't turn it on. Sad one for me, says Tim in Ilford, this new year, as it's the first one without my mum. Her name was Audrey, and she loved your show. Thank you. I always like the idea that people like the programme. So thank you very much indeed for that. Sunday people today. Patients die before they get a bed. This is the NHS medics complaining about the Dickensian A&E crisis. And Maya Jama, a very average presenter in all the papers today, with a picture of her looking ready in her first rodeo as Love Island host. Well, as you know, you don't really have to say very much as the host of Love Island, which thank God for that, I'm afraid. And Bristleborn Maya takes over from Laura Whitmore, who announced she was quitting in August, because basically there's not much for them to do. Katie Price, season 2023 single. Well, I mean, she cheated on her last fiancé, Carl Woods, but then she's done that throughout her relationships. That's why she's lonely and miserable. And she's also had another enhancement to her boobs, much against her mother's wishes, and then got her foot in plaster after an operation to fix it. The floating restaurant Miller and Carter is sinking at Essex's Lakeside Mall. I think I must have seen it, actually, because I know what Miller and Carter is. They have them, they look a bit like sort of TGI Friday type places. But and I think I've seen the one at Lakeside. Well, I say seen it as it sinks beneath the waters, I suppose. There's one down in Regent's Park. It's a Chinese restaurant, and that's also floating about, which is very nice. Clean Queen, Mrs. Hinch. It's all these people, you know, they go, oh, what do you do? I'm an influencer. Yeah, what does that mean? It basically means nothing. And she's cleared £3 million in a year, and she's squirreled away more than £5 million in 2 years. She's a former hairdresser. And she's got a Tesco homeware range, has written 5 books on tidying tips. You know, it's amazing, isn't it, really? People are so dumb nowadays. They have to buy a book on how to tidy things up. How simple is that? And she gets £25,000 a post to plug cleaning goods on Instagram. Rivetingly boring and dull, I'm afraid. Also, what else have we got? The coronation invite for the Race Storm Royal Aid. This is Lady Susan Hussey, who sparked the storm over her comments to the charity boss, Ngozi Fulani, repeatedly asked her where she was really from at a palace reception. So anyway, they've now kissed and made up, so that's fine. And Harry's bombshell book Spare is heading for the bargain basement. Industry experts believe Harry's memoirs, originally priced at 28 quid, will go on sale in Tesco for as little as 8 quid a copy. Waterstones, WH Smith and Amazon have already slashed the price to £14. So there's no such thing as a set retail price now for lots of items. It says 20. You might as well put 50 quid on it and then reduce it to a £5 or something like that. No such thing as a retail price. I mean, I wouldn't be remotely interested in it, but already I can see at WH Smith in Gateshead, Tyne and Weir, it's down to £14. So it's half price. I mean, if you really, all the stuff that's in it, you'll have seen before anyway. It's been in newspapers, and also Harry never wrote it. It's a ghosted book. So all he's done is sat down and go, gobby, 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 gobby. Somebody writes it down. It's like, you know, Jordan. She's never written a word in her life. She could barely string 2 words together. So there's no point. Lenient sentences, making a mockery of justice. 50 convictions, but still no jail. Wasn't there somebody the other day who was driving, and didn't he have something like 63 points on his licence, and he was still driving? I couldn't believe it. And they were going, well, you know, they're giving them the benefit of the doubt. And I was thinking, what benefit? What doubt? 63 points on the licence. Gosh. Viv in Suffolk says, good morning, Steve. Another year together. Thank you. You keep me happy, which is good. Wasn't it Mary Quant who invented the miniskirt, says Dave? No. There's no one person who invented the miniskirt. It was just an evolving of a dress, which went from midi, so maxi, midi, and then mini. And it just got shorter. There was no one person who did it. It was the manufacturers who were sort of making them a little bit shorter. I mean, having seen the people walking about Leicester Square last night as I came through, I mean, some of they couldn't even be described as dresses. They were like belts. And because it was a little bit sort of wet underground and they're walking through the filth and the mud and everything, really awful. Such a shame. Paris Hilton had the world's biggest virtual party. She's a bit of a simpleton. Have you ever heard her being interviewed? Unbelievably dim. Unbelievably dim. You can't believe it. And the Masked Singer host, which is Joel, facing up to TV pressure. He said, hosting the Masked Singer in front of 5 million is easier than a stand-up comedy gig in front of 8 people. I heard that's the sort of audiences that you're pulling. But they're all there. Davina McCall, Rita Ora, but she'll turn up for the opening of a fridge. And Jonathan Ross, still wearing his dated outfits, for a man a third of his age. Absolutely ridiculous. Rachel Bletchley, talking about one of my firsts in this year. She says, could be downloading an app that prompts you to get your 5 a day. Because a year of cake baking and scoffing has pushed up my cholesterol levels and I need more fruit and veg. It's not difficult to get fruit and veg. It really isn't. You could sort of go out and get it and then you can do different things with it, which is quite nice. I see that they've got, I think it's the Antiques Roadshow, and you've got Jonathan Ross again wearing another one of these ridiculous outfits. I mean, which about 20 years ago might have been interesting, not anymore. The repair shop host, Jay, he doesn't actually do anything now. He just sort of seems to present something. And now that we've lost Danny Dyer, a.k.a. the recently deceased Mick Carter, and he won't be making a miraculous return. He said he certainly won't be. So what he does, actually, he turned up on Mo Gilligan's Christmas special. Unfortunately, he Fs and blinds all over the place. He cannot have a conversation without effing and blinding. It's just not physically possible. We brought him in some years ago to LBC to do an in-conversation, and the moment he started swearing, when we told him how long the interview was, he went, I can't effing do that. And I remember looking at the producer thinking, you've got a lot of editing to do here. Poor producer looked at me with pity in his eyes, thinking, this is not going to go as well. Gemma Collins gets Emma Pryor's award for doing the least on the largest number of TV shows. She's never done anything. She's never managed anything. And still talks about herself in this peculiar third party. I'm the GC, that's why you look up to me. Unfortunately, nobody looks up to her at all. Monday Night's The Greatest Snowman was no exception. So she does the least, but she talks about it. I'm the GC and I do this, and that's why people book me for all these shows. No, they book you because you're a sad example of somebody who doesn't actually have any discernible talent. I don't really know what the talent is. Having a dress shop for outsized people is not really a talent. That's just called filling up a space, and you're not there most of the time. Oh, I nearly checked my star signs there. I nearly checked them and I decided not to, just in case they weren't going to be particularly brilliant. But even though my ex-producer Corey thinks this is my year, I don't know why he thinks this is my year. There's got to be some logical reason. All the papers full of the Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, who died aged 95. He's now got to lie in state in St. Peter's Basilica. Because somebody said to me, will he be in his coffin? I said, no, that's the whole thing about it. He's not in his coffin. They put him in all his robes and everything else. Really, he'd probably prefer a pair of jeans or something like that. And a sweatshirt was, I was Pope written on the front of it. But they have to sort of lie there, and then somebody cleans their shoes every day. And the party faithful walk past him. It's the only thing that you ever get. Unfortunately, it's a bit like being royalty in this country. You're in the job until you die. But in his case, he quit. He quit. The only pope, I think, in 600 years who actually quit, because we couldn't work it out. I was trying to work out, why he'd actually quit. But anyway, he was not very well. And at the moment, Pope Francis said, "Can you pray for him?" I thought, that's it. That is it. He's sort of going out. But the party faithful will be down there because they want to see people. It's an odd thing, I suppose. I don't know. It doesn't work in other religions, does it, really? Also, what have we got here? Nottingham Castle's had to close, despite a £33 million renovation, flagging visitors' numbers. Strutt's North Mill Museum and Eastleigh Museum in Hampshire, both under threat, which is a shame. There's loads of places where, you're not going to as many museums as you should be. I used to go out with a friend of mine every Sunday. We still go out on Sunday, but we'd go out for breakfast. And it's a case of we try and do a different museum every week. So we do the V&A, we do the Geology Museum, the Natural History Museum, Science Museum, Toy Museum. We go around to all of them. The Museum of London. We go to all of these different places just so we say we'd been somewhere, so we did something. Otherwise, you're not really sort of bothering, Steve. Tammy in the northeast says, lovely surprise to wake up and hear you today. You mentioned Iceland frozen mash the other day, and I realised I had some in the freezer. Had it yesterday, and I agree, delicious. Try their prawns in white wine that come in a shell. Oh, don't do anything that comes in a shell. No, I could eat prawns. And you had those with mashed potato, did you? I quite like that, actually. And then, Steve, Happy New Year. I wonder when the penny will drop. When Harry has revealed all in his imminent book, they will be in demand for interviews for a week. That is, if they're lucky. Well, I was trying to work out. Somebody said, they will be coming back here to do interviews to promote the book. Can't imagine who would ever put them on, apart from loose women. Hardly the sort of the standard that they're hoping for. It would be the first time, actually, wouldn't it, that loose women have managed to secure a member of the royal family. Although I believe Sarah Ferguson will turn up to the opening of a fridge. My friend Matt says Happy New Year. He's up country, as they say, up country. Tammy in the northeast. Oh, sorry, we did Tammy. Prawns in white wine. Are they frozen then? Are they frozen? That could be quite interesting. Steve, Happy New Year to thee. What happened to Camay, Lux, Knights Castile and Mornay soap? Well, most of them are still around. But people don't use soap, and you know why? Very drying for the skin. If you've got dry skin, you don't use soap because it will. So that's why people use liquid soap, which is a lot easier. So that kind of took over, before you got all these other soaps. Let's take a short break, shall we? 8:30.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 25 minutes to 9. Record numbers of texts and emails this morning. And Steve, you brought back memories on the baked apple. Only my mum wrapped them in pastry. So I don't remember them being wrapped in what actual whole apple wrapped in pastry. It sounds a bit bizarre, doesn't it, really? But anyway, baked apple, yum. We had cloves pressed into it too, and a bit of brown sugar, says Suin Blair Gowrie. I was trying to explain to somebody the other day when my mother used to give dinner parties, which people did in the early days. If you'd been in the forces, you were brought up to give dinner parties. And she did grapefruit was considered a starter. I mean, it seems ridiculous, something as cheap and cheerful as a grapefruit. And she had a special grapefruit knife for cutting it. And then she put the brown sugar on under the grill just before it was going to be served, and that then melted, and it sort of took on a new sort of taste and flavour. I never really got into grapefruit. I can't have it now anyway because of the medication that I take. Penny in Bexley says thank you for being there and keeping us all smiling and sometimes making us cry. I think it's good to cry. I'm the world's worst for crying. I can't help it. I just do it, all sorts of things. Sometimes you read stuff in the newspapers and you think that is just so sad, so very, very sad. And then there's other bits you read in the newspapers, you think that's a pile of old rubbish, isn't it? And so that's why I tell you about them. The ticket to ride, bus fares in England are being slashed to £2 from today. You know why? Because you're not using enough buses. Well, every bus I seem to get on is absolutely rammed with people, except my one in the morning. I get the bus from over the road at the theatre, and at the time I get it, it's empty. Sometimes there's nobody on it, sometimes about 2 or 3 people. And I always I hate it when it stops at a bus stop and they leave the doors open and we just sit there like lemons. Whereas the bus driver has the facility to go, the bus is being held here, to ease congestion. But there's no congestion, not the time I'm on it. And then it sort of drops off and I sort of pick my skirts up, run off the bus, into Waterloo Station, try to avoid the pigeons. Because I had that thing a short while ago. I walked up the escalator and this pigeon decided to, on the top of my... And I felt it hit the top. Luckily, I was wearing a hat. So I took the hat off when we got to the top of the stairs. I threw it in the bin. I thought somebody else can have it now. I couldn't care less. But I've noticed, actually, obviously everybody's on holiday because the McDonald's at Waterloo are completely empty at the moment. They've got like 15 staff rushing around like divots, but nobody buying anything at all. And they used to have their potato waffles, but they've stopped doing those. And I didn't see the fireworks in London, but I'm assuming they were the usual good fireworks. Somebody said they were going up on the roof to watch them because we have a good view of them, and then people had to pay to go and sit and watch. But they're in the sky. Just stand there by, near the seats, and you can watch these things. But there is today, and I forgot to mention it at the beginning. I should have done it. There is the New Year's Day parade, and no doubt Bob Bone and the crew will be out there. I did it for years, about 9 years. I compared the New Year's Day parade. Position 1. I only did position 1. I didn't want to be at the end of it because it takes like an hour and a half before they actually get to the end of it, so you have to keep talking, which actually is not hardship. But I like the first bit, and then they'd start off, and everything. All the big marching bands will be coming in from America, the cheerleaders. There'll be quite a number, hundreds and hundreds of cheerleaders, but the marching bands are brilliant. If ever you've seen American marching bands, these are the cream of the cream. And they come over here and they'll look immaculate and they'll look smart and they'll look wonderful and they'll play beautifully. And that's what they do. But in fact, they had concerts. They always used to, and I used to compare the concerts. And they would bring in their concert band and I would introduce them at the Central Hall, Westminster. And they were really excellent. I mean, some of them were fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. There was a couple of them a little bit ropey. But the majority of them, it's a big deal in America. If you're a member of the marching band or the concert band, that's a big deal. Kids want to be in it. So they have hundreds of people in them. I mean, if you go on to, I think it's Ohio, if you type them in and their marching band, they've got I think it's more than 1,000 in their marching band. And they have drummers and they have, people playing the bugles and saxophones and all these other bits and pieces. It's fantastic. So 12 o'clock it kicks off, and it kicks off, I think, from Parliament Square. So if you fancy it, go and take the kid. They'll love it because there's loads to watch for the kids. There'll be cars and people on bicycles and all sorts of nice goodies. The Masked Singer, Jonathan Ross, has told how he finds the real world disappointing and wish it was more like the entertainment world. Yeah, he's getting a bit old now, isn't he, really? He's 62 and he's still wearing clothes that was suitable for sort of a 20-year-old, which is a shame. And I quite like The Masked Singer, but I mean, I'm not wild about it. It's just people dressing up. And then people say, oh, do you think it'll be something like Britney Spears? Don't be so stupid. Of course it won't be. It'll be somebody off Love Island or something like that. It picks the lowest common denominator. You imagine Britney Spears, we'd like you to put this thing on, dress up as, as a parakeet or something like that and go on it's not going to happen. It'd be like saying, oh, do you think one of those would be Victoria Beckham? Of course not. She can't sing. That's the whole point of it being on there. They're supposed to be able to sing, which is quite nice. Do you know £1 billion is owned in court fines? Because people just don't pay nowadays. They just go, I haven't got any money. And they go, you see, me, I'd be hang 'em and flog 'em. You're going to prison, and you go to prison for a long time until you pay. I had some people the other day, metal detectorists, they thieved stuff. And they said, either you pay £1.2 million into the court or you're in prison for another 5 years each. I'm looking forward to that one. A fisherman is planning to put how many lobsters into the Thames estuary as part of his mission to revive a historic industry. This is near Brightlingsea. His name is Gary Hum. He's determined to make the Brightlingsea the hub of lobster fishing. He intends to put 60,000 lobsters into the sea. Bear in mind, they're very small when you put them in and they grow, because you can't just fish lobsters and crabs. You've got a gauge. When they take them out, they put the crab on there and they work out just how big it is. Because apparently, before a lobster is ready to be harvested, is up to about 5 years. That's how long No, I don't like lobster. I've had long discussions with friends of mine who go, why don't you like lobster? I said, listen, I wish I did. I've got a fish shop in Twickenham who serve the best lobsters, fresh or cooked or dressed for you or whatever you want, and I can't eat them. I can't eat them. I tried it. I got taken out by Clive, who drives the breakfast show on LBC. He said, we could take you to this place, Steve. He said, we're going to do lobster and burgers or something. It's in Soho. And I went, oh, okay, thinking perhaps I'll like lobster. I hated it. I didn't like the smell of it. I didn't like anything about it at all. And we used to live in Hong Kong, where you'd go to the floating restaurants in Aberdeen, and they had these big tanks full of lobsters and crabs and everything. And you would pick out one that you liked, and they would hook it out the tank and then take it away and cook it for you, which I thought was awful. I thought it was the worst thing I'd ever thought of. And I remember looking at it. My parents loved this sort of thing, so they grew up liking seafood. Me, I can eat scampi and fish fingers, but I can't eat anything else. Oh, I could probably do a piece of haddock, because haddock's very, very flavoursome. Out of all the fish you can get in the fish and chip shop, haddock would be the best as far as I know. Even Phil Vickery says to me, that's the best, which is great. Jane says grapefruits. When I was pregnant, I had a passion for them. I think when you're pregnant, you have different passions, don't you? My mother had one for coal. She liked pieces of coal. I don't know why. It's something to do with pregnancy. And people have different cravings. I want to sort of lick fridges or something. I don't know. But it is a bit... Coal, I thought, was very bizarre. But she liked licking coal. Because people in those days used to have coal delivered. In fact, if you go round Bedford Square in London, in fact, quite a number of squares, there'll be a round disc in the pavement, and you lift that up, and that goes straight into... That's their coal hole. And the coal men would drop the coal in there so you could keep the house heated. Nowadays, you just flick a switch and the boiler comes to life. It seems to work much better. She may have won an Oscar and 10 BAFTAs, but Dame Judi Dench says she still gets nervous in the spotlight, but tries to hide it from her fellow actors. I think she's great. She says it's good to be nervous, but don't tell anyone. It is supposed to be good to be nervous. You're supposed to feel nervous when you go to do something. See, I've never felt like that. I was worried about it, really. They say, well, if you're comparing something, it's good to be a bit nervous. And I said, well, I've never actually felt that. I like to sort of, I've got a routine before I go on and do something, comparing or introduce some acts or bits and pieces. But it doesn't work the same all the time. It's different every time, as far as I'm concerned. One of London's elite hotels with an enviable list of rich and famous clientele is having a facelift. Claridge's is having a facelift because everybody's been there. Audrey Hepburn, Alfred Hitchcock, Cary Grant. It's a 5-star. It's nicknamed the Annex to Buckingham Palace because of its links to royalty. Queen Victoria and Prince Albert went there. People have wedding receptions, which cost an arm and a leg. It is so expensive to have a wedding at Claridge's. I mean, you could spend 50 to 100,000 easy. It's not difficult. So, they have their regular clients, people who book in there, and they move all the furniture out and move in. Whoever is moving in, they have a liking for certain furniture. And I always thought that was quite clever. Me, I just get the bog standard stuff. I don't get anything that's a bit posh. But they had a man and his wife who used to go to Claridge's all the time. And they would stay there for like 3 months. 3 months. Johnny says the best lobster I ever had was whole lobster thermidor in Goa. It was amazing. Yeah, it really doesn't appeal to me. I wish it did, but I just can't eat it at all. Bit of a shame, isn't it, really? Doesn't matter. 8:45 is the time.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Must say thank you to Westminster Council. They've cleared Leicester Square. All that rubbish that was there a few hours ago. I mean, I always find it amazing that even after the New Year's Day parade, where there's another load of rubbish everywhere, literally following on from the last marching band, they've got all the street cleaners that walk on behind them as if they're part of the parade, cleaning it up. And so it literally goes from being very messy. And if you'd seen Leicester Square earlier on, you'd have been horrified at how much... I mean, literally rubbish like you can't even imagine. Can't even imagine. But it's all bright and sparkly and everything else, which is quite nice, actually. A Lancashire-born hunk from Emily in Paris lined up to be the next Bond. This is somebody called Lucien Laviscount. Not a cat in hell's chance of him ever being James Bond. Nobody knows who he is. He's obviously got a new agent, and he was in Emily in Paris. He's always been one of those desperados. He's sort of put himself forward and tried to link himself with various people, and they're going, oh, he's being touted as the next Bond, but he was on Big Brother. There's no chance of anybody who's been on Big Brother ever achieving anything like that. And turning up at school with scruffy shoes, you'll remember when you were younger, you used to have to clean your shoes. On a Sunday night, my parents would line up the shoes that we had, and you would get out the shoe cleaning box, which had the brushes in and the buffing up dusters and all the rest of it, and your Kiwi shoe polish. And that's what you would have. And the factory used to be on the Hogarth roundabout. And they used to have a big sign saying Kiwi. Well, in fact, Kiwi have stopped selling in Britain now. Now, whether or not you can buy old pots of it, I've got no idea. But they say it's not worth selling their polish anymore. Kiwi leaving is a sign of the times, says David James, whose family's shoe repair and cleaning firm began in central London. Do you know you used to find shoe cleaners on most street corners in London? I can remember years ago, and you'd sit in a chair or on the underground and you put your foot on the thing and they would buff them up. You don't see that anymore now. You don't see. Although actually there are some shoe shine chairs in Canary Wharf, but he said it's a lost art, shoe clip. My father was in the forces, so consequently they had to have shoes that were so shined you could see your face in them, and so he used to melt the shoe polish and then put it on and then buff it up. It was quite an achievement. Kiwi's main rival, the British firm Cherry Blossom, sees Kiwi's UK exit as a huge opportunity. So you can, but we used to love it. We used to love the tins of shoe polish. It came in brown and in black, and then you'd have the other stuff which was white for doing your trainers. Nobody bothers cleaning trainers now, but they've become like a fashion accessory. Julian Assange, the jailed WikiLeaks founder, is set to make a special request for freedom. Depending on which paper you read, they've either granted his stay of execution to attend the funeral of Vivienne Westwood. Apparently, she'd contacted him to tell him she was ill. They've been friends for a decade, and so he wants to go to the funeral. Now, whether or not he gets to go, I've got no idea. I don't know how easy it is to get these sort of things. But if he does come out, the press will be there in force, which, of course, will give the funeral the credibility which people think it should have. I don't know, actually. I never met her. Never met her at all. I'd love to, I used to see her on television programmes, but never actually sort of met her in real life. I did see her on the Wogan programme, and she was a bit mad as a broomstick on that. I tend to find most people who go into fashion, they are it's a bit freaky. And they've had all these strange people who've been sort of chatting, about her life and about what she achieved. Bernie Ecclestone and his wife, Fabiana, watching as their son has his first lesson. I mean, Bernie Ecclestone's 92, for God's sake. I mean, he has a son called Ace, who is 2, so he had him when he was 90, and they've taken him out skiing. But I mean, Bernie Ecclestone always looks to me as if he's on borrowed time. You see this sort of emaciated creature out there, and he owns all sorts of bits and pieces. They're very rich as a family because there's loads of money in motor racing, but I've never quite got into it or anything like that. Steve, they haven't finished renovating the Dorchester yet. And if Claridge's is up for a spruce up, the Savoy will be raking it in, says Roger. Well, Claridge's is undergoing the spruce up at the moment. I don't know. We've got a few hotels in Leicester Square. I don't know how much they are to stay at, but I should imagine they're not cheap. But also, it's so nice, isn't it? If you're out for on the town for the night, and you've been out and you've been to Joe Allen's or you've been to Little Italy in Frith Street. Then you go and see a show, and then you come back, and then you think, I can't be bothered to sit on a train. I really can't. So you're all right today, you're all right tomorrow for the trains, but on Tuesday we go back into it again. So, but as I say, it's always doable. It's never, we've never got to that situation whereby we go, I don't know how I'm going to get home, because we've got buses, we've got tube trains. It's okay. It can be done. It can be done. Is Meghan now planning her own bombshell book? I couldn't care less. One of the writers in the Mail today has said, does the world really need to hear her story? Couldn't care less. Really not remotely bothered. Never affected my life. Doesn't matter anything about her. I'm just sort of thinking she's basically dragged Harry by the nose into a situation he can't get out of. What he's going to do now, I've got no idea. After he's had the book out and after it's sort of flopped dismally, it might go to the top of the bestsellers, we don't know, but it's certainly not being sold for the 28 quid, because you can get it like for about a tenner at the moment, which seems probably better value, but it doesn't contain anything that you don't know about. Steve, I tried lobster for the first time a few years back after wanting to try it for so long and was so disappointed. It was the consistency I didn't like. Reminded me of a giant prawn. I didn't like the smell of it. It smelled too fishy. And there's something about it. I wanted to really like it, because if I like it, it's really healthy. Lobster's really, really good, and I thought that'd be healthy. And I've seen them doing it on the, when they go out to do this fishing in the Bering Straits when there's ice and snow, and they're fishing for crabs or for lobsters and stuff like that. And they put all these huge sort of boxes down, and they put stuff inside, and then they bring them up, and there's all these. You think, my God! But they risk their lives, these fishermen, to bring you crabs and to bring you Lobsters, they really do, but it's, you know, a full fishing fleet is worth a lot of money. Not as much money as a tuna haul. Tuna are huge fish. I don't know why the tins are so tiny, but the tuna are absolutely enormous. And a full boat full of those could be worth up to about 10 million. Seriously, there's a lot of money in it. Steve, living in Highgate, facing the centre of London in a top-floor flat, says Liz. I saw the fireworks from my balcony window. Yes, magical and fantastic, but can I say just a little too long? 8 to 10 minutes would be more dramatic. How long did it go on for, then? How long did it go on for? 8 to 10 minutes. Oh, I do like, actually. I do like a firework display. Mr. Neil says, Happy New Year, my friend. Hope it's a healthy one. Yeah, me too. Wishing Tony Polledri, who owns Little Italy in Frith Street, well, bless him, absolutely. We send our love to Tony Polledri. I should have mentioned him over Christmas, actually, and I didn't. It wasn't a case of I forgot about it. I just sort of got a bit carried away with doing lots of other little bits and pieces. Tina in Staffordshire says, during a bout of insomnia, somebody recommended listening to talking on the radio during the night. So you've got the complete opposite effect. Your bubbly, chatty loveliness keeps me awake for hours. Well, it's not supposed to work like that, but I'm always very grateful. I quite like the idea that sort of people don't go to sleep on the programme. And somebody says, my nan still got her coal bunker in the garden. Yes. Yes, coal bunkers were very popular. Very, very popular indeed. And we've got here, Steve, you're right, no vacuum potatoes and bacon in Waitrose. Thought I'd get some for brunch day with the Prosecco. I might be having some Prosecco. Might be having a little bit later on. I've got a couple of bottles in. And from Karen, who says, what a treat, you on the radio. Normally enjoy you Monday to Friday. Husband at church, and I'm doing housework, which, by the way, I find therapeutic. Vienna concert on TV later. Happy New Year and keep on doing what only you can do. Yes, I love the Vienna concerts. Love the Vienna. Most of the time, you're very lucky. If you watch carefully, you might see Julie Andrews. She goes to a lot of the Vienna concerts. She loves them. Steve, warm grapefruit with sugar. Yes, says Elaine. See, I told you. Always very good indeed. How old, Steve, did you know scientists don't know how to tell how old a lobster is? They have to measure it. Yeah, they take about 5 years to grow to adult length. If you could choose a celebrity chef to teach you to cook the basics, just so it would give you confidence, who would you choose, says Jeremy? Well, I have 2 celebrity chefs who listen to the programme, one being Jamie Oliver and one being Phil Vickery, so I would have to take their word for everything. It's as simple as that. I wouldn't go to anybody else. I mean, I've used other celebrity chefs who have television programmes, but, I get regular updates from Phil Vickery and from Jamie Oliver as well. So I quite like that, actually. James says, I was in the RAF like your dear dad, although I was only a reservist. I still buff up my shoes to a fine mirror shine. Old habits die hard. Yes, I can't understand why people don't clean their shoes now. I think that's almost sacrilegious. I think you have to clean your shoes. We did it, and, didn't go to school with dirty shoes. It's like, when you came home from school in your school uniform, you took it off, hang it up, and then you put your play clothes on. You didn't sort of stay in your school outfit, but of course they do. Fireworks went on for 12 minutes, says Liz. Too long. I was beginning to think of my shopping list. Yeah, just when you think it's finished, they send up another firework. And you go, oh, for goodness sake. Oh, for goodness sake. Also in the papers today, apart from the fact they're all sort of saying, oh, New Year resolutions, it's this, it's that, and, what else is going to happen? And you've got no idea, except they've been telling them in the Ukraine that Putin is not long for this world. And you know that Whitehall loses 50 laptops and phones a week. Either they're thieving them. You can't just lose a laptop. They're either thieved or they're flogging them somewhere. I mean, honestly, they need to watch these things a little bit more closely, do you not think? Paul McKenna has got techniques. He's got a new life-changing book on how tapping your body can boost the feel-good emotions. There's all sorts of exercises that you take a hand in, cutting your levels of stress. Did you know that? You'll find them in the papers for today, which is lovely. So this year's news today, we've got an irreverent look at the stories that might be breaking this year. Some of them have broken already. But first of all, we'll take the news at 9.
We love tech that helps make us healthier. Watches that monitor our heart rate. Apps that count our steps. But what about your toothbrush? Achieve exceptional brushing with Philips Sonicare without any extra effort. That's up to 20 times more effective than a manual toothbrush. Find out more at philips.co.uk/Sonicare. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation. And you. Philips.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's, I nearly said early breakfast. That's tomorrow. We're back to normal tomorrow from 4 till 7. Today we're here with you until 10. Then Matthew Wright will be along. Anna says, I'm the same as you. Only eat fish fingers, scampi or cod. Had a bad prawn cocktail years ago and was ill for months. You can get very ill on seafood. Very ill indeed. And it works really quickly. Susie says, very happy new year to you and your team. My mother used to cook baked apples and her apple pies were delicious. Oh, I used to love it. Apple and blackberry or apple and strawberry or just basically any combination of apple and just about anything at all. I've listened to you since you started, and when my husband died in 2011, your programmes help me every day. Always something to look forward to. My mother craved chocolate when expecting my twin brother, and we love chocolate, says Susie. Do you know, isn't it funny? I'm really not a huge chocolate. I have eaten chocolate, of course, but I'm not a huge chocolate eater. I'm more savoury. Given the choice, I'd be more savoury. I mean, give me a hot sausage roll, and I'm very happy. And then Jeremiah says, so you do prawns and scampi, but not lobster. Lobster just a big one of those things. No, it's not. Oh, no, it's not. Completely different. Tastes completely different. Smells completely different. Sue in Blairgowrie says, I still have a coal bunker delivery every week. Oh, it's your person after my own heart. See, I love things like that. And on the Wirral. What's on the Wirral? Wait a minute, I've lost it. Wait a minute, it'll come back to me in a moment. Anyway, lobster choosing. Just pondering if vegetarians have restaurants where you pick your own potato, carrot or turnips, says Wirral Allen. I don't know. I don't mind vegetarians. I just find it a bit selfish that if you have a friend who is a vegetarian and you go for dinner at their place, they're not going to be cooking meat for you. And yet if they come to your place, they're not going to eat the meat that you've cooked. They're expecting you to do a vegetarian meal for them. And I always think, no, you cook meat for me, but it doesn't work like that. Jim in Tenterden, which I think is in Devon, says, I was disappointed the fireworks didn't feature more of 70 Years of the Queen, more time spent on banal pop songs. Well, I didn't see him anyway. And Colin says the white polish for shoes was for all colours. My dad had tan shoes, various shades, so the white polish used, as it kept the colour. Plimsolls, we used a liquid white. Oh, I remember Plimsolls. You used to have to put a little thing into the top of it in the sponge to start squeezing it out. Do you remember that? No, just me again. And Mr. Linton says, best lobster I ever had was while scuba diving off Cuba. While we were down, the boat captain got a couple of lobsters off a passing fisherman and had them cooked and ready when we resurfaced. Oh, sounds vile. Not my sort of thing at all, actually. And Steve, I find the Vienna concert boring and I'd rather listen to Harry Styles. Am I a peasant? Of course you are. Of course you're a peasant. Don't be so silly. You'd rather listen to Harry Styles than a Viennese concert orchestra playing in the some of the Musikverein or any one of a number of places in Vienna. And you'd rather listen to Harry Styles? God, you're even worse than a peasant. I didn't realise it was possible to be worse. I mean, you couldn't put Harry Styles in a situation like that, could you? He couldn't hold his own, as they say. I like the idea of somebody thinking. See, at least you're ahead of me. I don't need to tell you you're a peasant. You knew you were a peasant to start with. That's why the producer Jack put it up there, because he thought, no, we'd take the mickey out of you. Because the other day I had my other producer writing into the programme. My producer Joe was writing in, telling me to stop slurping my tea. It gets a bit much, doesn't it, when your blooming producer writes into the programme, honestly. Which is what we get most mornings, which is good. So I deliberately slurp because it annoys Joe. And a couple of other people as well. Who was dubbed Captain Crashagoony Snoozefest? What did Bex do for 13 hours? Answer, nothing at all. I think he's actually gone off the boil, Bex. I think ever since he actually took that £10.5 million from the Qatari government, I think that's when he lost, all of the support from the British public. I think the British public went, no, I think we've had enough now, matey. I think you've taken the mickey out of us for such a long time. You were maybe. I don't think he was ever actually an ambassador for gay people at all. I really don't. I think he was just somebody who sort of jumped onto the bandwagon because he was good looking. But if you ever had a conversation with him, he's not the brightest penny in the box. So consequently, ever since he took the 10.5 million, I mean, you'd have thought that she would have had half a brain cell and said, "Give it back. We don't need the money. We've got a few hundred million." They don't have the billion that people think they have. They're way short of the mark. Way short of the mark. Steve, we used to whiten our Dunlop trainers. Kids would never do that these days. Well, they just don't. Full stop. I used to have loads of pairs of Vans, which I quite liked, but I've suddenly realised that if you do walking, like walking from here to the bus stop, which doesn't seem, it's not that far, but in a pair of Vans, they're not as strong as you want them to be. And I've got all sorts of different, not trainers, because I don't possess any trainers, but I've got different shoes. But most of my shoes are slip-ons. I don't like anything that's got laces on. And the other day, I put my jeans on, and I've got notches in the belt, and which is quite nice. But I think I've lost weight over the festive season. I know it seems difficult to believe because some people don't lose weight over the festive season, but I think I did. And as I'm walking down to get the bus, and I could feel my pants slipping down my legs. And I remember thinking, oh God, so you have to undo the coat, and you have to put your hand down the back and pull your pants up. So that was fine until I got to Twickenham. And then I found my jeans slipping down my legs. So I'm standing waiting by the bus stop. So anyway, I managed to sort of cling onto my jeans to stop the complete embarrassment, got onto the bus, and then proceeded to spend the next 3 minutes trying to rescue my jeans and pull them up my body together with my pants. So obviously I'm losing more weight than I thought I was. It was not a pleasant experience. I thought nothing worse than exposing yourself. You know, I didn't want to be one of those people. They go, "Excuse me, that man there, his trousers have just slipped down," because I've had it before. Don't want it again. Debbie says, did you know about the new Peninsula Hotel being built at Hyde Park Corner? It's being built as their new flagship. Yes, I've watched it being built on a regular basis since they started. Now I can see them outfitting the rooms and all the rest of it. I quite like that, actually. The Hyde Park Peninsula. Very good. Lee in Lauder says, found out on Friday my dog's expecting pups later this month. Very exciting. What sort of pups are they? Did you read that horrible story of these pups that were found abandoned by the side of the road? Obviously one of those illegal dog breeders. 12 of them. They were still alive, mercifully, but they were just dumped in a box by the side of the road. They don't care. They're not animal lovers, these people. They're animal haters. Les and Sandra says, wishing you a very happy, healthy new year. Yes, I could do with a healthy new year. I really could. Actually, to be honest with you, touch wood, plastic, fibre, I don't know what I've got around here. But I actually could do with a sort of a good year. I don't want to go down with anything this year. Thank you very much. But mind you, I was thinking the other day, actually, I've been really lucky. I've been really lucky because I've not been ill for quite a few months now, which is good. Mr. Neil says, Steve, you need a pair of braces. I do, actually. I do need a pair of braces. You're right. I've never incurred anything like it. I don't know why all of a sudden your pants start slipping down your body, but it's not a good look, is it really? Anyway, Les and Sandra say, have you seen the musical Back to the Future at the Adelphi in the Strand? We did last Wednesday afternoon. It was a packed theatre matinee performance. We really enjoyed it. Special effects were great. It does have scenes of flashing lights, which some people have to be careful of. The cast were great, plus all the singing and dancing. Yeah, I had some other listeners of mine who went, and they absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. Stu in Norfolk says, Happy New Year to you and the team. Lovely to hear you on a Sunday. Although it sounds odd hearing you announce the 9 o'clock news. I know, it's not normal, is it really? And Claire says, wait a minute. Talking of the Plimsoll cleaning white sponge thing, reminded me when I was about 10 and used to run it across my nose and cheeks, pretending to be Prince Charming, Adam and the Ants. Absolutely. And Mike on the Wirral says, I'm going to see Andre Rieu at the cinema on the 7th of January. He's playing in Dublin. I booked VIP seating for the excellent performance. I love Andre Rieu. I think he's fabulous. Really good. And Craig says, I was in Lidl in New Malden yesterday, Steve, and you were only allowed a maximum of 2 boxes of eggs. Is there an egg shortage? I don't know. I don't buy eggs. I really don't. I really don't know if there was. I think there was before. Somebody was saying there might have been a bit of an egg shortage, but it depends how many eggs you eat. I don't eat any eggs. I really don't. I haven't had eggs for ages and ages. I don't know why, actually. I'm not particularly bothered about them. I used to eat them, and then, if I was going to have an egg, they have to fry it on both sides, which I think is called over easy, or anyway, something like that. But whatever it is, it's one of those sort of days. I'm looking at the pictures of the Vatican, actually, and I haven't seen Pope Benedict lying in state. I see lots of people doing things, and I'm assuming they will sort of bring him in at some point, and then, people will be allowed to go there. He was known as the Green Pope, apparently. And we still don't know why he quit all those years ago, and he's sort of been in seclusion. But obviously at the age of 95, the good Lord decided he couldn't keep him any longer. But they do it very well, actually. They do these sort of services. Because when we went to Vatican City, it's quite a big deal to go to the Basilica, because it's just so vast. And there's so many tour groups that are doing the rounds. I find it quite awe-inspiring. And then you go down into the crypt and you can see all the graves of all the popes. And the people sort of, dropping to one knee and crossing themselves and all the rest of it. Which, as I'm not Catholic, I didn't bother doing. Seemed a bit of a waste of time. I didn't think they were going to appreciate me anyway. But the place is just awe-inspiring. I mean, it really is amazing. And they like all their pomp and I suppose they actually do Catholicism in the Basilica the same way as we do the royal family. Because Vatican City is a business. The royal family is a business. That's how it works. That's why people go, oh, they don't get on with each other. They're all separate entities. They've all got separate groups of people who look after them. So tomorrow, there you go. I knew it was going to happen soon. Pope Benedict XVI will lie in state from tomorrow. So they'll move him in this evening after they close the doors. And because they have to bring him in and they have to take him out of it'll be a very simple coffin, just very simple. And they'll lie him on the dais and they'll make sure he looks nice. And then tomorrow morning, the crowds will start forming, probably from very early, I should imagine. And then people will better file past his body. We don't do that over here. We don't do the open caskets. But bear in mind, he's not going to be in a casket. The casket will be, they'll bring that in after he's lain in state. He'll be lying just on this dais. Len in Manchester, good morning. And Monzi in Hove says, I'm 6 and I'm with you on the slipping pants thing. Started happening to me. And Sean says, went to see the magic show on Friday. What a fantastic night out. The magicians were unbelievable. How they do those tricks is mind-boggling. That's the way we like it. Health and happiness from Stella. Thank you very much indeed. And later this year, the Mayor of London is going to charge me £12.50 ULEZ charge to go to the 1 mile into Kingston because I have an old car, yet last night's fireworks, it spelled thousands of tonnes of the emissions. Yeah, I mean, I don't pay ULEZ. It's pronounced ULEZ, isn't it? Because my car doesn't have any emissions. You'll have to change it, won't you? You'll have to change it, definitely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And what else do we have in the papers today? It's all sorts of different people, actually. And they're all obsessed, which I told you they would be. New year, new you. So you can go on a diet. And then you think, won't last. None of these people, even if you do James and Ola Jordan, which is going to cost you 50 quid, I wouldn't bother. I seriously wouldn't. Go to your doctor. They will tell you if you're overweight and they'll give you a diet sheet. End of story. And it's free. 16 minutes past 9.
Granny and Grandpa had their hearts set on getting Jess a drum kit for her birthday. And because they bought it on their Barclay card, they were rewarded too. It was music to their ears. Same can't be said for Mum and Dad. What you buy is your business. Rewarding you is ours. Search Barclay card to find out more about our range of rewards cards. Barclay card. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR representative variable. Subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 9:20. Look at that, on the button. Almost on the button. So Paul McCartney still hitting the high notes by commanding the world's top ticket fee per gig. He's managed an average of £206.68 per head for his 2.5-hour shows in 2022. So that was the average ticket. Amazing, the average ticket prices. It's not far off what they're charging for the pantomime at the Palladium. Iron Maiden, by contrast, are actually quite inexpensive. 64 quid is the average. Mind you, I don't know any of Iron Maiden's hit singles. I wouldn't know anything about them apart from they're called Iron Maiden, and that's all I know. I couldn't tell you the lead singer. I couldn't tell you anything at all, which is very embarrassing, isn't it, really? Dua Lipa I've heard of. That's 65 quid. So that's not bad, is it, for Dua Lipa? Ed Sheeran, see, he's way down the list at 69 quid, and I like Ed Sheeran. Not the best-looking person in the pop world, but, I mean, it doesn't matter. Looks shouldn't be everything. I'm on the radio. Coldplay, now, I believe that the lead singer of that is somebody famous, isn't it, Coldplay? Was it Chris Martin? And didn't he go out with some woman who's very famous as well? Gwyneth Paltrow. Yeah, you're right. Dave says you're right. He's our quiz master. Def Leppard. See, I couldn't tell you the lead singer of Def Leppard, but their average is £110 for Def Leppard. It's a group. That's all I know. And they're not really deaf at all. They're just called Def Leppard. They can all hear perfectly well. They've got what? They've got a one-armed drummer. Really? Good Lord above. I only realised the bloke who's on... Oh, it's a comedy programme, and it's about... Is it Last Leg Standing or something? He's only got one leg. And he's a comedian. But he walks... I was watching him on live at the... Whatever it was, the Apollo the other day, and I'm thinking, you sure he's only got one leg? And he has. He's got a prosthetic leg. I like him a lot. We like him a lot. Harry Styles is number 5 in this list. You know why? Because he's learnt to live in America. If you don't go and live in America, you ain't going to have a career over there. His average is £124 a ticket, which is actually not far short of Elton John, who's Harry's 124, Elton John is £134. The Rolling Stones, still going at that age. I mean, honestly, it's getting sadder and sadder. £147. Genesis. Now, is that with Phil Collins or is that not with Phil Collins? That is with Phil... We think with, OK. £147. Then Paul McCartney, way ahead, £207 average seat price, which is not bad. I mean, I suppose you're seeing a legend. There's some, it's Paul McCartney, for God's sake. I mean, there's not many left in the group, are there? One was murdered, one died, and you've got Ringo Starr, chuff, 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 said Thomas, and you got Paul McCartney, and that's it. There's nobody else left, and Paul is still turning out the hits, and it's amazing. It's like Cliff Richard. I've said to you, Tom, if you've never seen a Cliff Richard show at the Royal Albert Hall, go see him. He sounds exactly the same as he did when he was 19, but he has said in the papers today he doesn't want to play Glastonbury, because he said he doesn't think the sound's good enough. The sound for him is excellent. I bought the DVDs and everything else, and it's good. Sean Walsh, apparently he was the unfunny one on I'm a Celeb, looking forward to becoming a father so he can stay in. Yeah, we'd like you to stay in as well. There you go. That's good news. So everybody happy all round. And Robbie Williams is poised to jump on the energy drink bandwagon with his own brand of products. Some Aldi supermarkets, been selling this Prime Hydration, a drink created by a couple of people on YouTube. And apparently they go, oh, it's $1.99, but if you buy it on YouTube, it's about £50,000. Biggest pile of rubbish I've ever heard in my life. It shows how easily you can fool some people. This is an energy drink. For that read, it's got lots of sugar in it. That's like Red Bull, isn't it? Red Bull. You see people at the bus stops drinking it in the morning, Red Bull. And you think to yourself, it's just got lots of sugar in it. That's why it's an energy drink. And Robbie Williams is going to cash in on this craze. They say he's worth about £200 million at the moment, and it would appear under the label Rude Pump, which is a nod to his album from 2006. So they've got a patent application locked in. What is it that these people are sort of, these energy drinks? I mean, I can't have energy drinks, being, diabetic. But they said the success of Prime hasn't gone unnoticed. Yeah, but this was people in Aldi queuing up outside because they had a few cases of this stuff in there. I think people think they were going to buy it for $1.99 and sell it for £50,000, which only goes to prove how dumb some people can be, because it ain't going to be happening like that at all, I'm afraid. It's placed there by somebody who's trying to sell more of it. Okay, so they're convincing you that, in fact, you're paying $1.99, but you can get up to £50,000 a bottle for it. Why do you think they're even bothering selling it to the public if you can get, £50,000? Because it's just not true. Adam Hill's last leg. He's very good, actually. Very, very good. David from Shirley says, I always enjoy your memories of Vienna, where I was married in the tiny Ruprechtskirche in 1975. Do you think that living and working in other countries has enhanced your perspective of the UK? No, not in the slightest. I'll just tell you, I was talking to somebody about Vienna the other day, actually, a friend of mine who's been over. I said, the funny thing about Vienna is on every street corner, there's a church. There's a church on every street corner. So if you walk down the Kärntnerstrasse, you'll find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 10 churches before you get to Stephansplatz, which is the big cathedral right in the middle, which is great. But I mean, churches everywhere. So I nip into all of them. and always light a candle. No reason for it. You don't have to be Catholic to light a candle. I just go in there and pay for a candle. Only used to cost 5 shillings. And Vienna doesn't change. It's exactly the same now as it was when I was working there all those years ago. Happy New Year, Steve, from sunny Llandudno. Is it really that sunny this morning, Catherine? She says, surprised to hear you this morning to later slot. I wish my jeans would slip down. No, you really don't want them slipping down. It's worse for men. Can you imagine how embarrassing that would be? And Roger says, the chap you said needs to change his car is one of over 300,000 drivers that will have to do it, including me. £4,500 ULEZ a year is too much. Oh, I can believe it. Ice Cream Ian... Da, 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 da. Fun fact, he says, Steve, the singer in Def Leppard is Joe Elliott, which are the names of your last 2 producers. Unbelievable. It is. Elliott, my last producer. I get him for another week. He's back from his skiing sojourn. He went to France and it rained for the first 3 days. He was in a foul mood. I was getting all these texts going, oh, it's terrible, it's this, it's that, and everything else. And Joe as well, who is working with Ian on his programme. So I hear from all of them, surprisingly. You'd think I wouldn't, actually, unless it was through a lawyer. But no, I still hear from them, which is good. Steve, you're like my best friend, says Alana. Happy New Year. You're a big part of my life. You bring laughter and happiness. Oh, that's nice. And from Peter in Wimbledon, he said, they say there are some things money can't buy. It seems to be true in the case of Dave Beckham. Given all his money, he still can't have a knighthood. Yeah, absolutely. He can't. The lead singer of Iron Maiden is Bruce Dickinson. He was also a 747 pilot with Air Atlanta Icelandic. Good chap, pilot. Oh, right. Happy New Year. That's JJ747. And I've heard, says Cleve, that the Scarborough fireworks were cancelled due to a walrus in the nearby sea. Didn't anybody consider the walrus might have swam all the way just to see them? Yeah, I heard the fireworks going off last night. The merciful thing is they don't go on for too long. 3 or 4 minutes is just about as much as I can bear with fireworks. If you're in bed thinking, oh, shut up and go to sleep. But I put up with them. I'm not a complaining sort of person. So Emma Pryor doing the TV, talking about Ronan Keating. Ronan Keating. He was the one, actually, that Louis Walsh used to say couldn't sing for toffee. He used to say wasn't the best singer in the world. But Ronan Keating... has got Boyzone to thank for selling over 25 million records, but he's finally fessed up to hating the band's name. But he's coming into the latest Voice Kids judge on Monday. He told will.i.am, Danny Jones and Pixie Lott, it's dreadful. We're all in our 40s. We got all kids and we can't be called Boyzone anymore. Yeah. They keep bringing all these groups back, though, don't they? They sort of they have them out there and then they all finish because there's no interest. And the next minute they're all back. It's like Little Mix. Little Mix are all this year going solo. They're all going into the studio. And I confidently predict not one of them will make it as a solo artist. They'll go in the studio, they'll bring out the record, they'll get the interviews on the programmes and in the magazines, and that's as far as it will go. Louise Redknapp hasn't made any impact whatsoever on the charts. You know why? Because she was in a group called Eternal, but it's like Kerry Katona. What did you do about Kerry Katona? She turned up on a quiz show the other day, and it was pitiful to watch. Absolutely pitiful. And I remember thinking, why do they bother? Why do they bother? Only famous because she told her children on television about her drug addiction. And then I saw Daniela Westbrook on a Big Brother episode, again, shouting the odds and all the rest of it. And I thought, this is the woman who sort of snorted Arthur Columbia. And I couldn't understand really why, because I worked with her when she was going out with Brian from E17. She was on the coach and she was just on another planet. You can't talk to people like that, can you?
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Apparently, according to Greg in Cardiff, Def Leppard drummer and your namesake Rick Allen lost an arm in a car accident decades ago and played on with adapted drum kits ever since. Clem, never even thought about that. Never even crossed my mind. Steve, my son Ethan, says Jean, has just had a kidney transplant, so good start to the new year. It is, absolutely. And Mari in Surrey says, a great treat after having my sleep to hear your voice this late made my morning, which is lovely. And Jack says, loved the Christmas cracker brought on stage and had the magician sing Les Mis at me. I got to keep the set of playing cards he used, which was a bonus as I was going to buy a set after the show. I've used them for entertaining already. Yes, I remember I was standing backstage and watching. I was. Steve, Happy New Year. Didn't all the Lionesses contribute towards winning the Euro? Seems a bit unfair that only 4 received the New Year's honours, says Jill. Yes, I mean, I agree, actually. I agree. And Steve, Mr. Allen and team, I would love to see an LBC choir in this year's British Get Singing. Let's take the Golden Globe from this year's winners, Loose Women. Oh, no, I can't do that. I know the producer. Susie said, very few fireworks here last night in Farnborough, Hampshire. A blessing for animals. Sarah in Hertfordshire says, Boys to Men had the right idea for their band's name. Yes, and Laura says, I had the pleasure of flying with Iron Maiden frontman Bruce Dickinson whilst working for Astrius Airline. Not only is he an ace pilot, he's an amazing frontman and a gentleman. Good Lord above, that's all you could hope for. A gentleman. Which I think is very good, actually. More on poor old Gemma Collins. In fact, she doesn't do anything on any show. And this is the observation of Emma Pryor, writing in the Sunday People today. And she says, at one point, Gemma cooed, let's go hard or let's get off the outs before grabbing a cup or sitting back and leaving it to do, other people. She doesn't do anything. That's why she's the way she is. She seemed... I remember watching that dreadful programme. Was it Gemma Collins Diva or something like that? It was the biggest pile of dross I'd ever seen on the television. It wasn't a case of she was a diva. It's a case of she was bone idle and started talking about it. So she just wanted to eat, as we can see. But she says, I'll come into my own on this project, Gemma says, moving like a sloth. That's the trouble with her. She's all talk and no action whatsoever. If she gets married to the little boyfriend at the moment, I'll be very, very surprised. They've already put it off once. I don't see it happening anytime soon. John in Burnham-on-Sea says, talking about Cliff Richard earlier, the first record Movie is still considered the best British rock and roll record of all time among musicians. Ha ha. And UK John says, the thing about energy drink is it's low in sugar but still gives you the energy. That's why they're getting a patent. Oh, it's a load of old rubbish, dear. It's a load of old rubbish. If you have to rely on that, there's something the matter with you. Catherine says, I was listening to your little bit extra from Friday and heard you say you're on New Year's Day. What a treat. I know. What do you mean you haven't downloaded my little bit extra? Well, you must. There isn't one today because we class this as a bank holiday, but there will be the whole show up there. And if you just go to globalplayer.com, I have 8,000 downloads up there. 8,000 downloads on globalplayer.com. So if you download, it'll take you forever. If you take one a day out, you'll be there for 12 years, I'm told. So you can download them and they don't cost any money at all. It's all free. So go to globalplayer.com, click on the Steve Allen podcast, and there they all are. And you just download at your leisure. And I've got 2 on every day, except for public holidays and bank holidays and things like that. So enjoy them. And already we've managed to move over thousands and thousands of you because people are going, oh, I don't know how to do it, Steve. And I've said it's really simple. Globalplayer.com, and click on the podcast. You can also say, Alexa. Sorry, I don't want to do it now because I get into trouble when I do it. Because people say, my Alexa's just started playing another one of your programs. I used to say, go on, Alexa, play Driving Home for Christmas. Just to wind people up, say, my Alexa's now started playing Driving Home for Christmas. The power. Once I realised I had that sort of power, I tell you, I'm off like a man possessed, ladies and gentlemen. But do it because it will change your life. And it means if you're going on holiday or, sometimes you think, oh, perhaps I'll listen to an old Steve Allen, but you've got them there. Download as many as you want and it will not cost you a penny piece, which is always good news. Very few things in this day and age which are free. And that's one of them, which is free. So what have we got here? Oh, look, Strictly finalists Fleur East and Molly Rainford have swapped the ballroom for a beach on a paradise island. They went over there for a photo shoot with their photographer. Don't ever believe all these are just sort of, just off-the-cuff things. Singer and DJ Fleur, who's 35, so getting on a bit, and Molly, who's only 22, went onto this beach with their photographer, and they've taken a few pictures, and then they put them in the papers because people like seeing pictures of people wearing their bikinis. I don't know why, they just do. Plus, the family of Oscar-winning actor Benedict Cumberbatch could face legal action over historical links to the slave trade in Barbados. God, it's never ending, isn't it? And a burst of fireworks lighting up Sydney Harbour, and people in their boats out there, because they like that. They like things like that, and they do very, very well. Russell Grant's in the Sunday Mirror today, giving you his star signs. And what else have we got? Mark Steele talking about proud of his football team, Crystal Palace, for their festive gesture on Boxing Day. Matt Hancock's The Pandemic Diaries, officially a flop. 3,300 copies sold in a week. That's what's commonly known as a failure. So you see, told you. If you got the call, would you go on Strictly Come Dancing? No, absolutely not. Why would I? Why would I? A, I don't want to learn to dance, thank you very much indeed. B, I don't need the money. And secondly, I'm not a celebrity. So that was very, I wouldn't go on to, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. Well, you want to eat all these revolting things that have been... Absolutely not. How desperate do you have to be? How desperate? It's like, how much money would it cost to get your clothes off? Well, if you go on I'm a Celebrity, very little apparently. Very little. I've heard horrendous stories. Gary Barlow is raising a glass to success. His wine brand posted huge profits. Last year, he took 22 million quid in. There seems to be no stopping this boy at all. The year before, it was 12 million. And he launched his wine range, bottles of red, white and rosé, starting from £8. I got a bottle of Kylie Minogue's Prosecco the other day. Somebody gave it to me at the Magic Circle, which was very nice. Very, very nice. And it's in the boot of the car at the moment, chilling nicely. But Gary Barlow, he obviously knows, doesn't he, how to sort of do things. He writes hit singles, and he's now got wine. Mind you, Cliff's had wine for quite some time. What else have we got? I was watching the Yorkshire Vet earlier on the television. I like that. I like that programme. I'm not interested when they go to farms and start sticking their hands up cows' bottoms and things like that, and sheep and everything else. I don't like that kind of bit of it. But the rest of it is actually quite nice. Samantha Womack talking in Notebook, the Sunday Mirror magazine, candidly about focusing on herself. Now she's cancer-free, so that's good news. And with her partner by her side. And there's somebody else talking about her autism, and she's getting through it. And then there's loads of lovely royal retreats, and you can binge on all these pieces. Belvoir Castle has got, they're just fabulous, some of these places. And Belvoir Castle, of course, they've got a thriving industry going with all sorts of bits and pieces. Don't forget the 5 days of rail mayhem will arrive day after tomorrow. Okay. Plus, yes, we still can't work out, actually, why the Matilda movie is packed with junk food placement. Lots of things like iron brew and Watsits and stuff like that, which is not very good at all, actually. And Assange making this special request for freedom to go to Westwood's funeral. Apparently it's been granted, according to some papers. Other papers have said nothing has happened as yet. And bus fares slashed, £2 a trip, because they want you to go back to using the bus. I don't mind using the buses, but can they put some heating on them, do you think? In the middle of winter. In the middle of summer, we get loads of heating on the buses, just the time we don't actually need it. Also, never forget, Crown does Take That's Best Song, the world remembering Pele, and Claridge's with their major overhaul, and the Russian oligarchs. In fact, Andrew Castle did a piece on this a couple of days ago when he was talking about how many have been found dead. It's amazing. These oligarchs, they've got everything in the world, and for some reason they throw themselves out of hospital windows or are found hanging in garages and stuff like that, which is very odd. The oddest item to take on holiday, because when people go on holiday, they want a bit of home comforts. Do you know what the oddest item is? Toilet seat. People take a toilet seat on holiday. See, I would have thought people would be taking tea bags and wet wipes and stuff like that. But no, a toilet seat is very... how you fit that in your luggage, I've got no idea. And apparently as you get fitter, your sex life improves. Who cares? I'm not bothered about things like that. And a spate of UFO sightings at landmarks leads to claims they will land this year. That's what they've said. This is in the Daily Star. I have to tell you it's in the Daily Star because no other paper is running the story. And it's a case of, UFO sightings. They think, it's going to be closer. Why would they come and land here? I never understood why people thought that UFOs would come and land here. Because if they can fly from wherever they are to here, why would they bother coming? They're not going to learn anything from here. There's going to be no advantage whatsoever. I mean, I could be wrong. And I know people love to believe in these sort of things. They go, we'd love to believe in E.T. and all that kind of stuff. And to be honest with you, I don't think it's very, very likely. But in January, you can go meat-free and vegetarian. And now I think McDonald's are doing a plant-based burger. And people say you should try them because they're very nice and it's the way forward. I don't know. Pret-a-Manger closed down all their green Prets, which were doing a lot of vegetarian stuff, because there obviously wasn't enough interest to keep it going, which was a shame.
Do you hear that? It might sound like nothing to you, but it's actually the sound of nuclear, wind and solar energy. At EDF, we're busy generating more British zero-carbon electricity than anyone to help keep future energy costs down for everyone and help cut UK carbon emissions to nothing. Sound good to you? Find out more about our zero-carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helpingbritain.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. I'm still not quite sure, says David, what an oligarch is. Generally somebody filthy rich. Generally somebody filthy rich from Russia, and they generally have given money to Putin. So Putin, even on his meagre salary, lives the life of luxury like you can't imagine. It's because all the oligarchs have given him money over the years. But the moment they fall out with him, they sort of mysteriously die. You know, they either sort of throw themselves out of hospital windows, or they're sort of found mysteriously dead in the bath or something. It's all very peculiar. Very, very peculiar. You can't quite understand it, can you, really? Happy New Year from Trucker Joel, and from Brian and Rita in Sidcup. Thank you for the early morning shows. Oh, don't worry. I'm not doing them for free. I do get paid for them. And Roger in Cornwall says, I only discovered you last year, but you cheer me up. Oh, for goodness sake, listen, we're entering our 44th year. Admittedly, we have sort of tried different time slots, but our favourite is 4 till 7. We like the 4 till 7. Shelley says, Steve, you never mentioned Simply Red. They performed 73 concerts live all over the UK, the Ireland and Europe, and will perform again in 2023. Best live band. That's Mick Hucknall, isn't it? Simply Red. See, look at me knowing things like that. Look at me. I'm not supposed to know stuff like that. And Christina says, you'd be amazing to watch and I'm a celebrity. Oh, I wouldn't guarantee it. I wouldn't guarantee it. I wouldn't want to get involved in all that. Well, I definitely wouldn't want to eat all the revolting food that they put up in front of you. And they go, everybody's going to be eating lovely meal tonight if you just eat this. And I think, I wouldn't. I'd have to opt out of it and say, I'm terribly sorry, I'm not going to eat anything like that at all. I just don't get why it is, why Anton Deck would be so masochistic as to make people eat this stuff, liquidized or otherwise. Or sometimes they've got witchetty grubs, which are live, and they have to eat. And I'm thinking, no amount of money would ever get anybody to eat like that. And they go, oh, they did very, very well. You watch the people throwing up and gagging and all the rest of it, and you think, and that's entertainment, is it? We know that minister did very well on it, but he was on £400,000. I mean, you've got to be a bit desperate, haven't you, to scrape through on £400,000. Paula in Stoke Poges says, if asked, would you go on QI? Contestants are not necessarily celebrities, but just well-known, clever, interesting people. Well, there you go. That's me out straight away. I'm not clever, but I think I'm fairly interesting. And Steve, if asked, would you... Oh, sorry, we've just done that one. I do like QI. I do like it. I liked it with Stephen Fry. I like it with Sandy as well, and some of the panelists. Not all the panelists, but I like some of them. What else? Oh, there was a woman serving in a coffee shop in Thailand, and she left screaming. A 16-foot man-eating python fell from the ceiling. I've heard of these ones before. There was one the other day, and I think it was a python or a boa constrictor, which basically climbed into somebody's window. It was on the roof of this house. It had escaped from next door and climbed in the window next door because they left their windows open. Well, that would have freaked me out completely. I don't like anything like that. That frightens me. Parliament being overrun with super mice capable of dodging traps, because mice are very clever. When we used to be in Fleet Street, because the River Fleet used to go under our building. It was diverted years ago. You could lift up a manhole cover in our master control room and you could see the river flowing underneath. And mice all over the place. But little tiny mice can squash themselves into like an 1/8 of an inch gap. They don't, and they jump. They jump because we caught one in a bucket once. And this thing just leapt up, straight out, and they know where they're going all the time. Amazing, isn't it, really? I mean, I'm quite interested. I never wanted to keep a mouse. I used to have my cousin John used to keep mice, and I remember thinking, no, but I wouldn't want one. Not my sort of thing at all. And a copy of Charles Dickens's Great Expectations was returned to a school library in Toowoomba in Australia after 119 years. Somebody had obviously nicked it and then forgot to take it back. They do that, don't they? People do things like that. Penny says, I think you should go on The Chase. Yeah, have you noticed when they do the celebrity version of The Chase how easy the questions are? I mean, they really are easy. Really. Tilly in Barnet. Oh, hello, dear. Best wishes for the year. We'll be listening. Goes Gareth, Jen, Emma, 7, and Ryan, 5 from Banbury. Lovely. Brought in the bells with Nick Abbott, and now wake to Steve Allen. LBC schedulers, I take my hat off to thee. And this is from Dean in Belfast. He says, looking forward to business as usual. 4 a.m. Tuesday. 4 a.m. tomorrow. 4 a.m. tomorrow. So definitely. I could probably do The Chase, I think. I don't think I'd have too much trouble doing The Chase, provided they gave you those simple questions. Because some of the people on there are dim as anything. They really are. Oligarch is a Greek word for few with the wealth. Yes, or few dead with the wealth, I should imagine, because that's what seems to happen to an awful lot of them, isn't it? They just sort of end their lives, and yet they've got absolutely millions and millions and millions. Makes you wonder, in a country that has so much poverty, how some of these people make it. The answer is corruption. It's as simple as that. There's no other word for it. Sniffing chocolate could help you stick to a diet in the new year. What, just opening a bar of chocolate and sniffing it? Scientists found its seductive smell made people less likely to want to eat fatty foods. Wow, never thought about that. But there you go. Try that one for the diets for the new year. It's going to be the only way that you're going to manage it, isn't it, really? A lot of people talking about the doctor's surgery that sent out those emails to all those people. It was supposed to say, Merry Christmas. What it said was, you've got cancer. And it turned out that the majority of the people didn't have cancer, but they were telling them that they had. I mean, seriously, you can't believe it, can you? You cannot believe it. All these strange things. Martin Clune says the cast never get a chance to throw a proper party whilst filming the final episode of Doc Martin. I've never seen Doc Martin. I've never seen it. I should perhaps get the box set and watch it, because we love Martin Clunes, and I thought, no, that'd be a nice, gentle sort of programme to watch, I think. And so Bailey's Irish Cream can block drains and should not be poured down sinks. Why would you want to pour it down a sink? If you've got a Bailey's and you've got the bottle, you're drinking it. You're not going to pour it down a sink. I mean, unless you've had a party and some people have sort of left it to one side. I can't think of any other reason why you'd be doing it. But people do, I suppose. And who are the biggest pranksters in Europe? Surprisingly, Germans. Analysts of YouTube search data found they made 84,000 searches for Jape videos in the past month alone. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought it? I don't even know any German comedians. Oh, there's one who turns up on different programmes on the television. I can't remember what his name is, but he's actually very good. I like him. Whether he's German, I don't know. He could be anything, actually, really. Lots of food and lots of diets and because it's the new year. And so they're saying, new year, new you, lose the weight, be sort of good. And everybody's saying, listen, why can't we just eat what we want to eat and then hope the weight falls off? Because if you eat little and often, which is the easiest way to do it as far as I'm concerned, then you're just doing a little bit of exercise is much easier. If you go out there and because you never see happy joggers. They're always miserable as sin. You see them on the side of the road jogging and people running through parks. And it becomes like an obsession. I don't have a problem with that. Some people, though, are very lucky and they don't put on any weight. They're just one of those sort of, they can eat anything they like and they don't put on anything. And those are the people that we don't talk to because we hate them, because they're just very, very lucky. I've worked with loads of people in the past. Oh, look, Anton Decker back with a new game show. Oh, dear, because the last one started tailing off, didn't it, really? This one's called Limitless Win. Limitless Win. And so, it's not Jimmy Carr again. Jimmy Carr is a guest on it. There you go. There's a good reason for not watching. He's been on everything. Far too much. Far too much. Thank you very much indeed. Can we give it a rest? And can we not sort of bother about sort of people like that? Because once you keep seeing the same person all the time, you lose interest in the game show. So no more Jimmy Carr. Stop booking people like that. I don't mind Catherine Ryan. She's very good. But, Jimmy Carr's been on just about everything. His own shows, then guesting on other people's shows, is just, as far as I'm concerned, a little bit too much. So I think we covered everything today. We didn't mention the Brit Girl Group, Tip for the Top, but I'll probably tell you about them tomorrow. Sorry? Ready? Okay, lovely. So, which technical term there? Technical term. Morning, very nice to be company. Welcome to Monday. It's January the 2nd. We don't have to say Happy New Year anymore, unless you were completely blotto over the period of time. Richard, who's going in disguise now out the building. You did incite people this morning, didn't you, with your comments about Harry and Meghan? I was trying to talk to you at the end to sort of say, I really couldn't care less about them. I couldn't care less about his book, which you're right, he didn't write. And it's the fact that he's a bit ungrateful for what he's had in life, which is basically drunken escapades with as many birds as he could find. Then he settles down with Meghan, who'd been round the block a few times. I've seen it a million times before in the royal family, but what you have to appreciate is that every branch of the royal family is completely operating independently of the other ones. So they don't go round, I think I'll go round to Edward's place today, have sort of a sauna. They don't go like that at all. They operate independently with different, people looking after them, and that's why you never get straight answers. You don't get any answers at all, because if ever you ask Buckingham Palace, we have no comment to make. You think, you bloody well will have very shortly when Andrew and Virginia Dufresne get with this thing, because come February, she's allowed to give interviews to the media. For some reason, the gagging order only lasted a year. Seems an awful lot of money to pay, doesn't it? £12 million for, he's always denied any of the allegations, but she can write a book. She can give television interviews. You think that they're not going to be buying her story up? I'm telling you, they'll be buying it up like there's no tomorrow. The embarrassment that'll be heaped on him. And do you remember Sarah Ferguson telling us only a short while ago, oh, Andrew's a good man? Well, we're obviously talking about a completely different person. Harry's book will blast the system that left him playing spare, but you can't do anything about that. That's just the way it goes. You get the older brother and you get the younger brother, and Harry was the younger brother. And there was all that. Do you remember all the talk over the years? Are you sure he's the right, he's got the right father and all this, because he's ginger, and for goodness sake, it went on forever and a day. And then they went, no, promise you, they've had tests done. He's definitely who he says he is, but he's losing his hair anyway. Unless he's going to sort of, go the route of sort of having new sort of hair stuck on his head. But, it's the story that keeps on giving. People love it. They're fascinated by it. And the venom that comes out. You only have to mention Meghan Markle to drag people out of the woodwork screaming, they're a marvellous... I read one earlier on, actually. I thought it was quite funny. Somebody saying, Meghan and Harry are marvellous and they do far more than Kate and William. They don't do anything. They do nothing unless it's to line their own pockets, and if you don't see that, you're too stupid for words. That's what they do. She's interested in getting as much money in as possible, and Harry must be very lonely because he hasn't got any of his usual friends around him. He's got nobody. He's just stuck with her, and her poisoned mind. Let's face it, she never speaks to her family. The family was so desperate to go to the wedding, and that never happened. It's all just a bit of an embarrassment, the whole thing. But at the end of the day, Harry is going spare at the air, and he's obviously, somebody sat him down and gone, listen, this is you're just the spare, aren't you? Well, we always knew that. There was nothing the matter with being that. He was a member of the royal family. Whether you believe in the old-fashioned he's a prince and she's a princess and all that garbage, it don't make any difference. Don't make any difference. They're not going to affect your life. They're not going to affect my life. He can bring his little book out. He can upset the family all he likes because he's burnt his bridges. And if that's the way he wants to do it, then fine. That's fine. It doesn't make any difference to us. But they'll be looking for quotes in the book to put in the papers. That's what they'll be looking for, to find something where he said, I grew up and I got no love and all this kind of thing. There was never any love. In fact, to be honest with you, out of the whole royal family, William and Harry got the most love from Diana you could ever get. Charles, remote. But there again, Charles was always remote from the Queen. When the little boy had to meet his mother at the station, he had to shake her hand. His mother. Small wonder the boys grew up, being a little bit confused. But William's turned out all right. He works hard. He's now learning, what to do in the event of him becoming king, which, the way things are going, it might be in all of our lifetimes. They're also saying, will this latest pope, the one who's alive, step down? Because he's not very well at the moment either, whereas Pope Benedict is now lying in state. And people can go to the Basilica, and they do it all the time. It's something, I always find it very odd, that they put them in state and then people file past to do what, I've got no idea. In the same way that we did it for Her Majesty the Queen, but it wasn't an open coffin. Pope Benedict is not even in a coffin. He's just lying on the catafalque with his head on a pillow, and that's it. And, people will sort of see him. But he's a 95-year-old man. He'd had a good innings. First one in 600 years to actually step down. Very unusual. They don't normally step down, and I never quite got to the bottom of why he stepped down. But he'd been in retirement. He did go for his walks around Vatican City, because it's a very odd place, Vatican City. It's controlled by men with talking brooches. You go to Vatican City, I promise you, all you will see are these big butch blokes, black suits, black ties, talking brooches. You step out of line, they're on you like a ton of bricks. It's run like military precision, because they also did a documentary on backstage at Vatican City. And I remember thinking, what an interesting place, until they interviewed the choir boys. And they said, how many times have you met the Pope? They said, we've never met him. They don't see him. He doesn't enter into their life. They don't enter into his. They just sing in the Basilica, and that's it. And then they go to school and they get schooled and they play football, but they don't see the Pope. So I think on this particular occasion, they actually might have met him. He didn't know they were. Not a clue. But even so, every single place, from Buckingham Palace to Clarence House to any of these palaces which are around the countryside, they've all got their own working ideals. They've all got their people who look after them. You don't think that the Queen went to Balmoral for the fun of it. She liked going there, but that was where, it was a lock-up house, like Hampton Court Palace. She didn't spend too much time there, but she would do her 2 or 3 months over the festive season, and that was what she did. She went out for walks, she drove the Land Rover, she had a nice time, and she gave back, tenfold, 50-fold, I think, for what really she had to put up with. But the one thing she was very good at, and I couldn't have done it, kept her mouth shut. She never had any opinion, never had any opinion on anything. If you asked her about, how do you feel about Harry, she had no opinion on it. I can remember when Diana went to talk to the Queen, because Diana had nobody to talk to. You would have thought she'd have had loads of people. But, of course, that was the way that they did it. And so she went to see the Queen to talk about Charles, who was having the affair with Camilla. And the Queen went, I know. What can you do? And that was it. That was the end of it. So small wonder Diana was sort of, reduced to sort of going around and trying to find friends anywhere. What does she get the best of? Sarah Ferguson. That's the last person you need on your Christmas card list. But, it is a bit sad that it's all descended into this chaos, but only since Meghan came on the scene, because we never heard this before from Harry. He went out, he trailed behind William and Kate, he had his girlfriends, he went to pubs and bars, and he got drunk and nightclubs and stuff like that. Then all of a sudden Meghan comes on the scene. The next minute, the royal family are made out to be racist, and we spent a small fortune on a wedding. I don't know why. They should have paid for it themselves, because they ended up with money from Diana's will. I think they both ended up with about 18 to 20 million quid each. But at the end of the day, you've got two brothers. I don't know how it works out, really. Perhaps they weren't that close before. Even though Harry seemed to trail behind William like a lapdog. He trailed behind him at the wedding. He trailed behind him everywhere. You go, there's William, there's Kate. Oh, and they're bringing up the rear is Harry. Now, whether or not all of a sudden Meghan goes, why are you doing this? You're a prince. You should be... And perhaps he thought about it and thought, perhaps I should do something about it. So consequently, he's now alienated the family. In fact, actually, that's 2 we've had, because Andrew's alienated the family as well. And after Virginia starts talking come February, I think we're all in for a bit of a shock here. I've just got this horrible feeling that there's going to be stuff coming out, even though he's denied everything. And I still couldn't, and I know where it goes to, believe you me, but I still couldn't understand why you pay £12 million to somebody because nothing happened. And I thought, well, perhaps he wants to give me £12 million because nothing happened with me and him either. And everybody else. It just seems to make perfect sense. But, unfortunately, I'm a cynic, a horrible cynic. If somebody gives somebody 12, I think, why are you giving 12 million quid to somebody? For what? But the gagging order was only for the year, and it's been a year since we first had that. And so she will be free to tell all in TV and newspaper interviews, and they will be falling over themselves backwards to sign her up. I'm telling you. He's going to be front page of all the Sunday papers, the daily papers. It's going to run on news bulletins. She'll be interviewed on television programmes. Seriously, there's going to be an overload of dreary old Prince Andrew and what he's got up to over the years. That's what we're expecting. I should imagine, even as I sit... I remember years and years ago, somebody said there was a pecking order in Fleet Street when the newspapers used to be in Fleet Street, and they were looking for an interview with somebody who was very high profile at the time, and the Guardian reporters were told, go out there and get this interview with this person, offer £10,000. And the Sun reporters were called into the office and said, go out there, get this interview, offer $1 million. And that's how it works. The more money you've got, the more interviews you can get. And I think that Virginia will be looking... I mean, she'll end up with literary agents in this country because they'll be looking to do a book. They'll be looking to do newspaper interviews. They'll be syndicated. There will be stuff on the television. Perhaps she'll end up appearing on Loose Women. I mean, because these are programmes that pull in an audience. She'll certainly do This Morning. And they'll have to be sort of careful in how they do the interview. But at the end of the day, it makes Andrew look like a prize so-and-so, I'm afraid. You know, no matter what he got up to, or what he didn't get up to, is neither here nor there. The papers are going to revel in this lurid detail, which is going to come out. Harry's book is already remaindered. It's 28 quid if you want to buy it, but you can already buy it for a tenner, which doesn't look very good, does it? Doesn't look very good indeed. So, you know, will the royal family read it? Of course they will. Of course they will. They won't tell you they will read it, because they won't be wanting to admit to it, but they will have to read it to find out if he said anything that is actionable. You know, he might have told blatant lies in it, because it's only a ghosted book, so you never know. That they'll be looking for bits and pieces to try and get some interest. The book will be serialised, I can guarantee you, in about 2 newspapers, and they will then find out more about it. But if there's anything in there that Buckingham Palace and their legal team think is actionable, they'll have them. It's been apparently printed in numerous languages, about 15 different languages. Now, whether or not that makes a difference, I mean, why the people, you know, around the world are going to be remotely interested in it, I can't imagine. But yeah, we wait. Sorry? I'm not going to read it. No, I'm not going to read it. I mean, I shall read the serialisation in the newspapers, but I wouldn't give them the time of day, because I really, to be brutally honest, I couldn't give a toss about either of them. You know, I knew there was something the matter with her when the only person who turned up from her family was her mother for the wedding. That was the only person, and she looked like she was horribly out of place. She didn't speak to her father, who's got diabetes, and you think they're a bit of, you know, one of those sort of families which are, I don't know, dysfunctional. Mind you, I think the royal family's dysfunctional. You know, the amount of marriages that have gone up the Swanee means they're a dysfunctional family. I mean, even the Queen's marriage didn't bear inspection because Philip did what he did. You know, he had his own little farmhouse and he entertained certain ladies. There was a couple of actresses who he entertained, and the Queen just put up with it. But unfortunately, in Harry's case, it's a case of give us all this money. Have you heard their podcasts? I mean, dear Lord above, I mean, honestly, it's just embarrassing. It's basically Meghan talking about herself all the time. That's the obsession she has. I don't think she's interested in Harry because she was married before, but she was looking for a person. She lied through her teeth when she said she didn't know anything about him. She knew exactly who he was because we've had the person who introduced them. And we know these things. But what they choose to do is that eventually they will just go away and disappear, and we'll all be very happy about it, I hope.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 18 minutes past 4. So, it's in the papers today, Holly Willoughby. Her hit budget BBC show Freeze the Fear has been given the cold shoulder. But they do that. Do you remember seeing that? They went out there and they had people who were sort of jumping into ice pools and stuff like that. I don't like things like that at all. So she's hosted everything. The trouble is, as far as I'm concerned, she looks like the perfect host for This Morning. She's she's charming, she's witty, she's personable, she looks fantastic in a bin liner, she can wear whatever she wants, she laughs, she's got a filthy sense of humour, and she enjoys a good bevy. You know, what more do you want? And then they go, oh, she can do other programmes. So she's done a couple of other programmes. She tried a sports show. That didn't work. The one that she did try, this Big Freeze, was utter garbage. It really was. You know, what sort of... There was some bloke that they had on it. I can't remember, but they had 6 celebrities. Oh, that's right, Wim Hof. who was sort of trying to train them how to jump into an ice put. Who cares? The people who do it are so desperate for the money, they'll flog their mother down the river. They don't care. It's like, you know, if you really want to go to the jungle. Somebody asked me the other day, they said, would you ever go to I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here? I said, well, of course not. I said, firstly, I'm not a celebrity. And secondly, no amount of money would ever tempt me to eat some of the rubbish that they put. You know, watch Anton Deck eating it. Yeah, you eat it first, then I'll have a go at it. But they won't, of course. They won't, of course. But, you know, so all these programmes come up. The Larkins is going to be axed, they tell us, because the audience has plummeted. They've lost, I think, about 2 million viewers in a year. Which means that, you know, much as though we love Bradley and we love the chase and we love the things that he does with his son, occasionally they do a programme which doesn't quite have sit with the public because we liked Ma and Pa Larkin. We like the originals. We don't want to see somebody else doing it. It's like if I see another Mission Impossible film with Tom Cruise, I'm going to burn a cinema down. I've had enough of it. Because it's easy to do. And I should imagine the Larkins cost a lot of money. It doesn't look like a cheap programme to make. And don't get me wrong, I like the idea. I mean, anything apart from a reality show. I'm more than happy not to have any more reality shows, but they do them because they're cheap, and you can always find some old biddy off Love Island or somebody from Geordie Shore or something like that to appear on them, because that's how it works. They're sort of the cheapest programmes to do. Anything that sort of involves costume drama costs a lot of money. And they'll always plead poverty. I mean, some of the channels are very good at, you know, regurgitating stuff. But at the moment, I can't think what it is I'm particularly into at the moment. I like history-based programmes. Not necessarily history-based programmes, you know, which are sort of costume dramas. But I like programmes where they take you around London or show you inside the Tower of London or things like that. That's something I can learn from. I don't learn anything from I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. I learn nothing at all, apart from these people are so desperate for money, they'll do anything. Of course, what you want to do is get them all in there and then tell them how much all the other people are earning. And then they suddenly realise how little they've been on. You know, what did they have last time? Matt Hancock, 400,000. And the cheapest on that programme, I think, was about 25,000. I mean, you'd be sick as a parrot. Can you imagine? Matt Hancock, mind you, the good news is his book's not selling. The book's not selling. He's only sold, I think, about 3,200 copies in a week, which is what's commonly known in the book trade as a disaster. A total disaster. Richard says Prince Harry should be reminded of the maxim, everybody's got a book inside them, and in most cases it should remain there. Well, he didn't even write the book. It's ghosted. It's ghosted. He just sit down. Josh goes, Andrew's a good man, proving that, you know, the more stupid people are, the more stupid people are. He's not a good man at all. You're not Sarah Ferguson, are you, writing under another name? They say the media should leave him alone because he's a war hero. Yeah, riveting. Oh, well, that covers everything, doesn't it? Hitler was a good man as well at the same time, wasn't he? Everybody liked Hitler. He was very good in the war. I mean, seriously, honestly, Josh. I'm not sure, actually, whether or not stupid people like you pretend to be thick so they get the mickey taken out of them, or you really are thick. So I'm erring on the side of caution. You really are thick. It's as simple as that. Of course, he's not a good man at all. Locked into the Spike, says Waj, was very surprised to hear you were on at 7 yesterday. I know. I always do every year. I do Christmas Day, Boxing Day, New Year's Day. But having spent a small fortune on a taxi for coming in yesterday, £177, excuse me, and I will be chasing that one up. It's a case of I might have to rethink it and sort of get a bicycle or something like that, one of those electric bikes. The trouble is, yesterday somebody said to me, why don't you drive in? I said, there's nowhere to park. They closed all the roads off for the New Year's Day parade, the whole of Trafalgar Square, so I had to walk all the way yesterday down the embankment, which is okay. I can manage walking. I'm quite okay by things like that. And then get the train from Embankment Station, one stop to Waterloo, came up thinking, I'll get something to eat. And I looked at the leaderboard, which is where you read all the cancelled, 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 cancelled. And I thought, this is they're not even on strike. And already they were cancelled. And then there was a Reading train. And it was good. So at this time, it was 24 minutes past 10. And I looked at the Reading train and I forgot to check where it was going to. I just saw Reading, platform 17, leaving at 26 minutes past. So I picked up my skirts and ran like heck. Got through the barrier, jumped on the train at the back of it. They very kindly held it for a minute, and then I had to walk. And once you start moving on a train, it's like you're left, right, and the centre and all over the blooming place. And luckily, the train was 3/4 empty, and I got to my seat and then waited for the announcement, you know, fearing that I might have to get off at Clapham Junction. But it was one of those good ones, which I'll probably get again today. And it goes Clapham Junction, Richmond, Twickenham. And I don't care after that. It can go anywhere it likes. And I was quite happy. So I got home. But the train was there. There was nobody in my carriage apart from one man and his daughter. And that was it. I thought the Reading... And then, obviously, because nobody's back at work today either, most people will be going back into work tomorrow, which is quite nice. But so we have a sort of... So you've had a nice long Christmas break. You know, the longer it goes on, because today is another holiday. So you get that because of yesterday. And a lot of people will be going back to no jobs. They're saying that, you know, with the train strikes and the restaurants that lost loads of bookings over the festive period because of train strikes and union action, it's a case of these places close and they might never reappear again. And I always worry, because, you know, I have certain places I go to in London, and I always try and sort of make sure I go there. Not that it makes any difference whether I go there or not. It's a case of, you know, we have to support places, because you will see lots of boarded up business. I've seen it here in Leicester Square. Leicester Square, loads of places, they change on a regular basis. It's very embarrassing, very, very embarrassing. But I shall try and be good. I shall try and be good. But the good news is, only 260 days to Christmas. I tell a lie, 350. But it doesn't really matter. Jonathan Shallett, lovely Professor Jonathan Shallett, sent me a nice sort of Happy New Year message, which I thought was really quite sweet of him. And Stuart in the fish shop, and my friend Ian, and the parents of my godchildren, and Tony Pelledri. We love Tony Pelledri. He says, you're a ray of morning sunlight. Oh, that's a nice thing to say. He says, I'm your loyal listener. Tony, as you know, owns Little Italy in Frith Street. Not the one here, in Frith Street in Soho. And you should go. And my brother, I only got round the other day to writing Happy New Year to my brother. My friends Stuart Manning and Danny Milo and Jordan, and even Elliot, my current producer, who's he was skiing in France. I think he's back, because he's back on tomorrow morning. And one of my big bosses, used to be my boss here at LBC, James, he wished me a very happy new year. But absolutely convinced me. He said, here's to a great year ahead. And that's what I'm hoping. I hope this year is going to be a fantastic year. My former producer, Corey, he thinks this is going to be my year. I don't know what his definition of my year is. You always worry about things like that. You go, what do you mean my year? You know, am I going to win the lottery? I don't know. It's got to be said. He said, I think this year is going to be your year, Steve. So I'm quite grateful for that, and miss him desperately, as always. Steve, I watched a clip of Dale on Freddie Starr's show. I've not seen that, actually. I've not seen it. People keep telling me about it, but I never see these things. I have to sort of, you know, somebody will say, have you seen this? Have you seen that? And then I go, I'd forgotten he did that. I get there eventually. So we'll wait and see whether or not Holly Willoughby's show goes second series. I have a feeling not. But they've spent a whole page doing it. And, you know, as I say, she looks great. But they had that very camp weatherman who was on. Plus they had Tamsin Outhwaite, Gabby Logan, Patrice Evra, and they were in the Dolomite. I just wouldn't go. You know, no matter how much money they'd be offering, no thank you. You know, nothing is worth losing your life in a cold plunge. But they say, just jump into this ice thing and then... No! Absolutely. So they're never likely to ask me. Thank goodness, actually. Lots of people getting carried away on New Year's Eve. I was amazed at how many people there were yesterday in Leicester Square at the time I was coming in, which was about 20 to 5, I think. I came in yesterday. There were people everywhere, drunks, people wearing very little clothing. It's obviously the standard thing for New Year's Eve and Christmas Eve, you know, to wear very little clothing. You think, I'm not surprised you're going to get a cold. You know, for the simple reason you're not wearing it. And there were two girls walking through in little micro mini skirts, but had no shoes on. They were walking through all the puddles and all the pigeon poo and everything else just in their bare feet. I thought, yuck. Steve, that's a lot of money for a minicab. Well, it's not a minicab, it's private hire. £177. That's got to be a Rolls Royce, says Terry the cabbie. I wish it was. Would have been cheaper for me to bring in a driver for my car and get them to drive me into town, then go and park out, at Euston, and then sort of come back in to come and collect me again. Because I just thought that was taking the mickey. You'd think if you spent a lot of money with a company, that they would, A, do one of two things. Either they would give you a Christmas card saying thank you for your loyalty. Nothing. I even get Christmas cards from listeners and from the garage where I buy my cars. Always get a Christmas card saying thank you very much indeed for your custom. From this particular taxi firm, nothing. Not a Christmas card in sight. Or failing that, for spending so much money over the course of a year, we're going to give you 50% off your journey on... Nothing. Nothing. I haven't told anybody what the cab company is yet. Well, I've told them all at work. But I will be telling you. If it doesn't resolve itself to my satisfaction, I'm going to be naming them and finding another company, because they don't deserve to have business. They really don't. Steve, what makes people think that Virginia woman's telling the truth about Andrew? Well, why would she lie? You have to ask, why would somebody lie? I don't know. I wasn't there. But put it this way, it enabled him to pay £12 million to something that he says never happened. I mean, I found the pizza thing the most bizarre side of it. You go there to a pizza place, Prince Andrew, well-known face, everybody knows who he is, and yet nobody says anything. He goes there for a birthday party. What, nobody behind the counter went? In fact, there's been no comment from the pizza place at all. You'd think they'd be going, oh, yes, we had a girl who worked here. She said he was in on that night. Nobody. I mean, yeah, he can't sweat. I know. He can't sweat. We'll wait and find out, shall we? Come February, you watch. There's going to be stories going to make your hair curl.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because you go through the papers and you read stories. There'll be police officer stories. Always a police officer story. Almost every single day. And this is a police officer called PC Adrian Atkinson. He was caught in a 50-mile-an-hour zone driving into work doing 111 miles.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
An hour. I mean, my car can do 160 miles an hour, but I wouldn't. He's been banned from driving. He was clocked by in his own car by a traffic officer's mobile speed camera. He pleaded guilty. In addition to disqualification for 28 days, he's ordered to pay a victim surcharge of £154, fine £385 and costs of £120. He now faces disciplinary action, which means that he could be kicked off the force. He's quite clearly a complete bozo. I mean, seriously, 111 miles an hour in a 50-mile-an-hour zone. So he gets banned for just 28 days. He's got to be kicked off the force. You can't have an idiot like that on the force. That's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Mind you, talking of ridiculous, James and Ola Jordan. I said to you the other day, they've run out of ideas of how to make money. They were booted off Strictly because they were dreary. He had to do Big Brother, I think, and he was deeply unpleasant on it. And she pretended she'd put on loads of weight. They're both dancers. Dancers don't put on weight, and so they obviously thought, I know, let's make up a story about, we can help you with a diet. So I have said to people before, don't take a blind bit of notice what James and Ola Jordan say. They're not qualified nutritionists. And it turns out they've got other people in there. They had a celebrity dietitian called Joe Travers and a nutritionist called Amanda Ursel. And so the couple have devised a diet. I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. Why would you waste anything on this one? And you can go to danceshred.co.uk to find out more about their plan. I think you're expected to cough up for it. I think they're charging something like 50 quid. Do not waste your money. Really. You don't trust these people. They don't know anything about it. They've done it with nutritionists, so they've got to sell this thing because that's the only money that they've got coming in. But when you look at her and they said, oh, look, she put on all this weight. She's a dancer. She just pushed her stomach out. I mean, Strictly come, yes. It is true, though, isn't it? It's a case of, I never liked him anyway, and her I really couldn't care less about. But when they dropped them both from the programme, I thought that was the best thing that was ever done, and they didn't want them back again. Then they start using him as a talking head. Oh, in Street Hooja. Who cares what he thinks? And they go, oh, we put on all this weight and now we've lost it. You're dancers. I tell you what, go to any West End show that's got dancers in, not one of them is overweight. They claim, he does, in an interview, that they went to a doctor who told them they were clinically obese. Jackanory. Do not waste your money. But, of course, the papers do it. They go, oh, it's helped them lose, mum and dad bods. They're both dancers. They don't have mum and dad bods. And shame on the newspapers for printing this garbage. It's the same old thing, so you can have courgette, feta and lemon pasta, spinach and cheese omelettes. I can't wait for them to sort of stop doing the diet and just put the weight back on again. Because they go, you can change your diet for 2023. No, don't waste your money. Go to your doctor, say, listen, I think I'm a bit overweight. How can I lose weight? They'll give you a diet sheet, cost you nothing. Don't give these people money. They're dancers. If they give you a dancing lesson, well, fair enough. But they also have chucked in something else just to make you feel even more vomity, which is, oh, it's perked up our sex life. Well, that was it for me. I'd had quite enough by that time. The very idea of it. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Thor the Walrus, it seems to have popped up all sorts of places, and he's now in Scarborough, and people have all crowded round. They actually haven't gone anywhere near him because these things will kill you. These things are enormous. I forget how much this one weighs, but it will be a certain amount. But they sleep for a lot of the time. And so he's there. They've called him Thor, the Walrus. And if anybody could go on a diet, Thor the Walrus could. But he's swum a long way. He's really, 0.75 tons. I've seen them I've seen polar bears trying to attack them and eat them, and these things rear up because they're 90% blubber. In other words, there is no chance of a polar bear unless it really gets a very young walrus. And this one put on an X-rated show, and so they've had to. He did a solo sex act on what they do. I remember going to a zoo years ago and sitting there, we were watching the monkeys, and all of a sudden one started, and I remember thinking, oh, let's go away now. But it's amazing. Because most people have never seen a walrus, not a wild animal. You've never seen anything like this before. And I just think he's just quite nice, if not a little bit fat, but that's how they work. What else we got? Alcohol-free beer with the real thing. Why do people drink alcohol-free beer? I never understand it. It's a case, you want to drink beer, drink beer. Why do you want to go for alcohol-free beer? So they go, so I can drive. You go, well, why don't you get somebody else to drive you? Make it an awful lot easier. And there's loads of it. I had some alcohol-free Prosecco over Christmas. And don't get me wrong, it was very nice, but I might as well have drunk water. An insurance boss flashed two women because he felt the need to be punished over his company's cash troubles. This is a guy called Mark Mellett. And he approached them later. What is the matter with these people? Seriously, I begin to wonder what planet I'm on. He's a father of two, and he then followed them down a street, sometimes covering up with a notebook before the police arrived. His lawyers said it was a cry for help. Yeah, for the women, I should imagine. He has, unfortunately, you spare no sympathy for this man. He has previous convictions for the same thing. So, he doesn't learn anything. He was given a 12-month community order with 100 hours of work by Southampton JPs. So just remember, Mark Mellett, 59, pervert. OK? Simple as that. It's ridiculous, honestly. And eagle-eyed viewers have accused Vladimir Putin of using paid actors to pose as soldiers in his New Year TV address. He's looking iller by the minute. Somebody had said to me the other day, Putin's look a little bit ill. I said, is he really? And then this time round he is. But the Russian president raised a glass of champagne to troops who had allegedly fought in the Ukraine war. But of course that's rubbish because most of them were killed. Their losses are absolutely phenomenal. But during the address, viewers revealed on social media that they recognised a blonde woman in military uniform from propaganda clips. She's exactly the same person. I mean, it's all stagey, isn't it? I feel sorry for anybody living in Russia. What have you got to look forward to? Nothing. Nothing at all. Steve, the suspense is killing us. Name the cab company, says Michael in Forest Hill. No, if I don't get joy, believe you me, they'll be named. They'll be named. And protein bars, priced at £1. We've seen these protein bars. You get them all over the place. And people like them. They've had to lock them in boxes as the cost of living crisis bites. They were spotted in a Tesco in County Durham by one man called Andre, who says, I'm confused why the store felt the need to do this since there are other items worth more that don't have security boxes. Well, they've had to, in Tesco's in Greater Manchester, lock away false eyelashes and anti-wrinkle cream. You know, who do I think will be the next one to pop his clogs? Who? Putin. Well, do you know, he might be. He might be the next one to pop his clog. I've a feeling there's other people before him, because the fact that he's going straight to hell on a handcart is neither here nor there. Because they were saying, you know, he needs to be held up for war crimes and he needs to be convicted because he's quite clearly a complete megalomaniac. And, of course, totally corrupt. Totally corrupt. Because otherwise, on his salary, how in God's name does he end up with all the stuff that he's got? And the answer is corruption. The oligarchs give him money, so they made him very, very rich. Ridiculous. Steve, let's hope that Thor the Walrus enjoys entertaining locals, doesn't end up the same way as being attacked by a dog as the seal at Putney. Yes, we had that. The seal who was swimming and then came ashore, and then this dog went and attacked it. That had to be put down. You know, but that's stupid dog owners. Very stupid dog owners. What else we got? We've got a pilot unable to afford his own aerobatic aircraft has built one from scratch. He didn't have 400,000, so he began building it. I'm not sure I'd want to go in it, actually. That kind of frightens me a little bit. Kylie Minogue, still out there, taking a plum job. She's singing in the New Year in Dubai. She was booked. Elsewhere, Dave Beckham posed with his family to see in 23. Yeah, give the money back. Give the money back to Qatar, Dave. Don't be a creep all your life, please. Goodness sake, honestly. If you haven't taken the hint by now, you never will do. Gay icon? I don't blooming think so. Don't think so at all. Mackenzie Crook wants to put highwayman Dick Turpin centre stage, which could be an interesting one, I suppose. Plus, Amanda Holden is so busy with TV work that husband Chris has the Bionic Woman theme as his ringtone for her call. She's always working. She's always working. She comes in here every day, always working. And Bear Grylls has revealed he grimaces at the thought of all the raw wild food he's gobbled on his travels. He's eaten goat's testicles, rat brain, camel intestinal fluid, bats, snakes, scorpions, to name but a few. No, thank you. No, why do these people eat this stuff? I don't know. Is it some sort of... Perhaps it's kinky. Perhaps it's kinky. I can't think of any other reason why you'd want to eat all of these peculiar things. It's like sort of going back to I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. Thousands of trees are dying because council planting is shoddy. So consequently, they've sort of said, oh, you know, can you plant this tree? And they can't manage it. Kerry Katona's had to say sorry to her panto cast, yes, because she can't act for toffee. And she says for being a moaning cow. That during a nasty illness that's lingered for weeks. She's starring as ugly sister Botox, how appropriate, in a pantomime in Lincoln until January the 8th. She said, I want to apologise to the cast and crew because I'm sick to death of moaning and complaining. Well, that's all you've done for your whole life, isn't it, dear? Moaned about this, moaned about that. I mean, you're just dreary. Dreary, she says, but this bug has ruined my whole panto experience. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you shouldn't have been in it in the first place. You're not a pantomime celebrity or star. I can't imagine what sort of people are going to be bringing their kids to see somebody like you. Hello, here she is, the woman who explained to her children about how much Colombian she'd been snorting. And you think, why is that somebody a panto star? Steve, says Albert in Croydon, once the publishers realise Harry's book has bombed, they'll drop him like a stone and end any hope of any future books. Well, there's now talk, isn't there? Meghan's going to write a book. Or perhaps it'll be colouring in, I don't know. I'm not too sure. But either way, who cares? Who cares? I mean, the trouble is they've printed Harry's in various languages. They think it's going to be a big seller. I don't personally see it. It's only because all the newspapers will be running it, so you won't need to waste your money, because it's cheap anyway, but, you know, all that money goes into the publishers' pockets because they've had to cough up a load of money for, I forget how much he got as an advance, but it was quite a lot. But they give him a ghostwriter, and then he sits down and just rambles on in his sort of incoherent way, poor soul.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice to have your company. Somebody says, did you get out of bed the wrong side? No, I always get out of bed exactly the right side. I'm absolutely perfect. It says, have you watched the Harry and Meghan Netflix series where Meghan explains her family rift? Well, I'm really not interested. I really couldn't give a forex, I'm afraid. And it says her mum sees her and her half-sister, daughter sees her. Yeah, she doesn't, she just basically, I just don't like her. Which actually, we're very lucky in this day and age. You're allowed not to like somebody. If you don't like somebody, you don't have to like them. Some people like them, some people don't like them. Not everybody finds certain comedians funny. You know, I might find somebody funny and somebody else doesn't. Everybody's different. If we were all the same, what a boring world it would be. How dull. But it's the sort of the scathing criticism that comes back. You've never liked her. So? You know, there's loads of... Didn't like Vlad the Impaler either. But you never mentioned that one. I wasn't over keen on Putin, but everybody's been very quiet on that one. Mention Meghan Markle, the woman who's been round the block about 4 times, and immediately people are up in arms. Good Lord above. She was a very successful actress. She was average. She was very average. I don't notice them beating a path to her door, I'm afraid. But, you know, it's one of those sort of things. But it'll be interesting to find out, actually, if she brings out a book. Because you can imagine what it's going to be about, her dreary life. You know, she's not old enough to have had a life. Whereas, in fact, Harry's had a life. It's just that I think he's being led by the nose. I think he's being led by the nose. But no, I never get out of the wrong side of the bed. Oh, God, no. I'm always very positive on everything I say. Always very positive. Do you know that more than a third of adults would struggle to cover just a £20 increase in their monthly outgoings? £20. I mean, I remember James O'Brien told me ages ago. He said there was a survey done, and it proved that most adults working in this country have less than £100 in savings. And I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "You wouldn't believe it, would you?" I said, "Well, I wouldn't believe it." He said, "People live basically hand to mouth. So 1 in 4 Brits." 1 in 4 Brits have less than £100 in savings, which would frighten the life out of me. We were talking about this the other day, actually. It was a group of us, and we were at the Magic Circle, ironically, and we were talking about, we talked about magicians, we talked about the show and all the rest of it, and then we were talking about mortgages and things like that. I said, I feel sorry for people who've just taken out a mortgage, and now, you know, the interest rates are going through the roof. People who were paying, say, $1,300 will very shortly be paying $1,700 because it goes up. And we're always told, borrow as much as you can. You know, max yourself out so that you can get the best possible property. I was always told, buy the cheapest property. The reason being that that's the start of the ladder. So everybody else, so in other words, if I buy a bedsit for, you know, £200,000, I know it seems ridiculous, but London prices being what they are, if I bought one for £200, that's the starting price. Somebody else will want to be on the ladder for £200 in exactly the same way. I mean, I luckily don't have a mortgage anymore, but I did have it saddled around my neck for years and years and years. And people say, oh, you're very lucky. I say, no, it's only because I've saved up to pay off, because and it was ironic because it's the first time I'd ever met anybody else. I said my mortgage was linked to an insurance policy. And if the insurance policy didn't perform well, which mine didn't, you had to pay extra because it gets to the end of the mortgage. And they wrote to me. And I kept seeing little flashes of red on the envelope, but I kept thinking, well, I don't like the sound of this at all. I don't think I'll open it. And so I deliberately didn't open the actual envelopes because I had a feeling it was going to say. And then I got brave one day. It's like years ago. You know, you have a bank account and then you get a letter from the bank. You know, you're in overdraft. How will you be repaying this money? You know, because I thought that if they send you a checkbook with 28 checks in, there's got to be enough money on every single check. So I used to fill them out. And it got so desperate that I can remember coming into London and going to a bureau de change because they didn't have a system there. You just literally wrote out a cheque, showed them your cheque guarantee card, and they gave you 50 quid minus 6 quid, which was their commission. So you ended up with £44. And so it's very easy to rack up the money because I was desperate. I had a Visa card, Barclay card, and I used to borrow money on that without realising the interest rates at that time were about 36%. So I got myself into a lot of financial difficulty. I can remember at one point I got myself... I'd been to the bank, and the bank I was with was William and Glyn's, which was Royal Bank of Scotland. And the two boys in the bank, two young men, were, in fact, listeners to the programme. And I said I wanted an American Express card. And I'd forgotten that an American Express card, the green ones, which is how they were when they started, whatever you spent, now it's changed the system, but in the early days, whatever you spent in the course of the month, and there was no limit, you had to pay back at the end of the month. So you would get to that stage where you might have spent £1,000. At the end of the month, you have to pay the £1,000 back. If you don't pay it, they suspend the card. And they were listeners to the programme. And before I knew what had happened, I was 30,000 in debt because it came with an overdraft. And it was a case of, 30,000. How do you pay back 30,000? And the answer was the bank took the card back again and basically said, this is how you're going to live. You've got to live, not hand to mouth. So when you hear about people who are now stuck, in a catch-22 situation with only having £100 left at the end, and the bills start coming in, and believe you me, they will start coming back in again. They will start coming in. And this week is a 6-week month. This month is a 6-week month because you got paid before Christmas. Nobody gets paid after Christmas. You get paid before Christmas. So it runs through. So it's 6 weeks. And you're going to get the bills in. And it's going to be the bills for the gas. And it's going to be the bills for the electric. And it's going to be a bill for the council tax. And it's going to be a bill for and this is even before you've started living. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's so difficult now. And because... we've got strikes on all over the place from postmen, and I think we had driving instructors the other day at the test centre, and I was sort of thinking, well, that's not going to change anybody's life too much. You just sort of put it off and you think, there's a queue anyway for these sort of things. And it's a case of you feel sorry for people because some people have come back. The company they work for, I lost track over Christmas. There was about 3 or 4 big companies who they said, we've had to close the doors because we can't afford to exist. And once some of these big companies get their electric bills in and stuff like that, they won't be able to make it through. So they have to make staff redundant. And when you get to a certain age, redundancy is not a very pleasant, prospect, I'm afraid. And trade unions are vowing to escalate strike action to achieve maximum damage. Well, the only damage they're doing is their members will be out of work. Because people are losing money already. RMT members are down about £5,000 at the moment. Postmen are down £1,500, nearly £2,000. And it's a shame because there's no end in sight to it. And there's no end in sight because the government have said that's it. And the union has said, well, we're going to escalate the action. You think, for what objective? There is no objective. They're not going to give you any more money. So what do? Do you have to eat humble pie and then sort of hope that it all turns out for the best? Because I'm quite sure that given the opportunity, a lot of RMT members would love to go back to work. It's much easier that way. Give people a little bit. They're certainly not going to. I think the nurses were after 19%. I don't think that's going to happen at all. You have to, come to a compromise, and it's the compromise. But the trouble is, if the unions are not talking to the bosses, we're going nowhere. It's all right for little Michael Lynch to stand there on a picket line surrounded by his big, heavy blokes, but at the end of the day, it's his members who are going, we're going to need some money very shortly. What are you going to do about it? And the answer is he's achieved nothing. Nothing at all. These strikes have been going on for ages and ages. Royal College of Nursing set to strike again over 2 days later this month. But it's only 2 days. It's only 2 days. The RMTs seem to have practically the month mapped out, that there won't be trains. And so we have to go home a different way. We can do it. It's not very pleasant, and you wish that it could all be sorted out. And then I heard Keir Starmer asked by Nick Ferrari, who are you supporting? You supporting the strikers? And he went, no. He said, I'm supporting the general public. He said, and then he corrected himself and just went, I just want to see an end to it. I thought, yes, otherwise the union would be going, oh, I really thought that Keir Starmer was sort of behind us. Not necessarily. It's a bit of a shame, really. MPs have slammed the stealth tax on households' energy bills, and that's why there's food banks all over the place. I mean, I've never been to a food bank, quite obviously, but I've seen people going to food banks, and they were telling us the other day, nurses have been to food banks, and you think, how desperate is it, for goodness sake, that a nurse has got to go to a food bank? They've got to sort that one out. That's the most important thing. The health of a nation is the most important thing. We take for granted, don't we? You know, you're ill, you go to A&E. Mind you, admittedly, some people waste time at A&E. They go there, I've got a bit of a sniffle. Well, go to the blooming chemist. Stop wasting our time. Go and buy something in the chemist. Oh, can I not get it for free? No, go and buy it in the chemist. In fact, they are recommending people go and see chemists now anyway, because they know what you could, if you go there and you say, I've got this rash, or this has popped up, or that hasn't popped up, what can I take for it? Then they recommend something. So you don't need to go and waste the doctor or the hospital's time. And yet some people seem to say, they think it's a holiday place. They think, whereas if you go into A&E, you've got to be on your last legs. But I've seen people sitting there just basically reading a book, sort of wasting everybody's time. Really is very annoying. So hopefully it will all be decided. Sylvia in Scarborough says, I'm glad your brother's in charge of your finances. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'm also delighted my brother's in charge of my finances. I send him things and he sort of does the thing, because I can't be bothered to do stuff like that. I'm the world's worst. I'm the world's worst. Steve, remember the unions do the same job as your agent. I don't have an agent. Why would you assume I have an agent? What a stupid thing to say. What a stupid thing to say. Why do you think everybody's got an agent? Why would I have an agent? I've been here for 44 years. I don't have an agent. What, pay somebody to secure me a job that I've already got? That would be a waste of time. I mean, I know some super duper agents, believe you me, but they've never offered to handle me because I'm here. The only time you need an agent is when you don't have a job and they then sort of go and find one for you. And they go, we can offer Steve Allen this or Steve Allen that. No, 44 years. I did have an agent at one time, but then they spent such a long time faffing around to secure me a piece of money on a television programme I was doing that I did it myself. And she shouted down the phone at me. She said, that's what I'm paid to do. I thought, no, you're just doing it because you get paid for it. But, I mean, this thing was just dragging on too much. I understand how they work, but no, I have no agent. In fact, as far as I know, in this building, he's got an agent, apart from 3.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon & Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, Nice, welcome to Monday, January the 2nd. It's good. I was a bit disappointed yesterday. There were no shops open at all. Well, I mean, we had one. I think we had a little Tesco open from 6 in the morning to 11 at night. But, I mean, everything else was closed. Waitrose was closed. So I'm hoping today things are open. That's what I'm hoping. I mean, whether or not it's right, I've got no idea. What have we got here? We've got £590 million was raised by 23,000 charities and good causes last year. I think our own Make Some Noise charity did particularly well. We did very well on this programme. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. This fast food fanatic, his name is Des Breaky. He's not a particularly large bloke, but he munched purely on kebabs in December. Now, occasionally I like a kebab. His Christmas dinner was a meat wrap, and so he feasted on 124 kebabs, which turned out to have 250,000 calories in them. He obviously enjoys them, and they seem enormous, these things, absolutely. He said, I had kebabs for Christmas. I went to my mum's. I love prawn cocktails as a starter, so I was gutted. But I couldn't let them down. So He said, it's very much an accomplishment. I appreciate the support. So he's raised £1,000 for charities so far. So he doesn't get any fruit, no vegetables, no nutrition. But I thought the whole idea that a kebab had lettuce and stuff like that, doesn't it? I always thought it had things like that. Which is interesting. Always very interesting. Thousands set to mourn the Pope. I said that he's going to be lying in... I call it lying in state. I don't know what they actually call it, but he will lie in state for 3 days. He died in the Vatican, where he lived since retiring. First Pope in centuries to quit due to his increasing frailty. Pope Francis is 86. He looked weary and sat with his head bowed as Mass began. Because that's all they do. Once you're Pope, once you're voted in as Pope with the smoke and all the rest of it, that's it for the rest of your life. They don't have, I don't know if they watch television or anything like that. I remember seeing back when they do the St. Peter's Square and all the rest of it, he's standing on a box in the window and he does his thing in different languages sometimes, if you're very lucky. But this one, the current one, who's 86... It's also called lying in state, thank you, he's looking a bit frail. I don't think we've ever had 2 popes going very quickly, but thousands of people will turn up. Pope Francis led the prayers. Can you imagine? I mean, do you have to be trained to learn prayers? I was in the school choir years ago, not the school choir, the church choir, and I remember the Te Deum and all the other bits and pieces and what we had to sing at certain times. But I mean, if you're trying to learn all these other bits and pieces... must be very confusing, unless he's got an earpiece and they repeat the prayers. Because, there must be a way. And the Pope also has a thing where he goes out and meets people. And he does like an audience for ordinary members of the public, surrounded by security. And they had one on YouTube. And I can remember watching it, and they had a young boy there, who wanted to ask the pontiff a question. And he burst into tears. And the Pope went, come forward. Because if you've sort of grown up all your life and that Pope, and it's like a huge pop star. And the Pope called him forward and he said, what is it? And the boy was asking him a question, and it was very clever because the boy wanted to know, his father had died and he wasn't Catholic. And he wanted to know, and he asked the pontiff if his father went to heaven. And the Pope gave this long, convoluted answer, which basically meant, really, he should have been a Catholic. But he then sort of repeated everything. Apparently, the Church of England say they will ensure you are developing habits of prayer that will sustain you in ministry. And what does that mean? I don't know what that means, actually. Because I think it's a vocation. I've been to monasteries before, where they brew Buckfast wine and all sorts of things like that. And in fact, there was a nasty little situation in the Vatican City a short while ago. 2 nuns and a priest were caught in flagrante. I mean, can you imagine? Heavens above, you couldn't even make it up, could you? But I should imagine the frustration must be... because you have to go for a life of abstinence, don't you? You have to sort of sit down there and try and think of happy thoughts. Can't think of anything else, can you? And I believe that the Pope has a... No, not for you. Not for me either. Well, actually, it makes no difference. But I think the Pope has a nun with him, and she gets his clothes ready and everything else. So she is the nearest thing, I think, to the pontiff, which I think is sort of... it gives them somebody to talk to. And there is some nun who has worked for 7 popes. 7 popes, and they are there, presumably, if they start sort of falling off the wagon. But I don't know, are they allowed to get drunk? Answer no, but that amount of communion wine they must get through. Goodness sake. But, a nun who has served 7 popes, she's 90. She's 90. And I think she's called Sister Raffaella Petrini, and she's an Italian member of the US-based Franciscan Sisters of the Eucharist. It's all very complicated, the titles, I promise you, and you wouldn't understand it in there. But it is absolutely most amazing, and she is the nearest person, so she would actually hear. I mean, there is the abbess, who's the spiritual leader, I think, of the convent, and her authority is absolute. No priest, bishop, or even patriarch can override an abbess within the walls of her monastery. I saw The Sound of Music 4 times. I know exactly what went on. They can be quite evil, nuns. They dismantled the Germans' cars quite quickly, actually. And another one that says, Stephen, you must get an agent, says Josh. Nobody's job is for life. Oh, I've got the longest contract you've ever seen in living memory. Don't you worry about it, Josh. You worry about the fact you think Andrew's a decent person. That's your cross to bear, I'm afraid. As I say, you wait till the stuff starts appearing. Very interesting. Very interesting. I can't wait myself, actually, just to find out. I'm always interested the way the press turns some of these stories around. And so if Andrew thought that he got away... Because he turned up for church, didn't he, with the royal family? Luckily, he was at the back and nobody spoke to him because they didn't want to be associated. Nobody had their pictures taken with him. Normally, the royal family will sort of, do the picture taking. Not with Andrew, they didn't. He's almost persona non grata. Almost persona non grata. What else have we got? Holly Willoughby looks like she couldn't wait to toast the new year. And you remember that was the year last year she was accused of jumping the queue at the lying-in state of Her Majesty the Queen. She didn't. Neither her nor Pip did it. They were just going to do some filming. So he is like the walking equivalent of COVID, isn't it? People say, oh, do you know Prince Andrew? Ugh. Nobody likes him. Absolutely don't like him. I mean, it's not a case of whatever you think about him. It's a case of he's always been like that. I can remember him years ago. He sort of tries to pretend he's sort of man of the... Oh, no, he's always been very stuck up, I'm afraid. Deeply unpleasant. Deeply unpleasant. Simon says, do you ever have time off? No. What for? Every day is a holiday. Every day... Well, you're on the Isle of Wight. Do you work or you're on benefits? Well, what do you do? I don't take time off because I don't need to take time off. I can't think of anything worse. I know people sort of say, oh, you need a holiday. Every day's a holiday. I finish at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm home by, even at the worst during a rail strike, 8:30. And I've got the whole day. So, if I went on holiday, where would I go? Where would I go? I'm not the sort of person who would go and lie on a beach. That's not my kind of thing at all. I've been most places I want to go to because we travelled as youngsters because my dad was in the forces. So I don't really need to worry about it. But people always seem to worry about me going, you must take a holiday. And I think, but I rest every day. I get loads of sleep. Loads of sleep. It's just, it's the way that it works, actually. Steve, when I was working on minimum wage, my bank kept offering me an overdraft and credit cards, which I'm now glad to say I kept saying no. Oh, what? Me too. Me too. It's like I don't even take store cards. They go, oh, do you have a Boots card or do you have a this card? No, I don't. 10% discount today. Don't care. Don't care. Don't want anything like that. But he says it should be illegal to tempt people, so repeat it. Well, I remember talking to somebody at work years and years ago. We had a thing on the programme where we got people to open their wallets and tell me how many cards they had. Whereas me, I've got a debit card and which one's that? That's the bank card, and I've got a credit card. But the credit card would pay off every month in full. I don't want to start paying interest charges. Thank you very much indeed. And that's the only cards I've got. I don't know. But some of the people I was working with had like 20 cards for all these different companies and banks and this card and the Boots card and an Amazon card. And I remember thinking, good grief, trying to keep tabs of your account and also the outgoings. All these sort of standard service charges. No, thank you. Steve, maybe the Pope watches Father Ted on the TV, says Nicky in Workington. I don't think so. What do you think? It's translated into Italian? I don't think so. I don't know what he would watch. I think mainly his day is taken up with prayer and with meeting people. That's the way it goes, I'm afraid. I think there is so Pope's favourite TV show. Has he given up? He apparently has better things to do, we are told. Well, this was a few years ago. Pope Francis says he'd given up television for good. He said, it's a promise I made the Virgin of Carmen on the night in 1990 of July the 15th. He said, it's just not for me. I think they see it as perhaps an evil wickedness or something like that. But I think it's good. I think it's quite good. If you can give up television, blimey, that's even better than sort of giving up... smoking and stuff like that. Patrick says Twickenham Waitrose open today till 6 p.m. Oh, thank God for that. We'll all be back to normal. I like that, actually. But no, the Pope definitely not on Father Ted. I don't think he would probably get the gag, which everybody else seems to get the gag. Prince Harry's memoir may deepen the rift. Can't get worse, can it? That's what the papers are saying today. Can't get worse. I mean, it's gone about as bad as it's going to get, I'm afraid. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Shane says, I'm like you. I haven't been to the beach for years. Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's one of those things. Have you ever seen the comedy, says Roger, Nuns on the Run with Robbie Coltrane? I think I have, but I can't remember. I think I have seen it, but I can't remember if I have seen it. I just remember I was watching something with Robbie Coltrane in the other day. I think it was Cracker or something. And I remember thinking, why have I not seen this before? It was utterly brilliant. Utterly brilliant.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Jonathan in Deal says, read the guy who ate all those kebabs for charity. Turns out he's deducting the price of the kebabs, leaving the charity grand total of £5.48. Have you seen how much kebabs are nowadays? I didn't realise how expensive they were. I don't have them very often. I haven't had one for ages. But I was prone for a while to actually buy kebab meat in Iceland. And I quite took to it. I mean, I think it's processed, and it comes frozen, and you just put it in a saucepan and just sort of heat it gently, and then you stick it in pita bread with salad or whatever else you want to put with it. And I actually quite like it. It's about £3. And if I'm really feeling a bit decadent, then I do go for it, actually, in a big way. In a big way. It's very good. Colin says, if the NHS put a limit on the amount of consultations in a year, then people will realise they can't just turn up for a sniffle. But they do. That's the trouble. I wish there was somebody there in A&E who would go, what do you want to see them about? I've got a bit of a cold. Go to the chemist. Go to the chemist. I don't see why all these people should clog up and take up nurses' time and things like that. If you've got a serious injury, some people go in there and go, I've cut my finger. You go, well, put a plaster on it. God's sake, honestly. Talk about wet nursing people. It gets very embarrassing, doesn't it? Adele's boyfriend, he's called Rich Paul. He's been splashing out on jewellery for her. Oh, she's in the right place, Las Vegas. They have the most fabulous jewellery shops over there where you can, spend literally, you can spend $1 million, $2 million, whatever you want to spend. They have everything. I was watching something the other day. I think it was the Jewellery Channel, Gemporia, with some girl who, let's just call her, was a bit overexcitable. And she was going, I can't believe, and I thought, slow down, love. You're obviously, a little bit peaking. And she was flogging Tat. And it came down to, people are buying 2 and 3 of the, what is it, dear? What is it? It's a magnetic clasp. No chain, just the clasp, which was £8.49. You'd have thought she was flogging De Beers diamonds. And they keep dropping names in, like, Harrods and this, and you think to yourself, you're talking a load of garbage. And they go, collectors are fighting for this one. You think, what sort of collector is fighting for a magnetic clasp for £8.49? But I watch it because I'm fascinated by how much people have to do to earn their money. A friend of mine used to work for Bid Up TV years ago, and the biggest thing that they ever sold was a globe, like a globe of the world, but it was all precious stones on it. He said we used to shift thousands of them. And I think, years ago, when I was little, we couldn't afford a proper globe, so we had a blow-up globe, which was like a beach ball, but with a map printed on it. And that was it. So you could go, oh, look, there's Peru, and oh, look, China, and oh, look, Saudi Arabia, and all these different places. But this thing was made out of all these semi-precious stones, and people went crackers for it. He couldn't shift enough of them. And I love it. There's another one called TJC, and they flog things as well. And there's another one called Ideal World. I watch all of these on a regular basis. I could tell you the presenters straight off. And on Ideal World, they flog drones and electric bikes. And they always, Peter Simon will always say, stock's very low on the bicycles, as if they were running out, and I'm shouting at the television, well, order some more in. Don't just sort of pretend. And they go, the drones, how much are we doing? Well, the price will actually go up. It never does. Never does. They always sort of tell whoopsies, and they sell this and they sell that. And there was some bloke selling coconuts the other day, because he said tits like coconuts. And it was hollowed out, because you like that, don't you? You hang it up in the tree, and then different birds come along and they peck the inside of the coconut because it's filled with, like, bird seed. They used to make them on Blue Peter. Blue Peter used to make these things in a plastic cup, and then they put string through it, then they'd let it set with lard and all the rest of it, and then they'd hang it up in the trees so all the local birds could have a go at it. Which actually it was quite... I didn't want it because they made a mess. We had a bird table once and the mess all over. They thought it was a toilet. They had no idea that I wasn't really prepared for this kind of thing. But I'm just fascinated by some of the rubbish that they sell on these places. Sometimes, though, I have been tempted to pick up the phone and call, and order something, because I just sort of, I don't know, I just feel I need to have some of these things. I don't really, but I feel if they're standing there for an hour selling like a pencil or something like that, they go, and you can do this and this with it, and I'm thinking, eventually you start going, I think I need to order it. I don't want to miss out. We watched a guy down at Brighton Pier years ago, and he was selling a juicer, and it was a little plastic thing, and it had a little sort of funnel on the top of it, little funnel, and about 3 inches of plastic, and you screwed it into an orange. Okay, and then you walked your finger around the orange and it filled up with juice. Don't waste your money. Go and buy Tropicana. It'll save you all the hassle, because it's quite an art form. When he did it, it looked as though he was just running his fingers loosely around the outside. He was pressing to fill up the little juice tap, and the little glasses he had were no bigger than the juice tap, so it looked as though he was getting tons of orange juice out of it. Well, I sat there for an hour with a friend of mine. We were determined not to buy it. In the end, I succumbed. In the end, I decided, so I bought 2. And I think it's cost about £2. He must have shifted thousands of these things. And when I got it home, you can also put it in a lemon and get lemon juice out, or you can just leave it in the fridge with this things sticking into it. I mean, to be honest with you, you can still buy them now. And I think they just call them juice taps, and they might do them in metal, but this was orange plastic. And I swore, I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to fall for this man's patter. But I love market traders. I'm obsessed with watching market traders. The ones I was watching at the market this year were selling kids' toys. And they pull up in a Pantechnicon? What did it do? A huge lorry. And they roll the sides up, and he's got toys like you can't imagine. He's got them come at Barbies and this and My Little Ponies and a rocket ship and a playmat and all the rest of it. And he starts doing it, and people are falling over themselves to buy this stuff. And he'll pick up a game. You say, listen, compendium of games. Then you've got Barbie, latest or Bratz or whatever it happens to be. And he'll pile up about 6 or 7 things, and he'll go, £150, give us 20. And these people can't hand their money over quicker, and they're pouring them into black bin liners and things like that. So people are walking around the market with black bin liners because they bought all these toys for Christmas. Put it this way, recession? What recession? There is no recession. I've been in Oxford Street the last couple of Saturdays, and I remember thinking, who are all these people? Bags everywhere. There can't be a recession on, but I know that there is. I know that there is. Steve, did you hear about the supersized man who ate nothing but McDonald's 3 times a day and nothing for 6 months? He filmed himself every time he went in. Yes, I did. I've seen people like that before who are addicted to McDonald's, to Burger King, to anything really. Anything. I mean, if it's fast food, you know what it is? It's fast food and you just want to eat it quickly. I was addicted to McDonald's potato waffles. And then so was everybody else. And so they ended up running out of them. I kept thinking, why don't they keep them going and just buy in more or something like that? They kept putting a sign up at Waterloo, we don't have any, and stuff like that. We'll get more in. He wasn't addicted. Oh, he did it as an experiment. Oh, right. Oh, he's vegan. Was he eating McDonald's then? Oh, no. And there wasn't any effect, was there? There was an effect on his body. All right. What was the effect on his body? So wait a minute. So he ordered that. Apart from putting on weight, his health was not affected as much as you would think, but still not sure. We watched him doing the so-called food experiment. Why do people do that? You see, I mean, I would quite like it actually. If you could be addicted to donuts. Because I quite like donuts as well. This bloke, ultimately, is that his name, Spurlock? Is that his name, Spurlock? Oh, Morgan Spurlock. Hello, Morgan. Suffers a smorgasbord of problems, including near liver failure from fat deposits, a jump in cholesterol from 168 to 230, 25-pound weight gain, a doubled increase in heart disease, as well as self-reported chest pains, depression, exhaustion, mood swings and worthless sex drive. Oh, we'll know about that. Goodness sake, honestly, you don't need to eat McDonald's to have worthless sex drive. But isn't that interesting? And he ate three McDonald's a day. Blimey. I always go in there and I always ask, if I'm there at a certain time, which will be after lunchtime, I go for a quarter pounder with cheese plain. In other words, I don't want all the gunk on it. I just want the burger, the cheese and the bun, and that's it. Because the woman said to me, she said, and yet it's in their manual. You know, if somebody asks for a quarter pounder with cheese plain, that's what it is. And so she said to me, do you want a bun? I thought, well, how else am I going to eat the blooming thing? What do you think? I'm going to sort of stick it in my hand. I mean, talk about dim. But I had that, and then I like chicken McNuggets. But I'm not addicted to it that I need to have it. But some people, every morning, I see them with their double sausage and egg McMuffin, double bacon and egg McMuffin. And I've learnt to now go in there and say, can I have a double sausage McMuffin, no egg? And they do them without egg. And then the other day, I bought they do a pita bread wrap, which has got this revolting processed cheese in it, and bacon, Canadian. And I asked for extra bacon in each one, which throws them a little bit. But they do. You can have extra of anything. There is an extras chart. If you want extra bacon or you want an extra burger, and so you just ask them. You pay for it, obviously. And I like doing that because the girl that I got thought she was being really clever. Can I help you? Can I help you? Can I help you? Hello, can I help you? You know, and I always go, I'm just checking the menu. Okay, I'll have one of your pita breads, extra bacon. So, of course, she looks at you blankly because she's never done she hasn't learnt the extra bacon bit. So she had to call a supervisor over after she'd wandered round the till about 5 times. And then she went, he wants extra bacon. It was said in hushed tones like I'd asked for a dirty magazine or something. And so I did get the extra bacon. And then the woman said to the person who was making it, extra bacon, I've approved that. And I thought, big deal. Big deal. But it tastes better with extra bacon in because the other one's only got 2 little bits of bacon in it. It wasn't enough. You've got to help people out, you know, when they do these sort of things. And also, I want to know why they don't do chips in the morning. What do they do who wants a hash brown? I don't want a hash brown. I want fries. You know how many ingredients there are in a McDonald's fry? There's something horrendous. The amount of ingredients in it, everything from colouring to different preservatives and things like that. And I think you'll find I thought it was something, there you go, 14 individual ingredients. You'd never realise, would you? 14. Some of them include potato, obviously, and different things like that. And they have to last a certain amount of time because you buy them. Sometimes by the time you've got halfway through the pack, they've gone all soggy and limp, which is not very exciting, is it? Because you like them all stiff. That's the time we only enjoy them, so that they're sort of, you know, taste like a French fry. But yeah, 14 different ingredients. Apparently there's a carvery in Stockport, that's in Manchester, isn't it? I know that does all-you-can-eat breakfast and does chips. Ooh, I like chips. It's called the Micker Brook. Is that what it's called? Really? See, I don't know why we can't have chips. I mean, apparently some of these are like cafes around London. You can actually get chips that go with your breakfast. Sausage, egg, chips, beans, anything but black pudding. Anything but black pudding, please. Thank you very much indeed. But no, absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Chips with it. Goodness me.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Lord, Aaron, honestly, I can't believe it. You won't believe some of the conversations we have during some of the ad breaks here. You really wouldn't believe it. Their parents wouldn't believe it either. Steve, did you know there's people recommending different taxi firms for me? Thank you very much indeed. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, a lot of BBC hosts are going to have to do a screen test to see if they look right. They're already on screen. And it's to save their jobs. I couldn't quite work it out. One of them's Ben Brown. Now, Ben Brown used to be a reporter at LBC years ago, and he's absolutely fine. But they've got to do a screen test. And if they pass the screen test, then they get to keep the job that they've got at the moment. It's like a lot of companies do that. My brother worked for a company whereby you had to apply for your own job. And it turned out this particular company, a very big company, I should point out, wanted to get rid of everybody over a certain age so they could bring in younger, cheaper people. That was the only reason they actually did it. And it's under fire and rehire, isn't it? Can you imagine reapplying for your job? I think that's the oddest thing ever. It's a case of, wait a minute, I've been doing it for, donkey's years, and you have to reapply for it. How does that work? And they just do it. Well, normally for less money, I know. Yeah, my brother had exactly the same because of his age. He was out, and yet he'd had his own branch and all the rest of it, and they put somebody much younger in, and you think that shouldn't be allowed. It really shouldn't be. It's very naughty. But anyway, he's much happier now, away from those ghastly people. So William's relationship with Harry hanging by a thread. I thought it was hanging by a thread before. I didn't think that they sort of got on that well, and it's been like this for ages. Nothing new. Sources say that the King comes out of this book better, but Harry's tell-all memoir is going to be tough on William and Kate. Well, if that's what Harry wants to do, do it. Do it. Nobody cares. Nobody cares if he's that deeply unpleasant. Fine. Ridiculous. What else we got? The Larkins facing the axe. They've not decided whether they want to axe it yet. This is the Darling Buds of May. It's lost 2 million viewers in a year. And ITV have been asked to comment on it. I mean, I don't know. I've only seen little bits of it. We like Bradley Walsh. But sometimes they think, I don't know, is it worth bringing it back? I've got no idea. To see the fireworks, celebrities went, not celebrities, just ordinary people went completely mad. They were to see the firework display in London. But, I mean, you could do it from our roof here. You could go up onto our roof and you can sort of look out and see that, because they're in the sky, the fireworks. And they were very good, actually. Dave Beckham and Victoria were with their family. How rivetingly boring. Oh, poor old family. We're going on holiday, are we? All of us, yeah. It's like the Von Trapp family without the talent, I'm afraid. You mentioned donuts. And Tony says, and you mentioned Fanny Craddock. Yeah, I mean, because strangely enough, we know the gag. It's an old one now. But she was on the television doing it because she was one of the first people to do cooking programmes on television that people could watch, and then they could copy the recipes. Now you can't move on the television for cooking programmes. Now they even put so-called comedians on there to completely ruin the thing. I don't know why you need a comedian on a cooking programme. So Ben Brown, Joanna Gosling and Martine Croxall may be affected. They've got to fight for their jobs in screen tests. Up to 14 presenters could be axed as part of a rebrand which will see the BBC News and BBC World News channels merged, according to the iNewspaper's website. So Ben Brown, who is 62, joined the corporation in 88. Ms Gosling, 51, has been a presenter for 23 years, and Ms Croxall for more than 30 years. Last year, Ms Croxall was temporarily taken off air for breaking impartiality rules after a gleeful response to Boris Johnson scrapping his possible bid to return as Tory leader. The BBC hoped to save more than $1 million a year. Yeah, but they've just spent $7 million redesigning a logo. They don't care. It's just a load of old hooey. Actually. The BBC declined to comment on the screen test last night. Right, you're all out. That's what it comes down to, isn't it? You're all out. You're not going to have a job there because, well, that's the way it goes, doesn't it, really? The one thing you never leave the house without. What is it? What is the one thing you never leave the house without? Phone would be a good answer. Phone would be a very good answer. A wallet. People never leave without their wallet. I mean, I'm with you on the phone, because you can't go anywhere without the phone. You walk out the house, you go, phone, where's the phone? Because you can't do anything. Whereas if I'm on the phone on the train, which I am invariably, in keeping with everybody else, by the way, you go to Amazon, you order something, and before you know where you are, you've spent a small fortune ordering bits and pieces you don't really need. But you tend to buy them, don't you, really, actually? And Steve, double topping on the McFlurry is the ultimate. I've never had one, actually. I've never had a McFlurry. And George says I always go for a Happy Meal with a chocolate milkshake. I want to know whether they don't do milkshakes first thing in the morning. Apparently some of them do. Some of them do. You have to ask, because they're always cleaning the machine whenever I get there. I mean, why not have a milk? Honestly, very unforgiving. I gave up television 10 years ago, says Mark, and joined the Spikers. Best thing I ever did. Radio is much more informative and stimulates the mind. People think I'm an oddball. Well, you probably are. You can still be an oddball. I mean, no point in sort of trying to get away from it. Would you ever consider presenting on Bid TV, says John? I think not. It went bankrupt some years ago, so highly unlikely, I think. Joy in Thornton Heath says, my ex-husband finishes work about 7 in the morning. He's an ambulance driver. He goes to the local cafe and has dinner. Anything on the menu they aren't keen on cooking. His favourite liver and bacon so early, but they do it for him. I love liver and bacon. Love liver and bacon. That's like food from the gods, which I think is absolutely delicious. So I love the idea. Would you like to go presenting on Bid TV? If only. So here is Pope Benedict the 16th. Pope Francis looking very frail. I'd forgotten how old he was, actually. 86. Amazing, isn't it? But the Pope is sort of shoved in this little room. And then that's the only thing that they know what's happening, isn't it? You know, they know at the end of their life that they will be put in here, then they'll be put in the basilica. So whatever. David Bailey celebrates his birthday today. The English photographer who captured the swinging 60s says, sometimes I dream with my eyes open. Oh, he's been married 4 times and says he was a terrible father. He said, the most I ever did for my children was to teach them chess. At least I know I've had chess sets over the years, and never once have I been able to play chess. I've had magnetic chess, car chess, travel chess, nice little chess sets, carved chess sets, plastic chess, everything. Seriously, totally useless. Extinction Rebellion. Good Lord, I think they disappeared, actually. They're all OKR. All the girls are called Virginia and Flamingo and things like that, and the boys are all called Sebastian, which is lovely. But they vowed to disrupt the public, and they want to prioritise relationships over roadblocks. In a statement headlined, "We Quit," the climate group confirmed it would temporarily shift away from public disruption as a primary tactic. Oh, good. That'd be nice. And it says, this year we prioritise attendance over arrests and relationships over roadblocks and become impossible to ignore. It's the fact that obviously none of them are working that kind of irks me. You know, we recognise and celebrate the power of disruption to raise the alarm and believe constantly evolving tactics is a necessary approach. I think we should all go round to your mummies and daddies' £3 million houses and chain ourselves to the gates so they can't get the Range Rover out. That would really, really annoy them. But it's so funny, because you know a lot of them change their names. When they're arrested by the police, they give themselves names like Lavinia and stuff like that. And they're all, we are eco-warriors. It's only the same as having years ago we had Ban the Bomb. People used to go around, we're in favour of banning the bomb. We're the Greenham Common women. But at least you knew where they were. They were at Greenham Common, which was a lot easier. With this lot, they sort of pop up and then they climb onto gantries and they do bits and pieces like that. As I say, why don't we just leave them there? I don't know why the police bother. It's such a waste of police time. They must be thinking there's better things that we've got to do apart from just stand there looking at somebody who's chained themselves to a gantry. Leave them there. If they want to be there, let them stay. In fact, go up there and add an extra pair of handcuffs, and then when they want to go to the toilet, they can't. That's what happened to my wife, Steve. Worked at an airline company 21 years, goes back after the pandemic. Half the money, no perks, 0 contract hours, didn't go back after the 21 years. I know, it's appalling. It's appalling. It really is. Graham says, converted to listening 6 months ago. Best market trader out there, Tom Skinner, with his Bosch bet. Yes, we know Bosch. He writes to us. He's got his picture. He got his picture in the paper. Was it today or was it the other day? I think he's got his picture in the paper again today. He sells beds, but he always goes to the same cafe, and he always writes to us. He always writes to us. He'll go, here I am having this and all the rest of it. So, but I don't think he's not working today. I don't think so. So, do you want to go and see the Formula One Miami Grand Prix? No? I really can't think of anything worse, actually. People go to Monaco, don't they, for the Monaco Grand Prix. I can't think of anything worse. It's very noisy racing cars breaking the speed limit. You can't see anything at all. It's blurred adverts. Yeah. Sorry? You've been twice? You've been to Silverstone? Oh, well, I mean, I went to... Where did I go to? We went drag racing at Santa Pod. And again, that was just very noisy cars with parachutes at the back of them. And some friends of mine, all market traders, they all went out to Monaco to see the Monaco Grand Prix. But it's not like you can wander about. You're stuck in the one spot. And can you wander? Yeah, but you're not going to see anything. Monaco, it's a bit tied in. There are certain places you can sit. They're too, I don't know. It's not my sort of thing, though. If I want to watch, blurred adverts going around, I go and sit on the A4 or the M4. Much better. Much better. So the Harry book is tough on William and Kate. Well, of course it would be, because Harry's ungrateful. He's very ungrateful. He doesn't look up to William, which I think is a bit of a shame, really. Always supposed to look up to your older brother, but Harry obviously thinks that he's sort of the better person, but he's not. He really isn't. Andrew facing this fresh crisis. Duke of York forced to quit royal duties and stripped of his military patronage. Do you know, he thought that after the Queen died, they'd bring him back into the royal family. But they've now even removed his office from Buckingham Palace. So he's really not pleasant. But the £12 million he paid was not an admission of guilt. He continues to deny any wrongdoing. But this agreement had only a 12-month gagging order. You thought they would have gone for something like 5 years or whatever, but it's 12 months and it comes up in February. And they think that she'll start giving interviews and turning up on television programmes and probably bring out a book as well. So he'll be bracing himself for that one, but being the arrogant person that he is, he was telling people how to stand outside the church at Balmoral when they were doing Christmas there. Stand on a piece of newspaper, and I'm thinking, who in God's name wanted to even talk to him? Dreadful.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome along. January the 2nd. Actually, I forgot to ask you, all the other day, whether you got what you wanted for Christmas. Because nowadays, and as you get a bit older, you don't really get things for Christmas. You get sort of money, or people, in my case, people make donations to charity, which suits me just fine. I do get presents. Not a huge amount of presents. I get, lots of sort of nice, what I think is sort of interesting presents. Like my brother bought me tins of shortbread, but each tin was pressed tin, and it was a funfair ride. Because he knows I like funfairs, and so I've got a Helter Skelter, which you sort of take the lid off, and then there's shortbread biscuits. Then there was a roundabout, a carousel, and then there was another one which had cars on it and all the rest of it. So they were funfair rides, and he said we saw them. In fact, he wrote to me here, and he said we saw these and thought of you. To give you a rough idea where we're coming from in our family. Steve, we are a strange lot, says Roger. To non-spikers, up at 4 a.m, regular as clockwork, and ears glued to the radio. Well, I'll tell you, we're still doing phenomenal on the podcasting. 1 million downloads a month we're getting. 1 million downloads a month. Thank you. Very, very peculiar conversation with the AP, which we can't tell you about. But anyway, yeah, so it's a million, just over the 1 million downloads a month. And I keep pushing it because if you missed any of today's show, or you want to get the little bit extra podcast, you can only get today's show. The little bit extra you can get all over the place, but now it's also on the Global Player. So if you just go to globalplayer.com, free, very easy. I promise you, do not be fearful of how you can download it, because it's so simple. You download it, it'll take seconds. You download it, and then you go to the podcast, you put in my name, and you'll find that there's just over 8,000 podcasts which are available. They move them all over from all the other different places, and it's fantastic. And then you can download for free. Not only can you download for free, you can fast forward them. You don't have to listen all the way through. You can jump, you can go back, you can do all sorts of things, and you get to keep them forever and a day. So if you fancy doing it, we're always welcoming new people into the fold, but 1 million downloads a month cannot be wrong. And I was quite surprised when they said it, but the only reason I know it's 1 million downloads is because they send me a thing from one of our departments here saying this is how many downloads you've had on the whole show, on your little bit extra, and believe it or not, In Conversation as well. In Conversation gets sort of downloads, even though we haven't done an In Conversation for a good couple of years, but people are still downloading, and now you can just keep doing them. What else we got? Guilty Putin must face the war crime trial. I think he'll probably die before that. He's not going to be putting himself up, is he? Really? I think it's highly unlikely. Also, Catholics across the UK joining Pope Francis in prayers as Benedict lies in state. I wonder why they do that, actually. But, Pope Francis not very well either. And Bridgerton Square, an entire Georgian square that featured in Bridgerton, is up for sale for £18.5 million. But actually, it's in Bath. It's really good value because the whole Georgian square, used for street scenes in the first series, including where a carriage passes through following a wedding, it's got 13 houses, 4 apartments and 2 commercial units for £18.5 million. That's very good value, very good value. The street dates back to 1730, was developed for the St John's Foundation, which supports people in crisis, will reinvest the proceeds to fund its work. God, if I had £18.5 million, I'd buy it. £18.5 million, blimey, that's the price of there's houses around Mayfair cost double that. I know people go, how much? And you go, well, they are an awful lot of money, unfortunately. House prices in London, it's just absolutely madness. As holiday homes in the sun brings much-needed TV escapism, Amanda Lamb reveals how her friend Johnny Irwin's cancer diagnosis has encouraged her to grab life by the horns. We love Johnny Irwin. We think he's absolutely fantastic. And he got the cancer diagnosis in November. I keep asking people the question. Nobody ever gives you a thing. I remember in my local doctor's surgery, I was used as a guinea pig for medical students because I was diabetic and because I'd had various procedures done and practices and all the rest of it. And so they'd say, oh, can you pop in today? And they had medical students who would ask me questions about diabetes, and they'd ask me questions about, prostate problems and heart problems and things like that. And it's only so that they could expand their knowledge. So I became like a guinea pig. And I remember the only question I ever used to ask them is, because they said, have you got any questions about it? I said, well, I'm always keen to find out, with diabetes, what's life expectancy? Is it as good as everybody else? They went, difficult to say. And they never actually gave her sort of an exact answer. I felt a bit miffed, actually. A little bit miffed. Steve, podcasts are great, but listening live is a habit hard to break. Yet people tell me it's completely different if you listen to a podcast to listening live. Because people say to me at the weekend, do you wake up early? And the answer is yes. I wake up early, I watch a little bit of television, put my feet up on the settee, and that's me gone for another couple of hours. Then I wake up, then I think, I've got to go and do some shopping. And I quite like that. I've become very adept at doing shopping. And just going out to buy, because I'm shopping on a daily basis. I know a lot of people now do their shopping, say, on a Friday for the weekend or Saturday for the weekend. Not me. I do it because I've got places within striking distance. It's only like 2 minutes away to go to Waitrose or Marks and Spencer's or any of the other big supermarket chains. They're all there. So I tend to like going out. Sometimes I see something and I think, I don't bother with the Christmas food. I've tried that, actually. A few occasions, it hasn't really improved very much. It's all sort of little pies or little pasties, and I do like a little pie and a pasty. Have you noticed how policemen are getting fatter? Have you noticed? The only reason I mention is because police uniforms now go up to 56 inches. Now, I don't know if that's... I think this is waist size, 56 inches. They say waistbands now are 40 inches or more. 40 inches or more. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that is somebody who is obese. That is a big size there. And the idea that police officers are supposed to chase you if you've done anything wrong is almost ludicrous, because now the uniforms are XXL. The Met have ordered more than 7,000 large trousers, whilst Greater Manchester Police, obviously a little bit thinner, have ordered sizes for more than 800, including nearly 200 female officers. So there's an awful lot of police. Cumbria Police ordered 91 pairs with waists of 40 and above, with the top size at 48 inches. And Devon and Cornwall Police needed 330 pairs, whilst Avon and Somerset Police put in for 245, including 12 pairs for officers with waists of more than 50 inches. Well, this is just awful. This is clinically obese to have a waist that size. I mean, blimey. When I look at my waist size, they've got here trousers with waistbands of 40 inches or more. I vary between 36 and 38, which is, it depends on what I've eaten. You know, people always say to you, you have fat days and you have thin days. But what they need to do is they need to go and see Ola and Whatsit, cough up the 50 quid, and they can then get them to lose weight, like what they didn't have to do. And that'll be good. That's the police could pay. I mean, it's got to be cheaper than spending out money on all these police uniforms, which are of a huge size. There's a very rare fish here. It's a freshwater fish. The two guys, Ken Dawes and Mike Green, both 81, spent 2 days taking 3 flights to reach the middle of the Amazon jungle. They found themselves surrounded by killer crocodiles. I love that. Killer crocodiles. As opposed to what? Friendly crocodiles? I don't think so. And sweltering heat, 38 degrees. They spent 6 days fishing for a rare species nicknamed the dinosaur fish. And they found one. It's 6.5 foot long and weighs 320 pounds. They caught 8 giant specimens. They can jump and thrash around. I mean, they're quite enormous, these things, because they've got no predators, as it were. They were doing something else on Predators the other day. And are you being served? Not anymore. Bit of a shame, really. The oldest department store in Mayfair, I think, Fortnum and Mason's, is the oldest remaining department store. Pratt's of Streatham made shopping an exciting experience, and you'd go in there. And I used to work in a department store years ago, and you just don't find places like that anymore. Sale time, you'd have people queuing outside around the block to get the sale bargains, which would be a 3-piece suite for a £5. And so people would queue for it. And what they used to do is they would give the first person in the queue a ticket so that they could go and get whatever it was they wanted out of the window. But I love department stores. Grant's had it all. Grant's of Croydon. And there was another one at Clapham Junction. I think it was called Arding and Hobbs, because I used to do a Christmas quiz for them. The manager used to be a big fan of the programme, and so he said, will you do a Christmas quiz for us? So I did a Christmas quiz, and they didn't pay me money. They paid me in goods. So I could go round the shop and picked out what I wanted. It was fab. It was really fab. It was really lovely. I miss Arding and Hobbs. You know, places like that, you just don't get them anymore. And it's a shame, really, because the people who work in them are just as exciting as the people who shop there. Chris says, I did get what I wanted for Christmas. My sister and her husband came over from Rhode Island for Christmas and booked a hotel in Windsor for us all. And we went to Legoland last Wednesday, which was also my birthday. I'm a big Lego fan. And it was great, although my 8-year-old Michael was the most appreciative of us all. When I was in Windsor, I went to a pub called the Prince Harry by the castle. Maybe they should change the name. Full of Americans. Yes, Windsor. A friend of mine used to work in the White Hart, a hotel right in the middle of Windsor, and I used to go down there quite a lot. When it was free to go into Windsor Castle, you could go in the morning, you could park the car and go in and walk about the castle, and it was all free. Then they had the fire, and then they started making us pay for it. So I stopped going, which was a shame, actually. But that's good, actually. Steve, best of all, says Roger, it's only 10 minutes drive to Costco. I know. I like a 10-minute drive to Costco. I haven't been for a few days, actually. I've not been for a few days. I should definitely go. And you can still get in the Tower of London for £1, can you? Wow. If you're resurrection. See, what I do is I join historic royal palaces, and for about £60 a year, you join Banqueting House, Tower of London, Hampton Court Palace, Banqueting House in Kew Gardens, and there's another one, and you can go as many times as you want. 5 times a day if you choose. You can do all of them. You get 10% discount in the cafe, 10% discount in the shop, and you can go on special excursions for about £60 for an individual. It's well worth it. No, Buckingham Palace is not. The reason the others are on it is because they don't get public funding. So it's a case of they survive on historic royal palaces. But there's a very good website. And I've always said to somebody, if you're moving down to London, join it, because you can go there. And if you go to Hampton Court Palace, it's fantastic. You can go there. They've got a members' room. And it's really nice. All this music means we've got the news coming up, which is all very exciting. It's gone very quickly, actually, hasn't it, this morning? Oh, and the Pointer Sisters, Anita, has died at the age of 74, which is a great shame. Clive Myrie, I used to work with Clive at BSB. Apparently he's turned down Strictly because he says he wants people to take him seriously, which I think is probably one of the best moves. Some of the other people, they took practically everybody from the BBC Breakfast programme, so they lost all credibility as far as I was concerned. except lovely Bill Turnbull. We absolutely loved him to pieces. News is next, back in 3.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to the final hour of Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. We're back to normal now. Well, as much normality as we can get. Steve, very jealous of you talking food as I patch up a severely cracked wisdom tooth. I can't remember if I ever had my wisdom tooth removed or teeth removed. I don't think I did, actually. They said if you don't need them removing, well, then don't have them removed. And Janet says, you're a fan of Dick and Angel Strawbridge. Have you seen reports their chateau's for sale? No, it's not theirs. It's not their chateau for sale, no. It's another couple who featured on the programme who did a restoration job on it. Dick and Angel are happily living in theirs and are likely to remain over there because they've got 45 bedrooms. They've got a very thriving business, but certainly not for sale, Janet. Not for sale. The other one is for sale. Another couple that went out there. I think it was called, what was it called? Return to the Chateau renovation or something. But, yeah, they put it up for sale. And I think it was about 700,000. No, Dick and Angel have stopped having the cameras in. They finished that because they've done, I think, about 8 series or something. And I think Channel 4 has commissioned the spin-off, which is called Escape to the Chateau, Secret France, which I think will air in about 2023. But no, Dick and Angel are still there. Still there. You can go and book in if you want. You can book in 45 bedrooms. They've got no short, and they were always welcoming. They do marriages over there. They do, big weddings and parties and everything out there. Fantastic. Really good. But definitely outside. I'd be the first person they would be telling if they were selling it. I promise you. Because I remember when they actually came over and we were chatting away and they listened to the programme because they're starved of decent English radio over in France, and they brought me over. They make their own sheets now. They had a lovely diary that they made for me. Beautiful stuff, really beautiful stuff. Really lovely couple. Whatever you saw on the television was how they were. An RAF corporal molested by a colleague as she slept has won a sex harassment case, despite a court-martial clearing him of assault. This was somebody stationed in Crete, and she left the RAF after the attack. She's now in line to get compensation. Do you know, I remember thinking years and years ago, somebody was saying to me about compensation, and I said, well, we've gone the same way as America. People go for compensation, assuming that money makes a difference. I don't think it necessarily does all the time. But people making a splash out on the lash. They defied the rain and the weather warnings. They didn't listen. People want to go out and enjoy it, but it's definitely young people. It's definitely not older people, is it? You don't have sort of older people who sort of go out and do all these different bits and pieces. What else have we got? Professor Green has revealed the terrifying moment he collapsed from a seizure that could have killed him. His name's Stephen Manderson. He hit his head on a steel and concrete and convulsed for 8 minutes. He posted a picture. He looks completely different. I mean, he looks all bruised and everything else. This happened in April when he had a grand mal seizure, which leads to loss of consciousness. Good Lord above. He's best known for his chart-topping duet, Read All About It. I don't even know how that goes, actually. I never really knew what he did, really. Johnny, I'm over that World Cup win. This is rugby great Johnny Wilkinson, says he's no idea where his World Cup medal is. Oh, you'll find it. People lose things. If you've got a house, you can lose stuff really easily. It's very easy to lose all these sort of things. And a historic pub run by 3 generations of the same family is one of just 5 to appear in every edition of the Good Beer Guide. This is the Queen's Head in Newton in Cambridgeshire. Harry Short saved it from demolition by buying it in 1962. Have you noticed how many pubs are closing now? I'm quite frightened by the amount of pubs that are out there, and they go, well, you know, we're having to close. There's one that's been going for donkey's years, and they've said, I'm sorry, we have to close it. We just don't have the business anymore. People are not going out to pubs. They said, of course, the smoking ban hit us, and then the pandemic hit us. I wasn't sure whether or not smoking was as much of a big deal. So I assumed if any pub has got a garden, then people go out to the garden and they have a cigarette. But a lot of places now, you've got to go and stand outside in all the wind and the rain. Seems ages ago that you could actually smoke. I remember when they brought it in, the anti-smoking. I thought they're never going to last, because I'm old enough to remember when they used to let you smoke on the underground. You go to the underground and you'd stub your cigarette out on the actual train. I can remember that very well indeed. How on earth we managed it, I've got no idea. I see Jermaine Pennant has been declared bankrupt after racking up debts of more than £1 million. Makes you wonder, doesn't it, really? They give these people money. The former Premier League star owes money to a string of creditors, including HMRC, banks, councils and utility companies. He was given a 1-year bankruptcy order at Birmingham County Court. A source close to him says he owes stacks of cash. He's defaulted on mortgage payments and will likely have property repossessed. Good. Good. You know, I'm waiting to see what happens to Jordan. She's got a bankruptcy hearing coming up. She hasn't paid anything either. You know, and I'm afraid people need to be taught a lesson. Because, you know, if they're not, they're never going to learn. And Jordan is sort of fairly ancient now, and she should learn about these sort of things. Former Question Time host David Dimbleby has revealed he was the target of a kidnap plot when he fronted the BBC show. He said protesters tried to snatch him to stop the show going on air when the far-right British National Party's then leader, Nick Griffin, was booked to appear. Good Lord above. I love David Dimbleby. I love David Dimbleby. It's as simple as that. And a sales manager who asked his boss if he could look after his poorly son was told that was his wife's job. Andre Bailey was left humiliated and upset by Ian Cole, who consistently battled away his request for flexible working. And when he asked for time to care for his son, he was told, you're joking, aren't you? She should be doing it. But he won a sex discrimination case against this construction equipment hire company based in Manchester. He's been given £26,500. Wow. Only goes to prove nowadays people get upset at the drop of a hat, and you have to pay money to them. What have we got here? Steven Spielberg, lovely piece on Steven and all the movies that he got involved with and how clever he is and how wonderful and how he manages to find, you know, just the right things. You know, I think most Steven Spielberg films that you will watch, there is a tearful moment in at some point. Doesn't matter whether it's Schindler's List or E.T. He just seems to know how to push the right button, and very good he is too. Very, very good. I wonder if the trains are going to run properly today. As I say, yesterday they seemed to be cancelled left, right and centre. I'm hoping today they might. I don't mind if they cancel loads of them as long as they leave a few on. But it's awful when you get to the station and they go, no, there's nothing. And you think, oh, there should be. There should be. Steve, says Naomi, I work on the famous square being sold in Bath. It's beautiful. Buy it. Buy it. 18.5 million is very good value, don't you think? For all those houses. I mean, I think it's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And Albert says, remember when we were allowed to smoke on the top deck of the buses? Yes. Yes. I can remember when somebody only a short while ago thought they could actually get away with vaping on a bus. And the driver pulled the bus over and he said, you can't vape. And he said, but it's not smoking. He said, you're not allowed to vape. It's as simple as that. So he had to stop. But a lot of people, I was always amazed at how many people couldn't actually go very far on a bus without smoking. They were so addicted. People used to get off the bus and have their cigarettes. Then people went on to vaping. And then vaping became just as addictive, I think. There's a pensioner in the paper today, broken pelvis. Had to wait 30 hours for an ambulance. 30 hours, which is ridiculous. And the rocketing price of gas could be much worse next winter. I don't use gas anymore. I just pay the standing order and that's it, because I haven't disconnected it or anything like that, because I wouldn't know where to begin. But it's just a case of I don't want to start having expensive electric bills and very, very expensive gas bills, because they've said gas is actually going to go up next year. And I thought, oh, well, up again? Not so good, is it, really? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So this month is a bad month for train strikes. They're all over the place. They're not just train strikes, the postal strike, the what was the other one? The nurses coming out for another few days. There's all these different sorts of people that are going out, but at the moment we don't seem, there's nothing in sight. There's no new offers on the table where they can sort of say, right, we've got new offers on the table, so now maybe they will consider, because at least it would then give us a starting point. But at the moment, there appears to be no starting point at all, really. So I predict it's going to be a bit of a nightmare, because it's just going to go on for day after day after day. North Korea's Kim Jong-un wants more nuclear weapons. I don't know why. I thought he was doing quite well, actually. I thought we liked him after he met Trump, and I thought that was quite a nice sort of meeting, and they appeared to get on well together. And now he's gone back to being absolutely mad as a broomstick, I'm afraid. National Trust booed because they closed a favourite cafe of Enid Blyton, which is next door to a nudist beach. And so the nudists now don't have anywhere to go and get a cup of tea or something like that. They just sort of close. I don't know why they close these things. What if it was that one that they closed the other day, which it was because of erosion or something? And I remember sort of thinking at the time, well, put something else in, which will be sort of quite nice, actually. So buy it, says Naomi. She says, also, I sat down to eat in a McDonald's in Venice, joined by 9 pigeons. I thought I was in a scene from Jurassic Park. Oh, I know. Wherever there is food, it just sort of takes over. And pigeons are everywhere. I don't know why, actually, people still feed them. Trafalgar Square is notoriously bad. People just ignoring the sign saying, do not feed the pigeons. And there used to be a man who used to have a little stall there years ago. And you could buy birdseed. That's why the pigeons in Trafalgar Square are the fattest you'll ever see anywhere. They're absolutely enormous. In fact, most of them can't even fly. They just waddle about. But they are carrying filthy diseases and everything else. They're flying rats. I think that was the way that they actually described them. But just one of those things. So they're never going to bring back the feeding of pigeons, I hope. And in fact, every building in London, or most of them actually, if they've got any sense, have got spikes out to stop them landing. So consequently, we don't have them landing on our ledges. Because that would be an awful... Because you have the windows open a lot of the time to get air through. Don't want pigeons flying around, do we? Thank you very much indeed.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. Will you be restarting In Conversation again? Says Naz, not as far as I know. But you never know. Never say never. Never say never. I always think, there's always the opportunity for something to come back and be very good for sort of boosting up the numbers of the downloads and everything else. Good news about Eamon Holmes, who is going to return to his... He's been away for ages. He's had this back problem, and I think Ruth's been ill as well. But he says, I visited the studio today to see if they could handle my mobility issues and me to see if they had any. All went well. So he's going back 9th of January. He said, I'm not better, but better than I was. And, he's only 63 now. Not very old at all, is it? It's very young, I think. Sick people are resorting to DIY medical treatment because they can't get a face-to-face appointment with a family doctor. And the Coronation Street stars, all of them, are terrified there's going to be a bloodbath in 2023. Boss Ian McLeod has hinted Stephen Reed, played by Todd Boyce, will become a serial killer. So I don't even know who these people are. I haven't seen it for years. And he's warned no one is safe from being bumped off, not even Ken Barlow. Don't be so ridiculous. Never going to bump Ken Barlow off. He's 90. He says, I know whenever you've got a serial killer on a soap, the whole cast is worried. If I ever ring an actor and say, can you pop in for a chat, they're like, well, that's it, Todd's going to do me in. So it's quite funny in that respect. No, it's not funny at all. I think you're quite horrendous. Creepy Stephen has already bumped off Leo Tompkins, played by Joe Frost, and dumped his body in a bin. Honestly, it all goes on in Coronation Street, doesn't it? They're all going on up there. Goodness sake, honestly, they really sort of people who sort of might be bumped off, because I thought they were all sort of worth it, unless they've done something where they didn't want to do anything, and we'll wait and see whether or not it is. But they do it as like a sword of Damocles hanging over your head, because they want to try and get the ratings. They need to get the ratings in. But I always thought Coronation Street and EastEnders were always right at the top of the ratings list anyway. There's a man, Steve, who frequents Hatton Garden, not only feeding pigeons, but also the entire southeast seagull population. Well, I've seen seagulls eating pigeons. I didn't realise, but and also the pigeons. We seem to get lots and lots of different pigeons. Seagulls now. You get sort of the medium-sized seagulls, and then you get the, wow, is that a big, they've got a wingspan of like 6 feet, which is quite something. I've never liked them. We've had problem with pigeons at home, because apparently where they were born, they go back to, and so you get mess everywhere. So we've tried everything. I've got spray. I've got a fake crow. I've had all sorts of. The spray seems to be the one that works, and I bought it, I think, just on Amazon, and you spray it over where they sit, because they will go back, pigeons, to the same place. And so you spray the pipes or the things, and we put spikes down and everything else, and they still find their way around it, but not at the moment. Not at the moment. A couple of scary moments with them, and they just don't come back for a while. And then they come back, and then you make sure that you're there at the same time. But the mess is absolutely horrendous, especially on cars and stuff like that. Do you know intense workouts? And I have to be honest with you, I don't do intense workouts, while you're dieting, may stop slimmers craving fatty food. See, I think there is something in there that says you crave fatty food. We seem to like things which are bad for us, and that's why people put on weight. And also, I think it also depends on whether or not you're working daytimes or night times. I think if you work nighttime, you're eating at the wrong time, because some people will go home from here this morning. Boys might go home from here and have something to eat and then climb into bed. And that's the kind. You don't have anything to eat. You have nothing to eat. Straight to bed. Well, good for you. Trust me to get the two nearest thing to an angel in here. Yeah, we go straight to bed, Steve. Nothing at all. Nothing touches our lips. We don't do that. See, with me, I used to go in years and years ago, and I used to have toast. And peanut butter on toast was a bit of a winner for me. And then I'd sort of think, and then I'd feel guilty. Then I'd have a cup of tea, and then I'd go, I'll just do a bacon sandwich, So you'd have a bacon sandwich. Before you know where you are, you sort of think, oh, God, I've got to climb into bed now. But the good news for me is I don't have any problem sleeping. Some people are terrible at sleeping. I know that we get a lot of insomniacs writing into this programme, saying, all about how we sort of, we managed to do this, how we managed to do that. And I go, yeah, well, it's good. It's good. We get through the day, don't we? Which I quite like, actually. 6:20, just in case. You might be working today. You might be one of those odd people who is working today, because there are certain companies that have got the business open. Dan says, we've got model owls in our tube. Have we? We've got one in a house down by the river, next to the Barmy Arms. Up on their roof, all the pigeons used to sit. And there would be 100 pigeons. And then you get this barmy mad old woman who staggers down with a trolley on wheels, and she proceeds to offload about 20 loaves of bread. She rips it all up and throws it all over the place. She's a right pain in the rear end. But it's not good for them, I know. I mean, effectively, she's killing them. And also, people are feeding swans and ducks and everything else bread. Again, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to do that for them. And there's people who pour basically their lunch all over the place. I mean, we've got the fattest pigeons you've ever seen anywhere, nearly as fat as the Trafalgar Square ones. But the interesting thing is that this house, because they had such a problem, the mess on their house was just disgusting. So they bought an owl. They put a fake owl. It's a plastic one. You can buy them in garden centres. They stuck it on the roof. For the first 2 days, the pigeons were going to land, and they went, whoa, an owl. And they quickly took off again. On the third day, they realised it's a plastic owl, and they just sit all over it now. They sit on its head, they sit everywhere. They have no fear of it whatsoever. What you need is an owl that when the pigeons come near it, it moves. It's like an animatronic thing. That would frighten them a little bit. But they have no fear. pigeons, they will literally sit there, and you can imagine the mess that they make all over the place. Really bad. I mean, it really is very, very bad, actually. Especially in our place, it did go particularly bad, especially after the poor cleaner had been around. And they'd be sort of going, yeah, sorry about that. We've got pigeons, but we put spikes up all over the place, and we seem to have reduced the problem. But people feed them. Round bus stops, you get some wizened old bag who stands there and empties birdseed all over the place. These people, and they go, oh, but they might die. They might die, and you go, listen, I work in London. We've got millions of pigeons around here. You don't see any dead ones, more's a pity. You know, I mean, that I would welcome. I know when they're going to die. You can see them sitting in a doorway, and you approach them and they won't move. They'll just sort of sit there, and that means they're on their last legs. So I always write a little epitaph, you know, ding dong, the pigeon's dead, you know, write it and stick it next to them. But you get them all over the place because, you know why? Too much food. You know, fast food places, somebody will stand by a bus stop drunk, eating a box of chicken or something like that, and then they just throw it on the floor, and the pigeons, they can't get there quick enough. They're wrapping and making sandwiches and everything else, put it in their little tucker bag, and off they go. You know, and then the seagulls come down, and the pigeons move away because they're a bit scared of the seagulls. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But there seems to be no answer. I think what they should do is put food out with some sort of sterilisation plan in place so they can't procreate. Because that's all they do. You get the other pigeons who puff themselves up and chase the other pigeon. I mean, they are, talk about promiscuous. My God, they're at it like pigeons. It's really dreadful. You know, you watch them and the pigeons, all that kind of stuff, honestly. No. Oh, look, James and Ola Jordan again. Ugh, ghastly. What else we got? Julia Donaldson, the author, says her grandson would rather read the Star Wars annual than any of her works. Do you know, when I was younger, annuals were very, very popular. You'd get the Blue Peter annual, you get the Magpie annual, you get all the different characters who were in all the kids' newspapers, annuals for Christmas and all the rest of it. Nowadays, I don't see so many. I think Blue Peter still produced an annual, and it was great because it had bits about your favourite presenters in there. It had all sorts of things. You can make this, and here's how you make that, and here's the Advent blooming crown again, you know, which you'd have to learn how to make, and here's what Anthea Turner made when she was a force to be reckoned with on the television. Not anymore. I think her career collapsed after the that chocolate bar. That was the only time I think it sort of gave up. Placard-wielding beach hut tenants have spent New Year's Day protesting against proposed rent rises in Bournemouth. Because these beach huts, I don't know if you've ever bought a bit. That's it. It was that Snowflake bar, wasn't it? That was little Anthea Turner's downfall, poor soul. Not the brightest penny in the box. She was always a little bit twitchy, wasn't she? And then she made that. Well, she didn't. It was made for her. And she didn't realise she was being set up, so she said. But they got so much publicity out of it. Because I have to be honest, because I'm not a great chocolate eater, I haven't had a Cadbury's Flake or anything like that for ages. In fact, I'm not even sure you can still get the bar that was free. The Snowflake bar that was free. You can't get it anymore. It's finished, is it? Just as well. Anthea's wedding photo is so sad, they say. I know. But... yes, I don't even know where she is now. I thought she was going to marry somebody. She was going out with Grant Bovey for a while. Then that sort of finished. And what she does now, I've got no idea. She was very friendly, actually. I seem to remember, with Richard and Judy. But her private life is always covered in the tabloid press. But she got 2015. She got divorced from Grant Bovey, and then she set up this sort of company, and she was trying to teach her how to fold towels. I mean, seriously, the most patronising woman on the television I'd ever experienced. This is how you fold towels. Dreadful. My friend Ian says, when I was a kid, I had annuals for the A-Team, Knight Rider and Street Hawk. I don't even know what Street Hawk is. I've heard of the other ones. And so you get the stories and the cartoons and all the rest of it. I quite like Knight Rider. I quite liked it. It was very good, actually. Justin, the pilot from Hereford, he says, good morning. Could you ask my wife, Sophia, who will be listening to you on her way to work, to come back? She's got my car keys and I need to leave later. The phone is off. Typical. So if you'd like to just if it's in your remit, if you could go back there, please, because he's a bit stuck at the moment. Conrad says one issue with smoking in beer gardens, that it's put off many non-smokers from using the gardens in the spring and summer unless there was a lot of space or two separate sections. Vaping is even worse. It's like walking or running through smog. Yeah, you get loads. You get loads of smoke out. That's how I can always tell if it's a vape. If it's a vape. Steve, I'm old enough to remember when you could sit at the back of a jumbo jet in the smoking area and chat to the cabin crew. Really? Oh, I never sat at the back. Not of a jumbo jet. That was next to the toilets, wasn't it? Mind you, you always used to get the kid who'd go, oh, is it possible I can go and have a look at what the pilot's doing? You know, they'd have to say, I'll have a check and see if the pilot will let you into the cockpit. You go in there, you know, pilot got his feet up, fag on, doner kebab in one hand, you know. All the usual sort of things. I never did that, actually. I never did. All I wanted to do on planes, it didn't matter how old I was go to sleep. I just wanted to go to sleep. Whether I was a kid on the plane or an adult, same all the time. You know, if you go with somebody, it's very boring for them because I just go to sleep. I could sleep anywhere. They wake me up and I go, we're there yet? They know we're still still at Heathrow. We haven't actually taken off. But I liked the flying bit. Well, in fact, actually, I lie. I like the takeoff. I'm not keen on the landing, you know. Do you hate it? Oh, I love the takeoff. The actual takeoff where it's sort of and then all of a sudden he puts his foot down and it's like, yeah, G factor. Whoa, we've got the G-force going on with the face and all the rest of it. I love that bit. That's the only bit I like. But once you go up, you have to start swallowing because your ears pop and all the rest of it. And the worst thing is flying when you've got a cold. That really is disastrous. You can be quite ill with things like that, but it doesn't matter. What have we got? We've got the news coming up in 1 second. England star Harry Kane, I don't know who he is, but he's a hotshot in business. He's raked in the cash for a pair of companies. And this handles his image rights and sponsorship deals with the likes of Nike and Mars. Had its best year and has more than £9 million in assets. Meanwhile, Edward James Investments hold properties worth £13.1 million. Because I think he's up to about £22 million fortune. There is money. There's money. So Harry, on his £200,000 a week at Spurs, scored his 53 goal for England during the World Cup, making him joint top scorer with Wayne Rooney.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
27 minutes to 7 on this Monday morning, January the 2nd. They have said, I'm hoping they're telling fibs, that the dreadful weather that they had over in America and in Japan is going to trek over here, which I don't really fancy because they've had like 20-metre snowdrifts or something in New York. It's been dreadful. People have died. Japan, exactly the same. So I decided, much as though I love snow, I don't want it over here. Thank you very much indeed. The oldest island, it's Britain's most remote community, is yet to celebrate Christmas. Why is that? Why would Britain's most remote community be yet to celebrate Christmas? The answer is it still uses an ancient calendar 12 days behind us. Islanders on Fula in Shetland follow the Julian calendar, which marks the winter festival of Yule on January the 6th and New Year's Day, or Newer Day, on the 13th. It was ditched by the rest of Britain in 1752 for the Gregorian calendar. Fula does not live on the Julian calendar on a daily basis, but acknowledges its feast days to celebrate their strong Norse traditions. The inhabitants were the last to speak Norn, which is a form of Old Norse, which died out around 1800. For Yule, the 28-strong group of islanders gather in one house to exchange gifts and greetings. One islander said previously, it's not just part of our tradition, but the world's. It's everybody else who's changed, not us. I quite like that idea. You know, there's something kind of quirky about it, something you sort of think, that must be quite nice. You're not in touch with anybody and you go, actually, it's not us. It's everybody else. You're out of step. And an NHS consultant stole a coat belonging to a patient's mother because it was cold outside. This is an anaesthetist who did it. I said, we've got a clothes rack outside here with loads and loads of coats on it. They don't seem to move. They just seem to stay there. And there's a couple I've had my eye on over these sort of the weeks, the months and the years. And they've literally, nobody, I mean, I can come in the morning, there'll be nobody in here, and still there's a full coat rack. And I'm thinking, whose coats are these? You know, it's ridiculous. Mind you, I've had people working on the programme who haven't even bothered bringing a coat in. They would rather They would rather freeze. Steve, do you remember the early television and radio handbook? I don't actually. I remember a book called Spotlight. Spotlight was very good because it was all the actors and actresses, and it was split up into junior act up to about 18 or 19. Then there was the main one for all the men, and then there was one for the women as well. And you would look through there if you were looking for somebody you wanted for an advert. A friend of mine is a casting director, and he would keep Spotlight on his desk all the time because it would have up-and-coming actors. And you look at somebody and go, that's the person I want. Because they make, you know, all of these adverts in and around London, and it's amazing. Steve, how about producing a Steve Allen annual for Make Some Noise? You could include recipes, gardening tips, ideas for how to make your home extra Christmassy. Extra Christmassy. How much more Christmassy can it be? How much more Christmassy? I like the idea of a television and radio handbook by somebody called Croston, published by the IBA. I seem to remember seeing it some time ago, but I don't think they do things like that. We don't have an IBA anymore. It's probably turned into something else. I quite like reading things about radio when they sort of say, oh, this is so-and-so and so-and-so's moving to this station and that person's moving on or this person is retiring. And I think, oh, right. It doesn't mean anything to me because I never know who the people are. Never know who they are. Les in Manchester says, I don't use gas anymore. And to stop the standing charges, you have to get the meter removed and have the pipe capped by your supplier, which I had done. Aha. That's what it is it? That's what it is. Steve, and somebody asked him about these model owls. They're all over the place, actually. Steve, first day back at work today, and I'm not feeling ill, says Nathan in Surrey. Any advice on seeing it through? Coffee. It depends what you do, actually. Depends what you do. Also have my two eldest with me today. So big hi. So good morning to Macy and, is it Kieran? See, you think we think we're all guessing. We don't know, actually. We think Kieran. Hope it. You watch it. He'll write back in and go, it's not Kieran at all. In which case I shall blame the producer. I shall tell everybody it's nothing to do with me. I just went along with what he said. And so a Steve Allen annual. Yeah, my favourite, Steve, says Kathy, was the Jackie annual, followed by the Beano and Whizzer and Chips. What in God's name is Whizzer and Chips? I've never even heard of Whizzer and Chips. I mean, I know what chips are, but Whizzer and Chips. So is it a cartoon? Oh, blimey, it actually was a cartoon thing. It ran to 1990, but it merged then with the comic Buster. I certainly don't recognise it from the front picture. Whizzer and Chips. I used to love it when you got a free gift inside. My favourite was the bird warbler, which you put on your tongue and you just sort of, apparently you blew through it. And it sounded like a bird or something like that. Or that's the way to do it. You could just become a ventriloquist dummy or something like that. But apart from that, I'm none the wiser, actually. But a Steve Allen annual, I could definitely try and pitch to them. Whether they go for it, I've got no idea. It would be quite funny, wouldn't it, really? So what have we brought out this year as Steve Allen annual? Because they're fairly thick annuals. I didn't realise that, you know, they're not just sort of little books and little pamphlets. The Brazilian icon Pele's final tribute to his dad, ninth flawed genius, and his dad goes into a special wall of a lot of people, which I quite like actually in cemeteries. I like these walls where they've got, I don't know if they've got anything in them or if it's just a plaque that you've put up. I suspect it's probably just a plaque and then you do the scattering somewhere else. Migrant boat crossings up 60%. To 45,000. I know that you're not wild about them. And it's a case of each person. We had it with Priti Patel And we had it with Sula Braverman. You know, I'm going to do something. They can't do anything about it. They absolutely cannot stop it. I don't know why. It's you know, the French don't want these people back. They're glad to see them out the country. But I remember Priti Patel saying we're definitely going to stop them. Then we're going to send them on a plane to, was it Rwanda? Well, that never happened, did it? I don't think we sent anybody to Rwanda at all. Even though she was saying, oh, yes, in fact, they used to start the plane up and it would sit there on the runway waiting for people to get on it to take them to Rwanda, which is a nice hotel, get a bicycle and, you know, your food and all the rest of it. But nobody wanted to go. I could answer there. That's right, European Court of Human Rights blocked that one. Oh, dear, honestly. Hopeless. A national network of walking and cycling experts will be set up at a cost of $32.9 million to help shake up travel habits. They want to get you off the trains, could you believe? They want to get you onto bicycles. So the government's looking at new ways of promoting healthy, active lifestyles. Well, get rid of half the MPs then in the House of Commons because they are just absolutely obese, criminally obese. You see them and you think, wait a minute, you're preaching to us about peddling more. And, you know, most of them spend most of their time asleep because they just can't stay awake. But some of them are huge. I've seen quite a number of MPs, and I think, no, it's all that food that they're getting in the canteen there, of which they pay peanuts, absolute peanuts for it. It's terrible. How many have we got? I like Ben Fogel. He's gone back to the Ukraine. He says going back to see friends in Ukraine felt harder than climbing Everest because he came in to chat to me about climbing Everest. And he has admitted that he could easily become a recluse. He's one of those sort of people. He said, I could easily. And I think a lot of people could nowadays. Years ago, there was some stigma. You know, people say, oh, are you single or in a relationship? And you go, single. And they go, oh, you must be very lonely. And you go, no, absolutely not. In fact, if anything, it's a blessing. I used to open the front door and go, I'm home. And then realise that there was nobody in there. It just came back as a little echo. But no, suits some people. And yet, you know, I know people who literally lurch from one relationship to another, actually. Steve, the plaques in the walls in cemeteries, says Johnny, have the ashes behind and you lease the plot. The council recharge you every 10 years. Oh, right. Interestingly enough, when we... if you go to crematoriums and you're taking somebody's ashes in, you can have a rose bush planted and you can plant, you get a plaque and all the rest of it and you scatter the ashes. But every so often, out comes the rose bush and you have to buy another one. It's a right little racket. It really is. So you have to buy another rose bush. You think, no, the whole idea about roses is you leave them there and they just get bigger and better. But they don't. They keep putting new ones in. Somebody says, is your tree still up? Trees. We have 4 trees this year, 1 7 foot and 3 5 foot. OK? And do you follow the 12th night rule? Yes, on the 6th they will come down. My friend Ian over in America has taken his stuff down already. Can't believe it. No, all my stuff is up. You know, I've got to take luckily I don't have any balls to take off the Christmas tree. I've only got lights and this Myla stuff which hangs up, but I throw it away every year. I just go because it's only £1 a pack and I buy it new every year. And the lights outside as well. But no, still up till the 6th. And in fact, you can actually get away with it by, as long as you turn them off, you don't get the bad luck. And I've never had it. I don't get bad luck. I don't think so. Unless this programme's classed as bad luck. Debbie in Ladbroke Grove says, how about an apron with a front pocket for Global to make some noise this year? Good grief, honestly, we haven't even got into January properly and already you're talking about Globals make some noise. Mind you, I suppose best to think about it. The amount of people who've produced my tea towels, the new ones, is very pleasing, and we've been signing them as well, which is a bit more difficult than you imagine. But we had Tom's back to do it on, which was very nice.
Steve Allen on LBC.
I like the honesty of Gwyneth Paltrow, who said she's not making any New Year resolutions because she's got nothing to give up. Which is, there must be something to give up, mustn't there? She says, I tried to set broader goals and work towards them all year. I think about the little incremental changes I can make opposed to some big sweeping things. So I suppose the rest of us, it's just cigarettes, food, fast food, exercise, not giving up, but sort of maybe starting exercise. And I don't know, I can't think of anything else, actually. What would be sort of good? I don't know, trying to be healthier, but that lasts about 5 minutes, doesn't it? Then you go out and you get completely slaughtered of a night, and you think, I'll have a kebab, and then it's all gone to to pot. Can't quite manage it, I'm afraid. Adele's boyfriend, as I say, splashing out on jewellery, which is very nice. If you've got loads of money, and Countdown, Susie Dent has some useful words to enhance our vocabularies at the start of 2023. The wordsmith enlightened her social media followers with crapulence, which is a word which is in the dictionary now. Do you know what it means? It means sickness from overindulgence. Get a lot of that at Christmas, don't you? The trouble is, I remember sort of somebody saying, have you started eating mince pies? I started eating, January mince pies and stuff like that. It doesn't bother me. And there's also another one, which is crambasilment. Crambasilment is apparently looking prematurely aged from excess partying. Because I think you get to a certain stage, you go out partying and you look really young, and then all of a sudden you get to that stage where you go from hello to I'm going to be sick. And I think that's when you look different. Especially judging by all the people I was seeing in Leicester Square the other morning. I've never seen so many drunks in my entire life. And the fun thing is, I've never seen so many police officers. I didn't know we had that many policemen in London, because you never see them unless the oversized ones are coming back from McDonald's in the morning. You want to see them, seriously. You talk about, two bottom policemen, they're here. They're here. They were walking back through the other day, all carrying their, McDonald's and their, bits and pieces. And you think, you feel like saying to them, maybe a salad next time, but you don't like to say anything just in case they take umbrage about the whole thing. But it is interesting, isn't it? That you get, what was word of, oh yes, I did remember what word of the year was, and I've forgotten it. Permacrisis. What does that mean? Stuck in, oh right, like the government. Permacrisis. Oh, I quite like that as a word. Is it in the dictionary then? They put it in, is it? Yeah, I quite like the idea of that, actually. A permacrisis. Yeah, I could go for that. Because, to be honest with you, everybody's going to... Although, to be honest with you, people sort of talking about, we want Conservatives out, Labour in. I'm not sure that Starmer is the one. I know it seems a bit odd to say that, but on the interviews that I've heard from him, I don't think he thinks he's the one either. He's a bit beige. He's a bit beige. I thought the Labour Party was a bit, bit gung-ho. If Mick Lynch stood for Labour Party, I could understand it. He'd be more in keeping with the Labour Party. But he's Sir Keir Starmer. It kind of takes it into an elitist kind of different level. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? Wait and see what's going to happen. And Ed Davey, I've known Ed Davey for more years than you've been alive. It's as simple as that. Ed Davey used to come in with a few other MPs and do a round table with me, which we used to play out on LBC overnight. So Ed Davey and I used to do round table with MPs. I know it doesn't seem quite possible nowadays, but I promise you that's what we used to do. They would come in, and if they had a late night sitting at the Commons, it was fine. They would come in to us, we'd give them coffee and tea. Oh, I know so many stories about Ed Davey. So many stories. Some repeatable, some not, which is good. There's also affluenza, the illness of having too much. Affluenza. That's quite good. That's quite a clever play on words. I quite like that one as well, actually. I think that's not too bad. And Steve says, Chris, my Waitrose boss gave us a riddle yesterday to survive the New Year's Day shift. What's the only mode of transport that's the same spelt forwards as backwards? Well, this is, there's a name for, it's for something that reads the same forwards as backwards. And it's called, I can't remember what it's called now, it's so annoying. It's a palindrome. It's a palindrome, which is a word or phrase. So, a man, a plan, a canal, Panama, is exactly the same, read backwards. It reads a man, a plan, a canal, Panama. There you go. You never knew that. That's the most famous palindrome of all. But he says the mode of transport, the same spelt forwards as backwards, race car. R-A-C-E. Yes, yeah, it is. I still think mine's better. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. Everybody writes it down and go, well, I'm going to check that one, Steve. But it's been known for a palindrome. See, I'm not particularly clever with stuff like that, but I do like the idea when sort of somebody says to me, oh, you know, do you know any of these words or phrases? There's loads of them. Absolutely loads and loads of them. And people seem to be fascinated. Loads of you turned up to the New Year's Day parade yesterday. They said 500,000 people went there. So it's the first time it's been back, because they did a smaller version, which Chris Gold, works for our sister station, compared the other day. I did it for about 9 years, comparing the New Year's Day parade. And I used to compare the concerts in the Central Hall, Westminster, which is a barn of a place, but it's lovely, built by the Methodists. Each one gave a guinea, and they built this hall. It used to be the London Aquarium on the same site. And we would bring in all their concert bands from all the parade, you know, entrance. And some of them, they travel thousands of miles to be here, to be in the New Year's Day parade. There is a similar one in France that goes on. They're all over the place. And very, very popular they were too. And I loved it. But Bob Bone, the man behind it, I think it's been, they certainly not been helped, actually, by the pandemic and all other bits and pieces. But they did a shorter one the other year. But I knew it was back on again because I could tell by how many roads were closed all over the place. Because you've got to bring in all the marchers, and they'd come in from all different places down in Parliament Square, which is quite something. Quite something. Well worth going to. If you haven't seen it, then you must go next year and watch it, I think. I see, actually, talking of Keir Starmer, which we were a second ago, he's going to demote MPs who failed to emerge from the shadows. And these are Labour front benchers, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5 of them. 5 of them. And he's going to demote them. You know, presumably waiting for something. Because if you haven't made your mark, there's no point, is there? You've got to make your mark. Sorry? 5? There are 5. I can't read the names upside down. Wait a minute. I have to turn the paper round the other way. The Shadow Northern Ireland Secretary, Peter Kyle. Louise Haigh, Shadow Transport Secretary. Nick Thomas Simmons, the Shadow Trade Secretary. Preet Kaur Gill, Shadow Minister for International Development. Jim McMahon, Shadow Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. It doesn't like those last 3, does it? But the trouble is, how can you have a government in waiting if the person who's going to lead the government doesn't even like half of them? You know, I've always thought politics was just a bit of a game, really. It is a bit of a game, you know. Somebody said, how can you tell if they're lying? Their lips are moving. That's how it works nowadays. They'll promise you anything to get into power. And then when they actually get in power... I remember talking years ago, when he was alive, obviously, the sports minister, and I said, we were talking about sport, unbelievably. And I said to him, so how much power have you got? He said, none. He had no power over the football clubs or anything at all. And he said, it's so frustrating. He said, you want to change things? He said, but you can't. He said, they seem to be protected. Whitehall also loses 50 gadgets a week. This is laptops, phones, mobile phones, actually. They lost 2,000 last year. All sorts of things have disappeared. And a Labour MP has shared a list of politicians reputed to be sex pests. This is on a WhatsApp group. Charlotte Nichols, who represents Warrington North, posted the list of 20 names, understood to be used by other Labour MPs before deleting it, saying she'd sent it by mistake. Surprising, I know. I never understand why you get these sort of people. I mean, I've never, believe it or not, in all my years, I've never even been to the House of Commons. Passed it a million times. Never actually been. Got invited to dinner there some years ago. And I couldn't make it for some reason. I can't remember what. I wish I'd gone, actually. Just out of curiosity. You're going to take me in? I'll let you know. Yes, I forget producer goes down. That's where he is. That's where, bless him, his heart, he's based. Also, could 2023 be the year of Boris Johnson's comeback? They mooted it for quite some time, didn't they? They said he'll be back because he loves the attention, he loves the publicity, he loves everything about it. And at the moment, he's sort of just floating. But they reckon he could return. They've got allies of the ex-Prime Minister on how he could return. And to be honest with you, I mean, he might bumble his way through it, but he seemed to be fairly popular. The trouble is, you can always guarantee whenever the Conservatives get to the state of electing somebody as Prime Minister, within a short space of time, they're throwing knives in their back. They don't seem to last too long, I'm afraid, which is a bit of a shame. Chris says, my New Year resolution is to stop using spray-on deodorant. Roll on next year. Thank you very much indeed. You're barred, definitely. And Angie in Orpington, I says, you've cheered up the season for me. Keep it up for 2023. Oh, we've got so much stuff for you for 2023. I promise you will not be disappointed. You have chosen very wisely. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to January the 3rd. So we've done, wait a minute, I have to remember now, we've done Christmas, we've done Hanukkah, we've done New Year's Eve, now it's back to normality, although it's not really because we're back into the train strikes again. We were okay yesterday, well, there was a bit touch and go as to whether I was going to get a train. Then they said, oh, it's delayed. Then I got on, I was the only one on the train. Well, on my carriage, that's the second time it's happened. I don't know how they're sort of operating these things, but unfortunately today, and I think tomorrow and the next day and the next day, it's strikes. So we will get through it. I promise you we get through it. Plus we've got some good stories in the papers today. There's a lovely lineup for Dancing on Ice. They've decided to resurrect some dead people's careers, and they brought them out because, again, if you have to ask who they are, it's not a celebrity-based programme. So we'll tell you who they are in a moment. And don't forget, we take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And it is nice to have your company. I slept remarkably. I went out and did shopping yesterday. I managed to get a few little bits and pieces that I needed. And so that was that. And then I watched a bit of television, had a few Prosecco's, which was very nice. And then sort of geared myself up, climbed into bed, and then blow me down. It seemed like within about 5 minutes, I had to get up again. And I remember checking the clock and looking at it, because sometimes, you know, when you wake up, you're half asleep, and you look at the clock and you think, oh, good, 10 to 4. 10 to 4? Is that in the morning? What time is it? And you completely lose all sense of reality. So, luckily I didn't, and I checked all the alarm clocks. I have 3 of them. I don't really need them. I do wake up, actually, without having an alarm clock, and it works quite well for me, because I do sleep very well. Other people hate me. They hate me for that. They go, you sleep so well. And the producer's very tired this morning because he's just come back because he's had a break. He's been away, done a bit of skiing on some water, and so like water skiing, and he's done all these other little bits and pieces. And Laughing Boy's back with us as well. Is this your coat in here? Because we're about to eBay it. We decided between Elliot and myself, we thought if we eBay that, because I looked at it, I said, somebody's left their coat in here. And he said, it could be Jack's. So I've been through the pockets and nothing. Absolutely nothing. Very, very disappointing. Very disappointing. And then, because Elliot thought it looked quite nice, actually. He thought it was quite a good little coat. So, well, we did appreciate it. It's just I couldn't work out why it was in here. As if this was a cloakroom or something that we're now operating at Global. Oh, because you were doing... Oh, you were doing the phones. Ah, right. Were you doing the phones for Nick Abbott? He was in a bad mood, wasn't he? You can always tell when he's in a bad mood. Oh, goodness me, honestly. I bumped into him again the other day because we do speak on a fairly, in fact, almost too regular a basis. I'd rather it was sort of once a year, but he sort of makes it a little bit more than that. So the Sussexes. Don't know where we begin on it. But you're never going to get a decent interview with Harry and with Tom Bradbury, who is the newsreader on ITV. They've been friends for years. You're going to get a pussy interview. You're not going to get anything that is particularly hard-hitting because they will have agreed it beforehand. I mean, Harry, just to me, and everybody else, it seems, there's a few people, comes over, it's like some little petulant child. I mean, if he is quite serious... I mean, he slates the family yet again on television and then goes, I want to make peace. I want my father and... Well, he said this ages ago. This is not recent. This is ages and ages ago. I want my father and my brother back. Well, you're going about it the wrong way, matey. But then, of course, nobody could ever tell Harry. He was the one who lashed out at photographers when he was drunk. He was the one who behaved badly. He was the one who thinks he's something special, whereas he's not. You just have to get on with the job, which is what your brother does, and his wife, and your father... and his wife, and all the other people in the royal family. You don't want to do it, you want to opt out, that's your business, I don't care. But don't sort of make yourself out to be some dreary old martyr, because nobody's interesting. Nobody's interested in this, because you're the one who has made this the way it is. He says, I want a family, not an institution. Well, you're in the wrong place, love. You've always been in an institution. That's what they are. They're a family firm. They're not a family in the sense of, mummy, daddy, brother, sister, etc., etc., And he says they feel it's better to keep us as villains. What language are you speaking? Where are you coming from? Where are you coming? You're just trying to flog a few books. Already it's practically remaindered. And so 2 new TV chats, not even in his house. Some of the newspapers got it completely wrong. It's a rented house that they've put him in. They're obviously interested, but I mean, once he's had his little moment of glory and he's droned on about how awful it is being in the royal family, then perhaps we can all get on with our lives again. And oh no, you can't. Just remembered, Meghan. She wants to bring out a book as well about her minuscule time in the royal family, because I think she was in it for about 2 years. I think it was 2 years. And so, of course, that makes her an expert on the royal family. I did say when she first went into the royal family, going to be trouble. An American actress, remember the last American who moved into the royal family? That was a bit of a disaster as well, but they managed to twist the person they were going out with around their little finger, and that's the way I see Harry, being led with a ring through his nose. The holding hands bit, the all, not knowing how to behave. Not understanding how to behave, and yet sort of managing to milk it for as much as they can. Well, that's fine. But don't dictate to us, as I think loads of people have said, including Robert Jobson, the royal expert and author, and all the other people have said, he won't bring down the family. He can whinge and scream and, bang his heels together and, hope he's going to go to Narnia or something. But it's not going to make any difference at all, because the majority of the British public have had enough. We know what you are. Not exactly hard working to put a uniform on and stand there and do a salute. Really not difficult at all. Apparently Meghan was a working royal for 72 days. So obviously a complete lifetime's career. 72 days. That's all she managed. And even that was too much for her. Well, I mean, little Miss Bone Idol. Thank you. Do you want to take the coat, or thought you'd leave it? I can't believe it's like a cloakroom in here.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't. I wasn't using the chair, but it's the fact it's in here. Do you understand? Good. Write out 300 times. I will not leave my coat in Steve's studio again. No, come on, it's fair. Goodness sake, honestly. It's like, I was telling people a story ages and ages ago, sort of, people's dressing rooms in the theatre. And they make it their own. They put cards in and flowers and, people's bits and pieces. When I was at the Magic Circle, I was sharing a dressing room. I had to share a dressing room. But it's only because they've only got 2 dressing rooms there. And with sort of 6 people working, and, you've got to kind of split it up. But I don't really take up, when I was in the dressing room, the other person was out of the dressing room. When they were in the dressing room, I stayed out of the dressing room. Because they're not very big. But it was just enough to sort of pop your clothes on. Giles reckons that Harry's book should be entitled Spare Us. I couldn't disagree. The trouble is, who cares? I mean, it's as simple as that. Who gives a stuff? Who gives a stuff? If it comes down to the hard part, there's far more worrying things to worry about than there is about, some minor member of the royal family who sort of objects to the fact that he's the spare. Well, sorry, love, that's how it works. Go through East European royalty. Let's face it, you didn't do too badly. Did you actually have to go out and buy clothes? I only ask, actually, out of curiosity, because I don't think you had to go and buy food or anything, did you? It was all provided for you. The houses were provided for you. The clothes were provided. The valets were provided for you. The people who cooked your food. Everything was done for you, and you were still ungrateful. That's what I can't understand. How you could be so ungrateful about something like that. Because it's 20 years he's been friends with Tom Bradby, by the way. And he was friends with Harry and William, and he conducted it. But you're going to get a really lame interview with Tom. I'm sorry to say it, because I think he's really nice. And I just think he was the wrong person to be chosen. They should have chosen somebody who was totally impartial and who could ask him the question. Because Harry never wrote this book. You do know it was ghosted by somebody. So the producer has spent money on something that wasn't even written by the bloke whose name is on the front cover. And it'll be the Prince Harry. He's not a prince. He's out the royal family, together with Uncle Andrew. but it's the way it goes. It's a shame, really, isn't it? When you get somebody from the royal family, a minor member, who trashes them and attacks them. And yet, they've done their best, but you have to learn to grow up quickly. The only thing that Harry's not learned how to do is grow up quickly, I'm afraid. Changing the subject, and I'm sure we'll come back to them a little bit later as you find more and more stories in the papers. A family of 4 were left very disappointed when their KFC party bucket arrived. We like a bit of KFC party bucket, but this one had 3 pieces of chicken instead of 30. I didn't know they did party buckets with 30 pieces of chicken in. That sounds quite excessive and quite nice at the same time. Dad of 2, Steve Hunt, ordered the £37 matchday party through Deliveroo. It was also missing the sides of popcorn, chicken, fries, coleslaw gravy and a bottle of Pepsi. Steve was initially refused a refund for what he called the worst culinary mistake of the year. Deliveroo have now apologised. Well, where's it gone to? Did their Deliveroo driver eat it? Did they do? I mean, seriously, you give somebody a box and it's got 3 pieces of chicken in. That's taking the mickey. That's taking the mickey, isn't it? I mean, you can see the funny side of it, can't you? You can see the funny side of it, but at the end of the day, if you order your chicken, you expect 30 pieces with your bottle of this and 3 pieces of chicken turn up. Somebody somewhere has half-inched it, because you can't be that stupid putting 3 pieces of chicken in a party barrel. But what do I know? Goodness sake, honestly. Steve says, Shane, I'm listening to you at the local shopping centre. I'm staying here for a while. The air conditioning is nice. And it's cool, because it's warm today. Not here, it's not. Here in Londinium, it's a bit chilly bon. A little bit chilly bon. But what have we got for you? Who's in Dancing on Ice? Do you remember the programme was axed first time round because they ran out of celebrities? They appear to have done it with this one as well. You won't have heard of half of the people who are appearing in it, so I shall have to explain to you who the lineup is for 2023 in Dancing on Ice. It's the most embarrassing lineup I've ever seen in my entire life, but don't take my word for it. Wait and find out in a second just who are the deliberately difficult stars. That's what they're looking for. Big celebrities. Yeah, right. You wait. 4:15.
This is LB.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
I was just telling the producer, actually, I was reading a little bit coming in. It was a bit of Peter Andre. Remember Peter Andre? No, you won't remember him. He was in Greece, yes. He was the one. We had all the court bits and pieces over. Somebody had said he wasn't very well blessed in the downstairs department and all the rest of it. Anyway, in his column this time round, because Pete lives on Planet Pete. He's not really in the real world. And his daughter, Princess, apparently, is going to go to college because she wants to be a beauty therapist. So she set her sights particularly high. And his son, who's in the music business, not really, is going to be bringing out an album this year, 3 more singles as well. And Pete apparently is absolutely delighted. I should imagine so. They seem to be doing better than he is. Anyway, over in Dancing on Ice. This is the programme where every year they drag out a few people, people who are the ne'er-do-wells, people who need the money. And the first one in this celebrity... it's so celebrity-laden, I don't know how we're going to cope with it. They've got a guy called Siva Kaneswaran. I know. He's one of their big stars, and he was in a group called The Wanted. And he's been confirmed. Before he joined the boy band in 2009, ladies and gentlemen, he enjoyed a brief career as a model. When I say brief, it was like... snap, finished. That's it. And he appeared in ITV's X Factor-style drama Rock Rivals. Anybody remember that one? No, me neither. Anyway, he was selected to join The Wanted. And he says, I'm looking forward to meeting all the cast. They won't know who you are, dear. So that's why I'm telling them now, which is good. Also, so he's sort of the last one, I think, the 11th celebrity. Michelle Heaton. God in heaven. This was the woman who did Celebrity Come Dine With Me, walked down the stairs and said, I ain't got no knickers on. She's a real class act, absolutely a class act. So she found fame in Liberty X, and since then she's done nothing. Nothing at all, I'm afraid. And she says, me and the kids are huge fans of the show in general. As I say, is there a sort of a cemetery somewhere out there to find these people? OK, you'll love this one. Carly Stenson. Carly Stenson. So I racked my brains and I thought, Carly Stenson. Nope. Apparently she was in, and I've always maintained this. If you don't know who they are, they were in Hollyoaks. And this one was in Hollyoaks. She played, apparently, Steph Cunningham. Riveting. No, none the wiser. But apparently she's appeared in West End shows, Legally Blonde, Shrek, Spamalot, none of the major roles in this. She says, I'm very terrified, but I can't wait. Probably surprised, I should imagine. Darren Harriott. Darren Harriott. Again, these are supposed to be people you're supposed to know about. I don't think he's any relation, but he's tried his hand. He's basically, tried his hand at Celebrity Bake Off, Celebrity Mastermind. He's appeared on Mock the Week and Richard Osman's House of Cards, also appearing on Live at the Apollo. He's a comedian, apparently. Again, not a clue. Not a clue. Joey Essex. You remember Joey Essex? This is the one who's got all these watches but can't tell the time. Best known for He Only Wears Essex, and that's about it, I'm afraid. He's a bit thick. He can't help it. And he says, I want to impress the judges, but I want to impress myself. He's now looking a bit old. He used to be sort of a little bit young. The Vivian, apparently, is a drag queen. But a drag queen like you've never seen before. Best known for winning the first series of RuPaul's Drag Race. As Paul O'Grady said, these aren't drag queens as he knows them. These are people who spend all day doing their makeup. The hair is completely different. It's not just putting a wig on. They've got, bits and pieces to add to it. And the Vivian has been on. And, as I say, not funny, not interesting, not anything at all. She says, I think it's a big step forward for queer representation on television. What planet are you on, dear? Have you seen how many queer representations there are on television? Molly Gallagher. Any idea on that one? I'll throw it open. Anybody hand up at the back there? You, madam. Hollyoaks? No, sadly not. She played in Coronation Street. She played Nina Lucas. Again, not a clue. Not a clue. She hasn't actually done anything else. She played Roy Cropper's niece. And that's it. OK, here we go. Oh, good. Niall Wilson. Anybody on Niall Wilson? Oh, I thought you'd know that one, Elliot. Best known for winning an Olympic bronze medal. We couldn't even get the gold medal winner. He's the fourth confirmed celebrity. He got it in the horizontal bar. Who hasn't? He did horizontal bar. Nobody will know who he is. This is hilarious. Well, I didn't know what the horizontal bar was. That's the thing where you've got them and you do up and down and then you swing your feet round and all the rest of it. But to say, you could look at a picture of him, you wouldn't know who he was at all. He said, I've certainly not done much ice skating. No. Ekin Sue. Now, you know who she is, don't you? Best known for winning Love Island with David. They haven't done anything together because they're not really a proper relationship. And so that's it. Apparently she's an actress and model, which is lovely. And so she announced it on Good Morning Britain. Again, that's her claim to fame. She wore a bikini on the television. John Fashanu, getting on a bit now. Best known for FA Cup winning footballer and Gladiators presenter. He says, I don't think it'll come as any surprise to people that you're very competitive. Well, it comes as a surprise to people you're still working. Then about competitive. Patsy Palmer. You know Patsy Palmer, don't you? Oh, no, the producer doesn't. She was Bianca Jackson in EastEnders. And then I think she lives in America at the moment. And the judges. Who are the judges? You've got Jane Torville, Christopher Dean, Ashley Banjo, and Oti Mabuse. And that's it. So Jane and Chris, of course, have appeared in all 14 series of the shows. And also then you're going to get Holly and Pip back again. But, I mean, the celebrity count is a bit lame, to say the least. I mean, to find somebody who is even a bronze medal winner, you might have, booked the Studio Cat or something like that, could compete. Stick a pair of skates on it, see what happens. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Anyway, good news about Doctor Who. Lost episodes are going to be revived as cartoons, which I was quite pleased about. And a charity, and this one I do agree with, has just lost its licence to look after children. Why? They took them to a frozen lake. How thick do you have to be? How stupid do you have to be? This is in the light of 4 children losing their life on a frozen lake, and this charity has now lost its licence. Good. Good. You don't want people like that looking after your kids, do you, really? Tennis legend Martina Navratilova is battling cancer. I think she's got throat cancer and something else as well. It's doable, I'm told. But again, still a bit of a shock, actually. A bit of a shock. And a New Year queue. 30-hour wait. People were queuing to buy a beach hut. Beach huts are very popular. This one's about 4,000 quid. I think there must be a few of them because there were a few people in the queue. And I think it was a case of, book your beach hut now. The one thing you can't do with beach huts is the one thing I can't quite understand is you buy it and they've got no electricity, most of them. They've got no running water. There's no toilet facilities. So you have to wee in the sea. And you can't sleep in them. You can doze in them during the daytime, but you can't use it for sort of overnight stays or something like that. So that's a bit of a pain, isn't it, really? Susie says, I don't think Meghan ever intended to stay here and thought they went to America for privacy. Well, they said privacy, didn't they? But in fact, ever since then, they've just sort of milked the public. She desperately wants to be somebody as opposed to a nobody. And so the only thing she's got is him. She hasn't got anything else apart from him. And so, consequently, what will happen is, I think next year they've all predicted, they brought in a load of stargazers and tarot readers, and they reckon that this year they will start doing more separate work. Well, to be honest with you, they don't actually do work at the moment. There is no work. Harry sits down and ghosts a book with somebody. There's no work involved. In Victor's games, there's an army of people behind the scenes. He just turns up and waves and does photo call. She doesn't do acting anymore. Not that we thought she did acting in the first place. So what does she do now? Nothing. She doesn't even need to cling on to him. For the simple reason, if they've got this 100 million sitting in the bank, she could separate from him now. She would, go ahead by herself and dump him, which most people are predicting will happen at some point, and she'll get half the money and he will have to support the children. Even though he doesn't have a job, he'll have to support the children until they're sort of 18 or 19. Stephen says, this donut Harry has had the best life. I'll swap with him. Very ungrateful. How dare he be so nasty to the family? Well, I think he's being led by her. I don't think he's thought of this by himself. He's not bright enough to do anything like that. Just because he's a member of the royal family, it's like footballers. Don't think footballers know what they're talking about half the time. All they could do is kick a ball into a net. There's nothing else. I mean, I don't think Harry knows anything at all. And, the idea, I don't think she ever wanted to stay here either. She had no love for this country at all, apart from asking people she knew over here, can you find me somebody who's loaded? And they went, Harry's available. Harry's always available. He can't find girlfriends to stay with him because they don't want to go in for that life. In exactly the same way that Meghan didn't want to go in for that life. So she didn't. She sort of opted for, let's make as much money, then we'll make all sorts of spurious claims against the royal family, who are sort of probably just sitting back going, what an ungrateful pair they really are. And that's exactly what they are. They're ungrateful. I mean, how many copies the book will sell, I don't know. I'd be very curious to find that out, actually. I know that, that MP who went into the jungle, he hasn't sold very many. 3,300 books.
I found this on the web.
Yes, all right. So it always does. Strangely enough, what's thrown up here? The Nadine Dorries interview. I don't know why. From celebrity to whatever. My friend Warren says only 358 days to Christmas, Steve. Yeah. You still didn't get a tree at home, did you, Elliot? No. Came back. Yeah, lovely one in France. Nice. We like a Christmas tree in France. I got a nice one in Iceland. That was very nice. It was only a little one. And they gave me a little bag with all the decorations in. But the only thing it didn't have was any lights. But I mean, that didn't bother me because lights I've got at home here. But we're coming up to 12th night, which is on the 6th, and on the 6th you're supposed to take the decorations down. I think you can leave them up there for a bit longer. Why not leave them up all year round? What's going to happen? They say, oh, it's unlucky. What do you mean unlucky? Good grief! We've got all these strikes and no trains and no buses and no tubes and no postmen. No driving instructors. I mean, what do you mean? It could get worse. Get worse? How could it get worse? About as bad as it gets, isn't it? 4:30. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Charlotte Morgan.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Will says, I agree with your comments about Ginge and Whinge. Looking forward to Ginger's sequel to Spare, which should be called Part. Yeah. I just think it's listen, if you want to read the book, you'll read the book. If you don't want to read the book, you won't read the book. It's as simple as that. It's sort of I don't know, it's a conundrum. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm bored witless with it already. I know I'm talking about it, and the reason and don't write in and sort of go, oh, you're talking about it, aren't you? Because it's in the newspapers, and we do the newspapers. If it's in the newspapers, it's a current story. So, if you're going to whinge about it, go listen to something else. It's so much easier. Am I right, says Warren, that there was a man on the radio a few years ago and said he had Christmas lunch every day of the year? No, he did. He enjoys Christmas lunch every day of the year. I know. I mean, I thought it was quite a nice idea. But there you go. Also, we've got the ultimate story. I mean, apart from the fact that Pele and Pope Benedict are lying in state, and the pictures are in the... Honestly, I never thought I'd see pictures in the papers of sort of dead popes and a dead footballing legend. I say legend because I don't know anything about Pele. I know he's famous, and that's about as far as I go, I'm afraid. But you look at the pictures in there, and all the popes look the same. They put them on this dais, and he's got all everybody talks about is nice shiny shoes. I think they must have a set of shoes which they sort of pop on and off, and sort of hang on to them, and then put them on the next pope. Because it doesn't make it. They're not going anywhere, are they? And they lie there, and the party faithful stand behind a red rope. And you look at the pope. Now, I mean, I applaud this kind of thing because I think that's quite good. But generally speaking, as C of E, we're not very good with this sort of body thing. We don't do open caskets and stuff like that because we're a bit frightened of it, because we don't know. And you ask the majority of people, in the real world, have you seen many dead bodies? And they'll go, oh no. Whereas I saw my mum, my dad, and various other people over the years. So I'm a bit more in touch with it, but I still don't like it. The idea that sort of people are funeral directors, I think is very applaudable, because I couldn't do something like that, because it's not as nice a job as you think it's going to be. I think you have to have a vacation to be. I remember meeting somebody some time ago, it's a listener, and he ran a funeral directors, and he took me down there. Now, what he was not allowed to do, which he didn't, was show me into the chapels of rest where there were people residing, but they had a coffin store, and they had all sorts of things. And I said, your office, and I always remember this to this day, is very plain. It's just got a desk, some plastic flowers and 2 chairs, and that's it for the office. And I said, why is it not a bit more glamorous? And he said, then people would go, that's why your charges are so expensive. He said, so we keep it simple. He said, and funerals, you shouldn't ever worry about who's going to pay for your funeral. Somebody will pay for it. Make the family pay for it. But I went and had a look around, and I remember thinking, all these funeral cars, the hearses and the limos, they don't do very many miles, because they're mainly going to a local cemetery or something like that. But I always liked the horse-drawn. I always thought they looked really good, but I didn't realise that they turn up at the cemetery, the horse-drawn, in the back of a horse box, then they hook them up. They very rarely do very far. Which is okay. But so Pele, and there's a picture here of him, coming in with his son carrying the coffin, and then his wife, who's called Marcia, and all the people queuing outside. I think it's nice that people do that. It's he was huge. The funny thing was, there was something else going on, wasn't there, in Pele's hometown, and so they had to sort of wait for that all to be over. But tens of thousands of Catholics have descended on the Vatican. They were queuing from the early hours of the morning. Excuse me. His funeral's going to be Thursday, so he's only doing 3 days of lying in state. So it'll be huge. And in fact, you'll find that Charles will go out there. All heads of states go out to these funerals, and we'll wait and see. Brace yourself, Steve. We've had 2 weeks with no B word. The B word? Oh, right. He says the only B word we've had in the last 2 weeks is bunting. He says, but the Brexit man will be back at 10 o'clock this morning. Oh, we'll have stored it up. Can you just... He has stored... I bet you anything. I quite like it. I don't understand what he's talking about half the time, but I do like it. I sort of get there eventually. I'm still not totally convinced that these news presenters at the BBC facing screen tests to save their jobs, whether it's a serious story or whether it's like an April Fool. I just don't... they've been doing the job and they're doing it really well. And, all these other people have been spared, like Hugh Edwards, Fiona Bruce and Clive Myrie. Why? Why don't we all vote? It's our BBC. We're constantly being told it's our BBC. We should be able to vote. They put up Clive Myrie and we go, yeah, tick a box, or you call a premium rate number. But, to actually put Ben Brown on the line is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard of. Seriously, he's one of the good ones. A firm boost for the Yorkshire Farm star. This is Amanda Owen. Her business is now worth £343,000. This was the woman who, with her family, and they've got 9 kids, they're in the Yorkshire moors and everything else, and then she split up from their husband. They're now not together, but they still work together and co-parent the kids, which is very good. Be nice if you could say the same for Jordan with all of her children, but they're marvellous. Princess is going to be a beauty therapist. Well, she is if she gets good grades. Honestly, fancy setting your sights that low. I think I'd be a beauty therapist, do like nail varnish and something like that. And their son's going to be a pop star, yeah. Right, of course he is. Sort of like his father was many, 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 many years ago. Mysterious girl, mysterious girl. I always remember poor old Pete had to take his guitar into the jungle. That was about as embarrassing as Matt Goss pretending he could dance. But, far be it from me. What have we got? They've got... Oh, yes, I mentioned the other day, and they've reprinted it again today. Clive Myrie has revealed he turned down Strictly Come Dancing as he feared people would stop taking him seriously as a broadcaster. Yeah, but you're doing Mastermind. I mean, that, nobody takes you seriously after you've done Mastermind, do they, really? So... I don't think it would make any difference. I did say yesterday I thought it was a good idea that he wasn't going to be doing it, because he said they keep asking. And I thought, well, that's okay. Keep asking, and eventually he will say yes. Yeah, I think so, yeah. They all do that. Children say their worst Christmas gifts came from grandparents. Grandparents. No, you got good from grandparents? You get good? They give you loads of money. Really? Are they rich? They want another grandson or something like that? I'm kind of free. I haven't got any grandparents around at the moment, so I could say I was adopted. They did that programme on the telly the other day, and it's done by Davina McCall, where people write in because they were adopted when they were very young and the family split up. And they had this lady, and she had 2 sisters, and they were all farmed out. The mother went to prison for neglect of the children. The father was in prison for something else. Anyway, they eventually link up the sisters together, which I thought was brilliant. I was very impressed. She was, she'd not seen them since they were babies. And then it turned out that the mother, when she'd come out of Nick and the father came out of Nick, they got back together again and they had another 9 children. These people must have spent most of their time in the bedroom. I mean, unbelievable. And they were trying to find some of the other children. So it was a fairly large family, which, of course, they were Other things that were given by grandparents. Number 1, a potato peeler. Grandparents bought a potato peeler for their... Yeah, I know. A box of economy tissues. Well, I mean, yeah, see, I kind of see that's okay. I think that's all right. Yeah, because you always need to blow your nose, don't you? Also an orange, a multi-pack of crisps, a ballpoint pen, a stuffed toy crocodile, and olive oil. I wonder why you want to give somebody olive oil. What's the point of that? It's a very odd one, isn't it, really? Right, cooking. No. I think it's can't cook, won't cook, cook will cook. You know, that's how it works. I don't like the idea. I mean, I can reheat. I'm very good at reheating stuff, but I'm not one of these people who follows the cooking programs. In fact, I'm bored witless with the cooking programs. You know, they're about as dreary as it gets. If I see that deeply unfunny comedian, you know, with the worst haircut in living memory again, I think I shall have to throw the television out the window. And you can't have everything, can you? What do we got? This is Meghan Trainor. Made a surprise return to the charts at the end of 2022. And Liz Hurley out with her son Damien. Must be very odd having a very glamorous mother. And she must think it's equally odd having a very glamorous son. Because he's very, very pretty. Damien, he does modelling, but Liz is sort of wearing, I don't know, she's wearing one of those sort of dresses which is a little bit see-through. You know, a lot of people, I mean, I've got them as well. I mean, everybody's got these sort of things, haven't they? Because when you go out to the premieres, and we get more premieres in Leicester Square than anybody else gets. We get really good premieres here. I've seen them transfer Leicester Square into a Transformers site, Dickensian Village. We've had Godzilla we've had everything. Every time there's a big movie out, they would transform the square. And the funny thing is, you see it, and then by the next one, it's all gone. We've had it snowing. By midnight, it's normally good. It's amazing, isn't it, really? But I love it. And you can always tell it's all the old people from Love Island who turn up looking like they're about to go working on the Reaper barn. You know, and you start thinking to yourself, it's freezing cold, dear. Put on a coat. You know, put on a proper coat. Have some... Oh, you've got a dib-dab. Oh, where'd you get that from? Where'd you get a dib-dab from? From Adam? He brought in a dib-dab. Oh, that was it, was it? Have you still got your mug, Jack? Don't lose it. I know what it's like. You know, you'll be one of those sort of people. The cleaners will be going, look at this, a black mug. They'll be putting hot water in it. It'll be the only one changing in the dishwasher to a picture of Steve Allen with, you know, I can't remember what the slogan is on it. I really can't remember. Is it something to do with have a magical time with Steve Allen? You think it's magical? I can't remember what it is. So annoying. But we sold loads down at the Magic Circle, and I managed to purloin a couple for the boys, you know, just to give them something, you know, little bit of a present, you know, and there you go. Yeah, so it says, amuse and amaze your friends. Waking up with Steve Allen is magical. It is, yeah, it's good, isn't it? I'm trying to persuade more and more people to... Every time I tell people about the new podcasting and how it's all moved over to globalplayer.com, I always tell people, do it, because it'll change your life. You know, if you're going on holiday and, you know, you maybe go to Los Angeles or you go to wherever, at least you've got the programmes to listen to, life will be so much easier. So much easier. It's 5:15.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 13 minutes to 5 is the time. Janet Jackson is the latest big-name musician to join stars doing #MeToo checks on their team. I interviewed Janet Jackson. She, very little tiny voice. I was quite surprised, actually. I thought she'd be a bit sort of loud, but she turned out not to be. How many people are getting piercings now? Apparently it's fairly popular. You've got an earring I don't class as a piercing. I know it is a piercing, but, you know, you can get different earrings. But, I mean, I used to have a friend of mine years ago, and he was addicted to, like David Beckham is addicted to tattoos. He had piercings everywhere, and I mean everywhere. And I remember thinking, it's an addiction. You know, people have nipple rings and stuff like that. He had a chain between them and everything else, and then he had piercings all the way up his ears, all the way round the ear, which is fairly popular. And then the tongue, I'd seen being done. The nose, the things you can have done. And somebody said to me, why don't you get your ears pierced? I said, don't be so stupid, I'm 68. What would I do with an ear piercing? And then somebody said, it doesn't hurt. I said, I couldn't care less. I just wouldn't have it. I mean, you're supposed to play with it, aren't you, after it's just been put in? Oh, you're not play with it? Oh, right. Because so if you took yours out, could you then put it back in again later? Oh, right. And so it's not... How in the first few weeks, you're not supposed to take it out. So you're not supposed to play with it either. Or you can get infected. Oh, wow. But you don't feel anything when they do it, do they? Do you? Is it not like... just like a little sort of prick, you know, as you sort of... oh, right. I also wonder about, you know, if you haven't got any lobes, you know, where you're supposed to put... And also, to give you a choice of what you can have put in. You can have, you know, would you like a ring, you know, pegs and lucky heather I could do or something like that. Big diamonds, yeah. I don't think I'll ever have it done, but it was one of those things that was on sort of a bucket list donkeys years ago. I thought, it's, you know, when you rebel a little bit at school, you finish doing school, and then all of a sudden you can let your hair grow long. And I used to have hair down to my shoulders. Admittedly, I mean, I look ridiculous, but I mean, I used to think I looked quite cool, actually. I thought it was pretty good. So I used to have the sunroof down on the car, so my hair used to blow about all over the place. And when I used to get out of the car, I used to look like a surfboarder. I didn't, but that's what I thought I looked like. So I thought it was quite cool, actually. You know, you sort of shake your hair out, and it was all very towselly. And then things changed, and we didn't bother. We got a non-binary minister, the church's first non-binary minister. And guess what? Now, if you watch Dallas, do you remember Dallas? Do you remember Victoria Principal? She was Bobby Ewing's wife, and she married very glamorous. She married a plastic surgeon because she said, he can just change me. He can just change me. He can, you know, so if you wanted something doing, he would do it. She celebrates, I think she's 72 now. 72. I mean, you can tell, 73 today, so you can actually tell that she's had surgery done because they don't look as they used to. She probably thinks she does, but she doesn't, because they sort of stretch or put in fillers or everything else. But when you get to 73, you know, it'd be like the Queen coming out of having Botox or something like that, or fillers. I mean, that wouldn't be happening anytime soon, would it really? I don't think so. But as she's sort of got a bit older, it's the hair that gives it away. That's why, you know, Joan Collins wears wigs. It's all wigs, and lots of other people wear wigs. Barbara used to wear wigs, because your hair changes as you get a bit older. But Victoria Principal, I think, has been having... she was married to this plastic surgeon. I think he's called Harry Glassman. I think. I might have got that wrong. That's who she used to be married to. Let's have a quick look, actually. Here we go. And, hey, Harry Glassman. There you go. Look at me, honestly. Look at me remembering these things. Whoopee for me. Whoopee for me. By the way, if you want a bit of boost in your sort of eating habits for this year, eat your Christmas tree. That's what they've said. They've said you can eat your Christmas... I've never heard of people eating their Christmas tree. I thought the idea is you just hang, you know, your different bits and pieces on it, and that's about it. But they've said, no, you can actually eat it. They said, or take it to the zoo. Can you imagine turning up at the zoo going, Steve Allen said, we've got to bring our Christmas trees in. But they've said you can make pine syrup. And, yes, it's like a medicinal thing. But I don't know what it's medicinal for. Is it coughs and cough? They're also advising, by the way, if you've got a cough or a cold or you're feeling a bit sniffly, stay at home. Because the hospitals cannot cope with another pandemic. Thank you very much indeed. There you go. It's a circulatory stimulant. This is pine syrup. It has microbial properties and is a mild diuretic. Whilst pine is very specific for the lungs, chest and respiratory system and can greatly help coughs, it makes a wonderful aid for those dealing with the current virus. Well, there you go. Who'd have thought? I've got 4 Christmas trees at home. I've got 3 5-foots. I'll tell you, I'm minted. I'm absolutely minted. And I've got a 7-foot as well, which has got to come down a few days. I've got to sort of put the lights in bags and everything else. So I quite like it, though. It just seems it's all over so fast. It's small wonder that we all want to enjoy our Christmas as much as possible. Steve, I wanted to do Dancing on Ice, says Alex Sibley. You know who Alex Sibley was? Do you remember Alex Sibley from the first series of Big Brother? Alex Sibley writes to us every so often We hear from him, don't we, Alex? We hear every so often. He says, I wanted to do Dancing on Ice. I hope you don't think that means my career should be dead. Don't do it. He used to sing behind the door. Do you not remember Alex Sibley from Big... See, the trouble is, Alex, I'm working with people who are about 4 years old when you were on the... They can't remember anything. Seriously, you mention certain celebrities to them now, and I get blank looks back. Honestly, I find it really embarrassing because it makes me feel terribly old when you go, oh, so-and-so was on the television, they did this and that. And they look at you and you think, no, this is having no impact whatsoever. Alex Sibley's very famous, very famous. Jane says, if I hear the words my truth from anyone else, including the Sussexes, I will scream. And Rob from Hatfield says, we've just returned from a lovely long weekend away in the Yorkshire Dales. We stayed at, is it Aysgarth? We walked, had a good few beers, fantastic Sunday lunch at the Wheat Chief Inn at Carperby, back to work today. Everybody's back to work today. When the first season of Big Brother aired, Jack wasn't born. Oh, God, how depressing. How can it be so... Why does my life all of a sudden take a downward turn? And I would say to producers... Because actually, one of my producers yesterday, Jack, he said, how many producers do you think you've had, Steve, over the years? He said, do you think it would be like 1,000? And I said, well, actually, it might be. It might be. If I started in 1979, I think there is a very good possibility. How many? So 44 years. No, it can't be 1,000. Can't be 1,000. It's probably not. It's not. It's certainly quite a few hundred. 22 a year. If it was 1,000. I don't think I've had 22 a year. What happens is they either die or get diphtheria or something like that, and we have to cart them off to the Cayman Islands and try and recuperate them. Because also some of them can't cope with working these sort of hours. It gets a bit stressful for them. For me, it's okay because I've been doing it for such a long time. I just sit in the studio, they put a pair of headphones on my head, and off I go. Then they go, Steve, you've got to take a break now, and I go, okay, thank you. And I take the break, and it's all done automatically. I feel like a Tesla car. I really do. I'm automatic. But so I don't know how many producers I've had. I've had a fair number, but I do get them who've actually been sort of honest in a sort of rather nasty sort of way. When I've said, do you remember so and so, and they're going, I'm sorry, Steve, I wasn't born when that happened. And you think, oh, God, why can't they give me somebody my age? But of course they can't make it up the stairs anyway, so there's no point. The only time I see people my age is when I do my shows at the Magic Circle and at the Leicester Square Theatre. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Steve. Somebody else was complaining. Says, locked into the Spike after watching some good movies. Do you know what they actually put on television the other day? They put on The Man Who Never Was. Again, before your time, love. Don't even bother going there. It's the true story of a man. They wanted to convince the Germans that we were doing something different, so they wanted to find a body of a man that they could launch out of a submarine tube, complete with fake documents and everything else. They made a new movie, which was called Operation Mincemeat. Yeah. Oh, I'm well up with it, I tell you. I'm all there. But I didn't like it. I didn't like the film that came. I wanted to watch the original, and they showed it the other day, I think, on BBC Two. And I remember thinking, it's such a good film. Such a good film. The Germans got confused, and the rest, as they say, is history, because we won. Another one here, which says, Chris from Watton. Is there really a place called Watton in Norfolk? Is that a nice place? We always like to find out what places look like, because most of you seem to be living in these fantastic places. Unlike the rest of us. But Watton, it's, see, I like these little market towns. I like these don't you like those? It's in Norfolk, by the way. That's as much as I can tell you. And it's got some nice, never anybody shopping. How do these places survive? No, unless they take them early Sunday morning. Because as long as they've got a fish and chip shop or something like that, it's good. But anyway, even though Christmas is over, your cheerful personality, says Chris, helps us through the day. I've been a listener for 5 years, thanks to my Auntie Sheila, who lives in Tooting. She's just finished her second round of chemo, and we're waiting for the result. She's got a positive outlook on life and is a constant comfort to our family. You're great company, especially for those of us who live on our own, keeping us up to date with news and trivia. Just saying. Just saying. Which is true, actually. I get that from a lot of people. You know, they say, oh, you know, if you I know it sounds awful, but if you're ill or something like that, you wake up at stupid o'clock in the morning and you turn on the radio, and I don't think music works for everybody, because it just sends you back to sleep again. And once you start listening to a speech-based programme, you kind of become addicted to it. So that's good. You get all sorts... My mother became addicted to LBC. She'd write in and everything. She loved it. Steve, my grandmother always gave me underpants and socks for presents, says Shane. My mother gave me a pair of underpants once. They had a picture on the front of them. I won't tell you what the picture was, because it was just... I don't know who was more embarrassed, me or the relatives who were around there. You know, you sort of open up a packet and there's a pair of pants. I'd never had a pair of pants with a picture on the front. You know, I know you get them because my godson, when he was about 14, 15, they used to go to this shop where they did pants for teenagers, which had like Superman on or sort of, you know, different bits. And I used to think, oh, God, how naff. But socks as well. But Shane says, I still have a drawer full of underpants and socks. Lovely. Well, as opposed to what? Because I have drawers full of underpants and socks as well, but certainly not with any pictures on. Jack in Weston-super-Mare, now I do know where that is. He says, on the last few days of visiting my parents, I'm ready to go home, driving me up the wall. But now my sleeping pattern's all over the place. On earlies this weekend, I need to correct it beforehand, as I'm news reading. Any advice? Oh, you've got to really get the sleeping back in. The boys were a bit tired this morning because for some of them, Elliot's been away skiing and stuff like that. So you've got to come back in and get your sleep. He said he will be fine by tomorrow. Not sure I can wait that long, but I'm sure it'll be fine, actually. It's only for this week. Steve, we've got loads more of your texts and emails, so we'll read those out to the other side of the news. And we've got loads more stories. Oh, look, another picture of Fleur East doing nothing. That's all she seems to do is me standing on a beach with my photographer friend. Very exciting. And crackers boosts your health. More of that after this.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Oh, nearly choked then. It is nice to have your company because it's Tuesday. And you know what Tuesday means? Back to work. Everything's going to be packed, but just remember, train strike. Okay, train strike, so no when they say train strike, and I can't remember this one because they were running adverts saying, unless it's necessary, don't travel. So are they saying there are some trains or there aren't any trains at all? Because either way, businesses are going to be suffering really badly. It's what the papers are reporting today, especially the businesses at the train stations. You know, the people who sell the pasties, the people who sell ties, the people who sell newspapers and sandwiches to commuters and everything else, they might as well just not bother. You know, it's no point in going to McDonald's because there won't be, you know, anything going on there. Merci bien. Thank you. But it's a difficult situation. And I think we've got ages of these train strikes running. It's going nowhere. And that's the thing that depresses me. Is that we don't seem to be getting anywhere at all. Steve, in November 2010, Tom Bradby carried out the first official interview of Prince William and Catherine Middleton at St James's Palace. Yes, but he's been friends with all of them for about 20 years. But when you look at what Harry's flogging, it's basically sort of a trashing of the royal family. That's all he's got. I mean, what a sad, pathetic person he is. And so Tom Bradby's doing this interview with his friend about trashing the royal family. I mean, the Queen, thank God she wasn't alive to see this debacle. David says, we're the same age, born the same year and the same month. I was born on the 6th of March. I'm listening to you in Delhi, in India. It's now 10 a.m. It's colder than the UK. Blimey. Yeah, I was talking to, Shane said that it was a bit hot. He was in air conditioning at the moment, whereas here it is a bit chilly. It is a bit chilly, but it doesn't matter. It just means I'll have to walk down to Trafalgar Square and get a bus, which will be busy, I bet you anything. And then I'll just have to sort of see how I get home after that. It's such a pain, it really is. And I told you the other day that I didn't tell Elliot, my taxi because I had to book a taxi. I booked it 2 days in advance for New Year's Day. Okay, now bearing in mind I have a car in every day, and the drivers get a percentage of it because it's not minicab hire, it's private hire. And so I booked the car for New Year's Day, which I've done in previous years. I can't remember actually in previous years. I might, because I should have remembered this. I used to be able to park in London away from where the parade is because they close all the roads off at like 4 a.m. So I was completely scuppered. So I couldn't drive in. How much do you think the car was that I booked to bring me in on New Year's Day? 50 quid. That would be I'm only coming from Twickenham, which I think it's about 7 miles, but I can't remember. You won't believe how much it is when I tell you. £177. Seriously. I said to the girl, because their call centre's based in Peterborough, I said, are you having a laugh or something? She said, well, that's what it says on the screen. It's £177. And then she said, do you want me to book it? I said, I'm an account customer. Are you sure it's £177? You know, I would have thought that, you know, New Year's Day, they'd be saying, thank you very much indeed for being a loyal customer for the past God knows how many years and paying us thousands of pounds every year. But, you know, to rip you off to the tune of £177 was basically taking the Michael. £177. And Henry Riley, who's one of our reporters at LBC now, I think he paid about 140. I mean, it's just absolutely rip-off time, isn't it? And I walked in. Also, the driver thought he was being really smart and clever, but he wasn't. And so, as opposed to coming over the Hammersmith flyover straight through, easy-peasy journey, I do it every day, he turned off one of the little side roads in Hammersmith, and we're going round the blooming block. We end up coming down through Shepherd's Bush, turning left on the Shepherd's Bush roundabout, and over on the Westway, which is bringing us down by Googe Street. I mean, seriously, I've never known such incompetence. In the end, we come through Covent Garden. I said, oh, for God's sake, just drop me off here. I said, I'm going to be late for work. And I walked, me at my age, from the Hippodrome. But I did it. But 177 quid. I'm assuming they've made a mistake. Yeah, because if they haven't, heads will roll. Steve, one here says, up early, as if things aren't bad enough with strikes, etc. In my local area, a road has been shut for repairs for 4 months. What are they doing? 4 months. Mind you, the Piccadilly Tunnel in London, that's only down to 1 lane. And it has been for a while. I've never seen anybody working on it. Never seen anybody working. Perhaps they don't work. Perhaps it's just to annoy us, because it's working, whatever it is. Victoria says, Alex Sibley is that famous. He was in the only decent series of Big Brother there was. There you go. And Josie says, best bit of Big Brother ever. See, people know who he is. Just because you lot are very young and you don't know these kind of things, you just have to accept the fact they don't. It's like, oh no, doesn't matter. Anyway, Steve, talking about lying in state, spare a thought for Russians. Comrade Lenin, who's lain in state for nearly a century. Well, actually, there's none of him left now. None of him left. It's you see him lying there. It's all plaster of Paris, I'm afraid. His body collapsed years and years ago, but they still keep it there as a mausoleum. But they have to keep patching him up. It was like Eva Peron. They used an embalming process on her. You can see pictures of what they purport to be Lenin, but he's wearing a suit, and I believe it's a mask on the face. As I say, there's no way that he survived that. They have to keep touching him up and all the rest of it, you know, to make sure. But Eva Peron, her nose fell off because they used all these embalming. There's another one as well. Have you ever seen Jeremy Bentham? Jeremy Bentham is very famous for the hospital, and they bring him out for meetings. He's in a cabinet, and they open the doors, and there is Jeremy Bentham. But again, there's very little of him that is actually Jeremy Bentham. It's like a waxwork. It's like Madame Tussauds. And they bring him out for meetings. He's wearing his sort of clothes, and that's his sort of head on the floor and all the way. Can you imagine, honestly, it's like being a pharaoh. Years later, they uncover you, dig you up, and stick you out in the world for everybody to gawp at. Ghastly, isn't it? I was thinking of having the same, actually. In here, the Steve Allen Memorial Studio. I could just go in the corner, couldn't I? And you could just sort of... He's still there, you know, and open the door every so often. You know, I think that'd be quite a nice idea. Kids in care had to move home over Christmas at a rate of almost 80 a day. You forget about the children in care over Christmas. Children who need families, you know, because we're not adopting enough. And here's Madonna, who's gone full Gucci, as she jets off to her second home to catch up with the kids at her charity. I bet they're thrilled. Here they are, these poor little children in Malawi. She's adopted 4 children from the country in southeastern Africa. And these kids, they've got no idea who Madonna is. These are little tiny children. Little tiny Malawian children. They sit there looking at her and she's wearing Gucci. It's just a photo opportunity for her. For them, that's their life. Who is she? Don't know, she might bring a pencil or something. That'd be exciting. And I feel very sorry for Gary Speed's widow, Louise. Do you remember some years ago, Gary committed suicide when he was just 42? And she had to pull herself back together again. And she got married some years later. He's just died as well. He died of a brain tumour. And you think to yourself, I mean, it's just... you know, beyond belief that somebody suffers so much. So much. It really is so terribly sad. Also, prisoners doing bird. I had to explain these words to the producer. He doesn't understand these things. I said lags earlier on, and he looked at me and he went, lags? And I went, yeah, that's what they call prisoners, lags. But also, you're doing bird. When you go into prison, you're not doing a sentence, you're doing bird. Don't ask me why, because I have no idea, but that's what it is. It's called you're doing bird. They're apparently being overrun by pigeons. Now, you know how little I feel about pigeons, I'm afraid. Apparently, prison inspectors were shocked to see the birds flying around inside a jail. They've got to get rid of them because they're a health risk. Pigeons go in... I've seen houses when they do these, you know, people buy cheap houses and everything else. And, oh, right, so it comes from old rhyming slang where time became bird lime. But now it's been shortened to just bird. I wish they'd stop doing things like that. It's maddening, isn't it, when they keep changing things. So it used to be bird lime. We used to have pigeons at home. We don't have them so often now. I have them, you know, anyway. Rats, either dead or alive, are also a frequent sight in this particular prison. And the prison's got 1,400 people in it and probably about as many pigeons, because once they take over, they just have sex. That's not the prisoners, that's the pigeons. And, well, the prisoners might do as well, I should imagine. But anyway, they sort of go there. And I've seen houses where they try and restore them, and they go up into the loft, and this place is full of pigeons. And they, next time you see it, it's beautiful. I love all these restoration things that they do. Joe says, just back from a weekend in Rome with the wife. How lovely. Isn't it the most graffitiized city you've ever seen? All the way round the ring, it's graffiti everywhere. It is just absolutely disgusting. It really is. Did you notice it as well? Yeah, we didn't like... Well, we didn't like Rome either. I mean, I don't mind for the Colosseum, but if you think about it, the Colosseum used to be a roundabout, and they've built it up. So what you're seeing is basically a restoration job on it, apart from the middle bit where they've still got the cells underneath where they kept the animals and everything else. But they have all these horrible people outside dressed up as Roman gladiators, and you have to pay them to take their photograph. Everybody's scamming you. It's dreadful, isn't it? Well, in fact, my goddaughter, who was about 11 at the time, had a little camera, and she was trying to take a picture of this soldier. She didn't know you had to pay money, and he gave her such a verbal bashing, you know, for being a little... Watch them, you know, because it's... And I said to her, you don't need to speak to her like that. She's a child. She doesn't know. And all I got was F you and F... And I'm thinking to myself, you peasant. That's the sum total of your life. You dress up as a Roman gladiator and stand there looking like a complete dipstick. Horrible person. But also very hot in Rome. And they don't go in the summer. Boiling hot. Absolutely baking hot. But we did try and get round. We didn't have enough time to go into the Colosseum. But they've got all the other bits and pieces there. But it's this graffiti everywhere. Mind you, that's the same as Paris. When we went to Paris, we went on Eurostar, which I love, as anybody will tell you. And the graffiti in Paris and the prices in Paris, even if you use some little run-down, tumble-down cafe thing to get a croque monsieur or a croque madame or whatever, you're paying an arm and a leg for this rubbish. It's cheese on toast, for God's sake. But the French don't understand that, you know. And also, and the other thing you've got to watch in Paris, all the people trying to flog you bracelets. They'll come up and start, get your hands off me. You find them outside all the tourist attractions. I'm so sorry to be in this kind of mood this morning, but it annoyed me so much. We were watching them doing the 3 shell trick. Have you ever seen the 3 shell trick? You've got three shells and a pea, and it moves around and all the rest of it. But in fact, all the people crowding round the game are in on it. So they will bet, because they're looking for a punter, a mug punter, and the people operating them are crooks and criminals and nasty pieces of work. And I was explaining to a friend of mine when we went to Paris, I said, they're all in on the game. It's like all the people selling the perfume in Regent Street and Oxford Street, the people buying to start with are in on it. They're part of the gang. So this is marvellous value, they buy it. You watch them doing the 3 card trick over the bridge to St Paul's. My goodness me, I tell you, what a nation we are. What a nation. 5:15 is the time. Shall we get the latest travel with Joanne Webb?
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have you back with us after your break. Jim in Aberdeen says not back to work up here. Still holiday up here today and won't be able to find a chemist open, never mind that the NHS is to be avoided. Yeah, they do say if you can avoid going to a hospital, that would help them out greatly. It really would. But no, we had shops open the other day, so we are getting, and I think today it will be as normal as possible. Do you know what today is called? Oh, yes, I know it's called Tuesday. Yes, I know it's Tuesday. Very good, very good. It's called Divorce Day. This is the day, apparently, the first working day of January, traditionally sees couples race to separate following festive bust-ups. So that's it. People always bust up. I used to bust up with people before Christmas, so you didn't have to buy them a present. And then sort of make up again around February, March time, which was always fairly good. No, the idea, so it's Divorce Day. That's what it is. You're going to be going out there going, I've had enough. That's it. You never liked my mother, did you? You never liked her. And off it goes. And some people will be absolutely desperate to try and find partners for this year. Don't know why, actually. It's this sort of this insatiable appetite we have. People get frightened, I think, about being by themselves. They don't want to be by themselves. They like the idea that they've got somebody to go back to or to take out for a meal or all the rest of it. But it's fitting it all in. And in this business, it's a nightmare. Because you basically got to find somebody who is in this business to go out with, because nobody else understands the hours. They go, oh, go out tonight. And you go, oh, I'm working. Got to work, got to do something. And I can see you lunchtime, about 11, if that's okay. And they go, well, what's the point of that? And you go, well, that's not what's on offer. There isn't anything else on offer. I can't do anything else. It's like people used to say to me, should we go out for a drink? I go, I can't go out for a drink during the week. The only night I can go out, I was going to say 9 a.m. would be good. See you at home at 8:30 at the pub. But the only time I can go out, and it has got worse over the years, is a Friday night, because I don't have to. But there again, come 8:30, 9 o'clock, I'm falling asleep. I'm desperately thinking, stay awake. And then you sort of think, I'll have something to eat. So you stagger up the road, don't you, to the kebab place, lean against the wall, thinking this blooming room's moving, isn't it, a lot? And then they go, yeah? You go, large doner and chips. Salad? No, just meat. Sauce? No, just meat. I remember I went to a party, actually. In fact, I'll tell you, it was Chris Moyles' party. And I got so hungry, I went off looking for the local kebab shop. And I found it. Unfortunately, I then couldn't find where the party was again, so I had to stagger out. I had to use the phone and go, I'm lost. And they go, where are you? I go, I'm outside a kebab shop. You'll have to come and find me. I have to rely on people. They're always much younger than me, so it's very good. Shenanigans. You know what shenanigans are? Oh, you get up to shenanigans. Apparently it's trounced Codswallop in the final of the World Cup of Random English Words. Lev Parikan spent 12 months running some online polls to find the nation's favourite word. Others that didn't quite make it, cantankerous and flibbertigibbet. I quite like flibbertigibbet, which is good. They think, actually, the origin of shenanigans is Spanish. They think it comes from Charanda. Codswallop means rubbish, has similar vague origins. It made its first appearance in 1972. Writer and conductor Mr. Parikan raised £3,000 for a Ukrainian refugee charity after asking people to sponsor words. Good for him. Good for him. I thought that was very nice indeed. And there's a lovely lady in the paper as well. Her name is Casey. Casey cares for animals who've been mistreated by their owners. And she takes them all in. Dogs who've literally been trodden on, shot, everything like that. She just takes them in. And she's got a programme tonight. It's called The Woodland Workshop. It's at 9 p.m. on Quest tonight. I mean, you know, she's got all these lovely dogs. And it's like, I think Paul O'Grady does a programme on the television where I think you're looking for a dog for their forever home. I think it was something like that. Dogs who've been abused. Dogs who've been... Because everybody's been dumping dogs over Christmas. People saying can't afford to have a dog. Well, how much do they eat? You know, they can't eat that much, for goodness sake, can they? I didn't think so. Steve, sitting by the pool in Thailand. 30 degrees, say Jason and Rhonda. Yeah, well, yeah. Hope you have an awful day and there's a typhoon on the way. Imagine sitting by the pool and telling us that you're sitting by the pool with perhaps carved pineapple or something like that, or coconut, or... you know, skewered chicken and everything else. Hope it chokes you. Can't bear the idea of people on holiday. It's only because I don't do holidays. Somebody wrote to Ian Dale about holidays. He's not a holiday person either. You know, but there's a lot of us in the business. In fact, loads of people. It's only because Elliot went away because the family demanded that he go with them because they didn't trust him at home by himself. And so that was the only reason. They went to France, which they've been to loads of times before. And then what did he get for the first few days? Rain. Which is what we predicted even before he'd left the country. We said it was going to be rain. And he went, yeah, and he sent me a picture. He said, look, we're inside, we're watching television. That was the only exciting thing, wasn't it? And then luckily the snow came down, so they were able to get out, which is very good. So anybody else want to send me in pictures of them sitting by the pool? Anushka says, first of all, Happy New Year. Secondly, thank God for Global iPlayer. I've been down with the worst case of COVID since the 23rd of December, but I've had you to listen to on catch-up. Had tickets, but sadly missed your live show. Oh dear, that's not good, is it? That's not good. Don't want to miss these live shows, heavens above. But no, a lot of people were getting COVID. A lot of people were sort of coming down with it. And I still don't think I've had it. But my former producer, Joe, he reckoned I've had COVID, but I don't remember having it. I've never had sort of the hacking cough, because you notice it on air. Would you not? Jack says, I got my usual 5:15 taxi the other week for a 6 a.m. start. 5:15 came and went. Freezing cold, frantically ringing the company. Didn't turn up till 5:58. Nearly missed the 6:30 bulletin. Thank goodness I don't read these 6. Curse the company afterwards. It's just shoddy. I think that's... Don't you think that's shoddy? It's like, you know, it's like the news comes on LBC on the hour. You know, can you imagine the newsreader, or I have to announce, Terry said, the newsreader's not here at the moment. So talk among yourselves and we'll just sort of wait till they turn up. No, you're on a professional outfit. That's what it's supposed to be. You know, exactly. See, if Simon Conway's in the building, on the button, everybody. They're all very good indeed. I like all of our newsreaders, actually. It's just they're so young. And I'm feeling very ancient at the moment. Stephen Leeds says, strange things washed up on beaches. 1980, Garfield phones have been washing up on a stretch of coastline in France for the past 40 years. 1992, in the Pacific, a container filled with 28,000 rubber ducks. And in 97, 4.8 million pieces of Lego off Land's End. I like the rubber ducks thing, because they use those for plotting the currents. So they see where they're going. I used to be very lucky on beaches and pick up all sorts of things, mainly from universities, plotting, as I say. These ducks, look at them. Oh, they just look so... They just emptied rubber ducks into the ocean, and then they worked out where they'd been to. I think that's quite... You can imagine. I think that's really cute. Do you think they get rubber ducks in every other country around the world? Do you think that, you know, while we... Because I've bought a collection of these ducks, all dressed up in different things. I used to buy them in Harrods because I didn't know where else to buy them, actually. And I've got sort of a Batman and a Superman rubber duck and, you know, pirates and all sorts of exciting things like that. I don't use them for anything. They just sort of sit there on a shelf in the bathroom, which makes me sound a bit naff, actually, I'm afraid. I'm so terribly sorry. You can add Athens to that list of cities suffering from graffiti, says Joe. Horrendous over here. Yes, I'm led to believe so. I can't remember if we actually did food in Rome. I don't think... Oh, we did. We did food. We did it next to the Trevi Fountain, which was very disappointing. The Trevi Fountain, you'd think it's going to be in a big square with trees. It's tucked away down a back street. And people go, it's the Trevi Fountain. I go, is this it? Very crowded. But right next to it was this pizza place. Well, I suddenly realised what people are like when you become a tourist and you go to another country. They know you're a tourist. They couldn't care less whether you're there or not. But the Trevi Fountain, it's very misleading when you see the pictures of it, because you don't realise that, you know, where they've taken that picture from. It's all buildings all the way round it, down a back street. They make it look really grand and impressive. It ain't. Piddling little thing it was. And also, on the day that we went there, they were draining it. They have to drain it every so often. And there's money in it. People throw... What for? Why would you give money to a fountain? You know, it's ridiculous. Magic wishes, yeah. Oh, I wish the fountain would start working again. You know, that's what you can hope for. They do the same in Trafalgar Square. They have to turn them off. And they sort of, mainly after New Year, they sort of take them off and they clean them and everything else, because fountains get very messy, and the sunlight reacts with them as well. So they have to put, I think they put chemicals in or colouring as well. So it's quite nice. But normally on New Year's Eve, people stand in the fountain. Why you'd want to, I can't imagine. Dirty, dirty water. You know, we don't do that. But so where were you New Year's Eve? You were in France. Oh no, you weren't. You'd moved by that time, hadn't you? You're in Hertfordshire. Oh, how lovely. That's nice. Seeing a friend. Good. You have a... Did you do the, you know, should old acquaintance... Did you do that? I never do that. What did you do, Jack? What did you do for your New Year's Eve? You were here. Oh, were you working? Oh. Oh, did you see them all right on the roof? Yeah, I thought so. He was saying he wanted to watch the fireworks from the roof, because I said to you the other day, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, if you get up onto our roof, we've got a walkway with tables and you can eat. It goes to the cafeteria, and we've got a direct view to the London Wheel, the London Eye, and that's where all the fireworks were, weren't it? So it's absolutely the ideal place, actually, to see them. So did you get fireworks around your place, Elliot? Did you have any fireworks? No. I used to love all the fireworks. I liked them. But I don't know how long they went on for down here. Were they about 15 minutes? So, yeah. Yeah, somebody said it was a bit longer than usual. I wonder what they cost. Do you think they get a discount because they're showing them to everybody? Steve, £177, says Moffy, is ridiculous. I can fly an hour from Coffs Harbour to Sydney, an 8-hour drive, only costs £180. Return. I mean, for that price, you'd expect Prosecco for the journey into work. Yeah, not only that, but I would expect them to cook a meal. £177. I mean, that is just really absolutely outrageous. I've never heard of something, you know... So now, unfortunately, I can't lay claim to the fact I've never been ripped off, because I quite clearly have. It's 5:30. Let's get the news headline, shall we, with Simon Conway. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So apart from Scotland, we are back to normal. Everybody's back to work today. I'm assuming everybody's back to work today. That's why there's no trains. If we were not back to work, there would be trains. You can always guarantee it, can't you? Also, Martina Navratilova, she's got breast and throat cancer. Now, I believe that she's had breast cancer before, and she's being really good about it. You know, she's saying it's doable, and the prognosis is good. So it's stage 1 throat cancer. She noticed an enlarged lymph node in her neck during the WTA finals in Fort Worth. When it didn't go down, a biopsy was performed. The results came back as stage 1 throat cancer. Isn't that dreadful? I mean, really, honestly, you do feel for her. But she's decided to go public with her news to help other women suffering health problems. It's blokes you need to help. Blokes don't go to the doctor. They don't want to go to the doctor. They don't want to know anything about it. You know, somebody go, you know, what is that there? What? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. It'll go away in a few weeks, you know, and then but it hasn't gone away. It's still there. Why don't you go and get it checked out? It's a mole. It's an unusual mole. I've not seen that one before. Go and get it checked out. They can do, if you catch things early enough, they can do something for you. It's sort of, you know, it's the fact that, you know, women take their husbands to the doctors, you know, and go on, tell her, because they won't do it. Because we don't want to be... I mean, me, I love going to the doctors. I can't wait to go in there. I've got my clothes off in the waiting room. I'm sitting there ready and waiting for everything. You know, thermometer? Yeah, whatever you want. Colonoscopy? Yeah, right ready now for you. Prince Harry... Oh, boring. No, let's leave him. I'm too bored with him. I don't care anymore, actually. Ant and Dec have got a show on the television called Limitless Win. But their production company has now trademarked it, so they can bring out board and computer games, books, puzzles, and a range of apps. It just comes down to money, doesn't it, really? I suddenly realised, actually, it's all money. So people could walk away with hundreds of thousands of pounds. The second series starts on Saturday. I never even saw it first time round, so I wasn't even aware that there was a second series of it. Chris Kamara couldn't believe the Masked Singer panel didn't identify him. He thought Mo Gilligan, Davina McCall, Rita Ora and Jonathan Ross would see through his ruse, but they didn't, because they had Marty Pellow and Ian Sterling on there. The guesses included Marty Pellow and Ian Sterling. They're obviously, listen, the only people who are going to appear on this programme are people who aren't working and need the money. That's all it is, and who could sort of have a rough idea at singing, which is sort of the way forward. Here is this charity. It's called Rewild Projects, and they took children onto a frozen lake. I mean, this is in this country. When I first read it, I thought it must be in another country. They took kids on a lake on December the 16th. 5 days earlier, as we all remember, 4 boys died after plunging through the ice in Birmingham. Rewild said Woor Green's lake had been 3 feet deep. At least 2 foot of it was solid ice. But Forestry England suspended its licence agreement with the charity at nearby Kensley Sheds. A spokesman said the suspension will remain and all activities stopped until the incident can be investigated in full and the directors of the Rewild project met with. I mean, that just seems really stupid. Just seems really, really stupid. So hopefully they will get that one sorted out. Also, the people being, this is you, me, everybody else, urged to stay off school or work if you feel unwell and wear a mask. I always wear a mask now. If I'm getting in my car in the morning, I get a bit panicky if I don't have my mask with me. And yet, I didn't wear it on the bus the other day. When I went home from here on the bus, I didn't wear, mainly because there was nobody on the bus. And there was nobody on the train when I went home the other day, so I don't wear it. But I have a feeling today we might go back to... I used to do the Underground. It got so busy. I didn't realise how busy the Underground gets. I really didn't like it at all. I felt a bit frightened because there's people standing all in front of you in sort of double banked. And then luckily I always get a seat. I limp. And that always guarantees me a seat. And I always sit in that seat. It's for people who can't stand for very long. I can stand. It's not really a problem for me. But I like to have a sit down, and then sometimes I close my eyes. You know, and then you count how many stations you've got to go, which is what everybody else does. I've got something here you won't believe. They have found something. Where have they found it? They found it, I think, in Southampton. Oh, no. South Wales, Glenarvan. What have they found? What would you possibly think that they would find that would be so exciting? Sheep. Sheep, says the producer. No. 2 lost train carriages. Not any old train carriages. These were used to transport passengers to the Titanic. That's what they did, apparently. They had these things here. The boat train carried first-class passengers from London Waterloo to Southampton to embark on the liner's dock there. After the Titanic sank, the dining saloons were converted to First World War ambulance compartments and also took troops from Dunkirk. The British Titanic Society want to raise $550,000 to restore the coaches after they were rescued from this yard in South Wales. The secretary said there is a strong possibility these were the exact carriages which took the Titanic passengers to their deaths. A thing to find. I didn't even know they did such a thing. I like going to have a look at the Necropolis Railway, which is down at Waterloo. You go to the Waterloo roundabout, turn a left, go down there. On the right-hand side, you'll see the entrance to the Necropolis Railway, otherwise known as the Funeral Railway. That's where you would take your loved ones, and they used to have trains that could load the coffins in, and they would head you out to Woking. There you go. There it is, London Necropolis Railway, the train for the dead. And you could buy at the bottom of Fleet Street, there was a big shop which sold all your funeral attire. You know, like, you know, the jackets, the dark jackets, you would rent them, and paper collars and stuff, cardboard collars and things like that. But the Necropolis Railway is very famous, used to take people out to Woking, to the big cemetery out there. I mean, it hasn't operated for years, but it's there's books on it. Steve, my favourite English word is rambunctious. I don't know what it means. What does it mean? Does it mean anything? It means boisterous. That's right. It means boisterous. So there you go. Where would you ever weave that in? I can't. Rambunctious. Marked by uncontrollable exuberance. That's me. That's me. Boisterous, unruly. Oh, I'm not sure about unruly. I've never been unruly. I don't think I've ever been unruly, but I think I could be boisterous. Rambunctious. Yeah. Well, whatever it is, anyway. I shall jump in on it. Dalgett in Ilford. I know Ilford very well, Victoria Park. Doolally is a village in India with a hospital for British soldiers with mental health disorders set up during the British Raj. Well, aren't you the mine of information this morning? Goodness sake, thank you. And Steve, says Jason, having heard your review of the Trevi Fountain, would you consider doing Travel Man with Joe Lycett? I think people should be honest about it. You've got to be honest about different places, because there used to be you know that travel agents have this book. It's like a gazetteer. It's not available to the public, and it tells you the truth about hotels and resorts. And so, in other words, you go in there and you book a hotel in Torremolinos. You know, the brochure looks lovely. In fact, if you go through all the travel brochures, you'll see the same families. They move them around, the pictures. Here they are in the swimming pool in Torremolinos. Here they are in Magaluf. Here they are in, you know, Belarus or whatever it happens to be. But this gazetteer tells you the truth about the resort. Like, don't book this hotel. It's near the sewage works. There's 24. It tells you the truth. It's the Truth Bible. And I always thought it was very good, actually. Very, very good indeed. So that's what I would like. Albert says this pathetic backtracking from Harry sounds very much like a plea to come back. Well, I don't think he said this. Are you talking about the, you know, I miss my father? I don't think this is recent. I think this is years old. Years old. Because let's face it, Harry made the decision to leave. Nobody forced him to leave. Apart from Meghan, probably. You know, listen, we can make loads of money. Let's get the money in and sort of pretend that we're a stylish couple, even though they're the world's biggest hypocrites. You know, oh, we've got to save the planet and all the rest of it. Private jet. Oh, we've really got to save the planet. Another private jet. They're not saving the planet at all. And Stephen says, do you think LBC will name a studio when you finally go? They've never named a studio for anybody else, as far as I know. I don't remember. So, is this what? I could be Mr. 2A. No. Oh, Mr. 2A. Oh, right, we got 2A. I don't know what number the studio is, actually. Is it have... I'm 3L. You see, it doesn't sound as exciting, does it? I wanted to be an A, but I can't operate in... Oh, God, I hate this person on the television. Claims to be a reporter. She's peculiar. Apparently a history expert. Pfft, I could tell you stories about her. Let me tell you. Steve, good morning and a very happy new year. Mrs. South Downs is back to work today and is taking with her the leftover strawberry and orange soft-scented roses on Quality Street. Am I the only one who is amazed that these chocolates are still produced? I don't know anybody who likes them. I only go soft centres. I've only ever gone soft centres. I can't do the toffees or anything else like that. So I do the soft centres. So Nick, it's me. Steve says, Brenda, I love being on my own and I have zero interest in meeting anybody. As I type, I'm here at Stansted Airport getting ready to go to Tenerife on my own. You're right, though. I work as a TV producer and we really are a different species to all the rest, as you know well. Love what you do and you'll never work a day in your life again. Yeah, I was talking to somebody else the other day about that. And somebody said, you know, we were talking about the holidays and things like that. And then somebody said, do you really like your job? I said, you need to ask. You need to ask if I love my job. Good grief, honestly, I can't think of anything nicer. I mean, the fact is you get paid at the end of the month is the bonus as far as I'm concerned. Absolutely love the job. I can't imagine but if you're in a job that you love doing it, then that's the perfect scenario for you. The perfect scenario to do something that you like doing and to be paid for it. Phew, blimey. And then to have other people saying they like what you're doing, that's even better. That's why the producer's going. He never says that at all to me, so we've had him removed, put him somewhere else. 6:45. Let's get the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. 12 minutes to 6. Come on, out of bed, off to work. Oh, train strike. How are we going to get there? Bus, tube, walk, bicycle. Cheryl says the New Year magazines are out advertising on television. Yes, I've seen the latest. Have you seen this one? Build your own Batmobile. Now, there is a company that makes these. Magazines and these kits. So what you do is you buy the magazine for $1.99, but that's just to get you interested. The price goes up quite considerably. It works out to £1,318. That's how much it's going to cost you to build this Batmobile. So the first one, the introductory offer, is only $1.99. And it comes with 2 front cannons and all the rest of it. Now, I've seen these, and normally one of the papers is listening and they go, let's work out how much it's going to cost you to build. One of them they did, I think it was a galleon, and it worked out like £7,000 if you bought all the magazines to get the parts with it. And so they've got everything. It's a 1.8 scale, and so it's $1.99, but that's only for the first edition. Once they've got you hooked in, you're going to be building it. But to be honest with you, I think you can find people who build them for you so that you don't have to sit there and do the... And it looks very good. The adverts are always very impressive, but there is a company, and I can't remember, I think they're based in Spain, who make them, and I can't remember what they're called, because they do lots of these things. Is it Hatchet? That's not the company I was thinking of, actually. That's not the Hatchet. Go down a bit. Sorry, go down a bit. Just, there was is that just, yeah, that's Hatchet Part Works. I love this here. They say Batman Rains the Dark Knight. We take payment via Visa card and all the rest of it. You can subscribe to this thing. I've never done anything like that. It wouldn't interest me. Not for that sort of money. Must be cheaper to go. Do you like model building? No, I mean, I wouldn't do a subscription one at all. Oh, look! Here he is, the world's most talented man. In the paper today? No. It's Brooklyn Beckham. Way! Big up, Brooklyn. Yeah, he can make a sandwich. Not. He can make coffee. He can't. He takes photographs. No, he doesn't. He can drive a car and pretend that he's a chef because he tells lies. And he's got loads of tattoos. But he's been on a throuple holiday. A throuple holiday is with him and two people. That's his wife, Nicola, and singer Selena Gomez. So he didn't spend Christmas with the family. Thank God for that. You can imagine how ghastly it must be. But Brooklyn was missed at the family's New Year's Eve party. It sounded as boring as hell. They just had the family there. He's been with the family before. Multi-talented that they are. But Selena's comments were interesting. And all around the blah, blah, blah. But Selena spent Thanksgiving with them, and she and Nicola have angels' tattoos on their arm. And then Brooklyn, and what he contributes to anything, I can't imagine. I've never known anybody who is so disastrous at just about everything. He always reminds me of Gemma Collins. She can't do anything either. It's one of those sort of things, isn't it? Oh, look, you can get all the... There. Build the iconic HMS Victory. Whoopee! Agostini, that's the company I was thinking of. That's the company, De Agostini. And it all looks lovely, so you could build the HMS Victory model, but I think they worked out it costs thousands to build this thing. But they don't tell you. Look at that, the length and everything of it. And they say you can put your skills to... It comes with, magnifying glasses and all that. Why would you want to do that? Why don't you just go into a toy shop, not that we seem to have them nowadays, and buy an Airfix model and make an aeroplane or something? Get a bit of, cotton from your mum's sewing box and stick it on your ceiling. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It's like building a railway. Why would you want to build a railway? I'm just, people do, I suppose. But not me, I'm afraid. I'd rather buy the things sort of ready-made up. I remember there was a lovely one. We went to a toy fair years ago at Sandown Park, and they had a Thunderbird 5, and it was electronic. You pushed a button and it raised itself up. And I remember thinking, that's all it did. It didn't even fly or go on secret missions. It didn't go and rescue people. But still quite interesting. Oh, they're still trying to flog this sandwich maker. Have you seen it on the television? It makes it look as though you're making a double sausage and egg McMuffin or something like that. You put it all in different trays, and then you pour the egg in, and it takes 5 minutes. So if you were thinking of having it for breakfast, you'll be sitting there all day waiting for it to cook these things. I've never seen anything so... Yeah, you're so hungry, are you? Dear. But they say, make the world's favourite egg muffins at home. Yeah, but it takes 5 minutes to cook this blooming thing. And then you've got to put all the ingredients... So, in other words, the first person to eat, if there's 4 of you at the table, you might as well give up and go and buy one down the road. Ridiculous. But I do like all these sort of things that help you out in the kitchen. Little guides. You know, I like all the different cookers and the sort of fried things and everything. We should have one in the studio. We should be allowed to make chips in the studio. Every other radio studio gets things like that. Talking of dogs, says Stephen, I just rescued a beautiful little dog. She was abandoned. Can't think why. She's a Jack Russell, mixed with a Kopov. I've got no idea. Oh, Lord above. Look at the eyes. There's an evil dog if ever there was one. Looks like it's about to kill you, doesn't it, really? But very sweet. My friend Mr. Neil lost his dog the other day, and I think Ian Dale lost his dog. Really, honestly, I feel for all these people. I really do. We had ours sort of sorted out some years ago. I think it was sort of... It was there when I went to school. When I came back, it had gone, which was a bit of a shame. Steve, having barely recovered from a severe stomach bug, I went out for some fresh air yesterday and promptly had a bad fall. Now in bed with a painful and very sore right side. Oh, dear. I was telling the producer, because he was feeling a bit sort of weary, and he said, I'll go and get some air. And I said, don't go outside. And he said, oh, I was going to go outside. I said, don't go outside, because you'll go outside, it's very cold, you'll come back inside, it's very warm, it'll make you even more drowsy. You'll be sitting there going, oh, very easy to do, isn't it? I've just switched on the radio, says Stella, and caught the end of you talking about moles. I was worried about a mole on my husband's face. When he went to the doctor, it turned out to be... it was okay, but they asked to look at his leg and discovered a malignant mole. Just as well he went. You know, people get moles all over the place, don't they? And you have to get them checked out if you're not sure. Joe in Canterbury, he says, I love the way it rolls off the tongue. Rumbunctious. It is a good word, isn't it? Steve, Happy New Year. Having been to most musicals, except Phantom, says Kevin, and went last Friday. Hugely regret not seeing Michael Crawford. Yes, Kevin, my restaurateur. Michael was fabulous. Fabulous, isn't it? Absolutely fabulous. I was watching him back again the other day thinking, do you know, we don't see enough of Michael Crawford. I know he's getting on in years and things like that, but I remember when my mother was very ill and she was dying and she wanted to see Michael Crawford, so I spoke to him. I got a number, and he arranged tickets for the Royal Albert Hall, so we went to see him at the Royal Albert Hall, and she thought it was fab. She thought it was really good, actually. Perdita. Good morning, gorgeous. I like this alternative take on New Year's resolutions. A dream written down with a date becomes a goal broken down into steps becomes a plan backed by action makes the dream come true. I didn't get any of that at all. I have no idea. Far too complicated, isn't it? Yeah, far too complicated. You made any New Year resolutions, Jack? You're not... anything? You're going to eat healthier. OK. So that means just one double sausage and egg McMuffin and 2 hash browns as opposed to 2 and 3 hash browns. The trouble is, at your age, it's very easy. When I was how old are you? 22. When I was your age, I could eat anything I wanted and I never put on any weight. And people used to say to me, you're so lucky you don't put on any weight. And I used to think, oh... That's quite lucky. Get to 25, and all of a sudden you put on a little bit. Somebody goes, "Oh, you're carrying a little bit more," and then all of a sudden you can't lose it, and you're kind of stuck with it. It's a bit of a pain, really. I think it's educating your stomach to accept more food. I was going to recommend James and Ola Jordan's thing, but you have to pay 50 quid to them, and to be honest with you, I wouldn't recommend that at all. Don't just Go for a run. No, I don't think so, no. You could join a gym. We've got gyms around here. You could do it sort of on a part-time basis. You could go and push, do some press-ups or sort of... You could, but you won't. No, of course not. Of course you won't. Nobody does. They always go, no, after this I shall be finding the nearest McDonald's. That's what's happening after this. That's the way it works. Steve, says Maxwell. It's 5:45, well, it was when he wrote this, and I'm out walking the streets to cure my insomnia and bad back. Cheese and thick-cut ham on cracker bread with hot sauce and a Baby Bell for breakfast. It sounds disgusting. Baby Bell for breakfast. It's De Agostini who make the book, says Maxwell, thank you. Oh, we've just done him. You could build the HMS Steve Allen, suggests somebody. And Mike says, I can remember the terminus in Southampton for the boat train from Waterloo in the early 60s. It's near Dockgate 4, which is one of the Cunard docks. The building is now a casino. And my favourite word is discombobulated. James O'Brien pinched that from me. I use it all the time. And he started nicking it. And every time I heard it, I nearly crashed the car. Discombobulated, so-and-so. And I used to think, you pinched that from me. That's been pinched from me. What else we got? Oh, they're obsessed with this, turning the Christmas tree into food. Or you could sort of grind it or donate it to a zoo, create a border for the flower bed. You can do all sorts of stuff with it. You missed the thing, actually, Elliot, a minute ago. Jack was thinking about going for a run after the programme. Not. And he's already given up already. It lasted about a minute. And his New Year resolution is to eat more healthily. So he's heading for the nearest McDonald's when he finishes, which will just be over outside the front door. That'll be the one that'll be opened for him. He'll be there going, I'll have, I don't know, two hash browns. Three hash browns, please, yeah. Comes in under a tenner, so it's okay, isn't it? Yeah, as long as it's not 4. You couldn't eat 4. That would be greedy. That would be, heading into obesity, so we don't do things like that. I used to, mind you, I did get, when they did their potato waffles for a brief moment, I did order 4 portions, which was 12 potato waffles. Didn't seem very much at the time, I have to be honest. I thought it was quite nice just eating potato waffles. And then I thought perhaps they'd be better with cheese on or something like that. Still to come, Sir Ian McKellen. He's doing drag in his pantomime, and he's got very friendly with one of his co-stars, who is 54 years his junior. We don't know whether or not it's platonic or romantic, but they're seeing each other outside of the theatre. And the young man in question, who's 29, called Oscar, says, Happy New Year. I saw in 23 at the house of the new love of my life. And then he's put a little heart emoji. I mean, I don't want to read into somebody that's not that. That doesn't sound platonic to me, does it? I spent, the house of my new love of my life. Lord, I mean, he's 83, for God's sake.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, coming up 4 minutes past 6. Hope you're well. Back to work. I know not everybody's back to work. In fact, some people are very unlucky. They probably lost their jobs over the festive season. And if we get many more train strikes, there'll be more companies closing left, right and centre. So the high street could be decimated because the restaurants are suffering. The theatres suffer because nobody can get out there to go to them because you can't get back home again. There are problems. And now supplies of cold and flu medicines are running short amid soaring demand as seasonal illnesses take a grip on Britain. They say with COVID-19 and flu cases surging, remedies like Lemsip, Day and Night Nurse. See, I swear by Day and Night Nurse. I swore by it years and years ago because it was a tablet. And they stopped making them for a while. There was something in it. I can't remember what it was. But anyway, whatever it was, they've now brought them back again. And they've been selling out because you take a tablet in the morning, tablet lunchtime, tablet afternoon, and then a different colour one at night to help you sleep. Because if you get a cold, there's nothing worse. You feel all blocked up. You just feel like that. You haven't got the energy, which is not very good. So one Boots worker says, we don't have any Lemsip powder on our own brand cold and flu sachets. Pharmacists in Northern Ireland have also reported shortages. Well, try something else. Believe you me, there's no shortage of cold remedies out there. They're absolutely it's the biggest profit biggest profit. I mean, I bought some Anadin Extra the other day, and I think they were £1.89, but I could get a box of paracetamol in one of these discount stores, 39 pence. What's the difference? The answer is the cost. Well, not with Anadin. Anadin's got aspirin in. Well, I'm sure I could find something else with aspirin in as well. Yeah, twice as many. Yeah, whatever. Well, we'll suffer. The head of the RMT Rail Union has claimed he wants a deal to end the long-running dispute. Oh, now that's it. Whether it's true or not, I've got no idea. Because somebody's going to have to eat humble pie on this one. Somebody's going to have to sort of, lose face. And I don't really care who it is, but somebody's going to have to. Mick Lynch has insisted he doesn't want disruption on the railways ahead of 2 48-hour walkouts by his members that will mean only 1 in 5 trains run. And he blames ministers for blocking a possible agreement between employers and his trade union, which has turned down the pay offer of 9% over 2 years. So I thought that seemed quite a good pay increase, but obviously they think not. Told he may lose the battle eventually because the strikes have not brought the country to a standstill. No, they haven't. But it's not far off in certain areas, like the restaurants, like the theatres, like the pubs, people coming into town and stuff like that. If you don't have any trains or anything else, you can't do it. And a union chief, who's David Penman, who is General Secretary of the FDA, which represents senior civil servants, also predicted there will soon be coordinated industrial action across the public sector. He told the newspapers, the reality of these is disputes are about pay, and unless you do that, unless the government tries to solve that, they might be able to have some of these minor restrictions around the impact of some of the strikes, but the strikes are going to continue. Yeah, but if they say to you, you go there and they say, as they've said, 9% for the RMT, that's 5 and 4%, so it's over 2 years, and they go no, and the government go, well, that's it. What do you want to do now? Swing from the trees? Because, you're basically, there is nothing else on the table. So somebody somewhere is going to have to eat humble pie and go, look, why don't you accept this? How about if we make it 5 and 5? So 10% over 2 years. If they say no, sit out there all year. They couldn't care less. They'll bluff you out on it. That's what they'll do. That's the problem nowadays. It's the moment you give up to one and you capitulate and say, all right, you can have your 15% or whatever it is, then everybody else is going to be holding out for the 15%. I think the nurses were looking for 19. They're not going to get it. I think they should settle probably around, 12? I don't know. I don't know where the money's coming from. I think, actually, I'm sure that some of the people think that the money really does grow on trees. I wish it did. It doesn't. It's got to come from somewhere, and then there's going to be no investment in the railways or in the NHS or anything else. So somebody somewhere has got to say this, because so far Mick Lynch has achieved nothing. Apart from lots and lots of images of him, talking to people and enjoying the celebrity lifestyle. But to be honest with you, he's achieved nothing, and these have gone on for ages now. We're not getting anywhere. Somebody's got to come up with a price and say, right, is this it? That's it. Okay, well, all out on strike and stay out on strike. Because it's just not going to be happening, is it, really? I wonder how Harry's going to be arriving in the country. Certainly won't be by train, will it? Do you think it'll be private plane again? Oh, no, he's been in the country. He's already been in. And the Whitehall, what they've lost, 5,000 desks in under 3 years. 90% of staff are out of office now in the civil servant. They tried to get them back in again, but they apparently didn't want to come back in again, which was a bit odd. And historic landmark. This is a 30-foot pilgrim tree in Bedfordshire. And it was a landmark because it's where the Pilgrim's Progress author John Bunyan preached nearly 400 years ago. Unfortunately, this ancient ash tree met its makers after villagers accidentally burnt it down. 10 volunteers had pulled ivy off the pilgrim tree, 30 foot in Bedfordshire, which was already dead, and cleared surrounding brambles to plant another tree in the meadow. They lit a bonfire made up of the debris of what they thought was a safe distance, but a stray spark caught the branches of the 500-year-old tree, which burnt for 4 hours. The parish councillor, Leonie Austin, said, "It's a very inaccessible spot, so we didn't call the fire brigade. Now we've cordoned off the area until we can get the tree surgeon out to make it safe." What a bunch of idiots. What a bunch of idiots. Do you know anything about fire? It spreads. I know, it's unbelievable, isn't it, really? You know, so you're burning all this other stuff. They're always all going very... Oh, wait a minute, we set fire to the other tree. Ridiculous, isn't it? Health chiefs, wear a mask if you're sick. And Professor Rob Galloway has said, my 6-point prescription to end the A&E crisis. First thing to do, he says, is open up capacity and free up all NHS beds for those who need medical care. There was one poor woman the other day, I think she was like 10 hours in an ambulance, waiting outside the hospital. You've also got to cancel non-urgent surgery. So, you know, somebody tooted them and go, oh, go away. You know, oh, I've cut my finger, go away. And buy plasters. Suspend official inspections. Encourage people to get vaccinated. And the main one for me, let pharmacists prescribe. So in other words, don't waste time, going to the doctor or going to the hospital, because that's just ridiculous. Go to the pharmacist. See the pharmacist. They're always there, and they will be today. Well, hopefully they will be today for you. And say, listen, I've got a very sore throat. What can you recommend? They'll recommend something. I've got an ingrowing toenail. You've got something that can ease the pain. I've got toothache. I've got backache. You know, I've got a bit of a sniffle coming on. What can you recommend? Pharmacists are there for things like that. What do you think they do? Just dispense stuff? They're there, and it can save any of you going out and taking up A&Es with what could be sorted out quite easily by the local pharmacy. So that would be the hard and fast advice. My mother, says Johnny, has just about everything Ronco ever made, from the button master to a pair of scissors that can cut a penny in half. I used to love Ronco. I had a record cleaner. You put the record in and it turned it round. They sold all sorts of things, and it was the best company. They had button ear. You could put buttons on, and you can do all sorts of things now. Ronco items, you know. So in other words, if your button fell off, you just put this plastic thing on, pushed a button, and it put a button on. There'd be all sorts of things that were available, and we used to absolutely love them. So your mum's done very well to get all these things. Jason says, slight tangent on the magazine collecting, but do you remember Nat West used to do a pig family? Yes, I do. Vaguely, I remember it. I mean, I can't remember, everything about it. But for every £20 you saved, you got another one. Not sure how a 5-year-old was meant to get £100 in his bank account 40 years ago. Not sure it's in there now. And Steve, how do I stop comfort eating without having my jaws wired? I don't know. Ask my AP. He'll tell you. How do you stop comfort eating? Doesn't know. Determination. Yeah. He says determination. He's lying. Okay, it's not going to be happening anytime soon. If he stays with the programme for any length of time, I bet you anything we're going to have to say, stop eating. Because this is the worst time to eat. This is absolutely the worst time to eat, because you're not sort of burning it off. Doreen says, I was in Rennes early this year and my best meal was deep-fried Baby Bell. Oh, no. Oh, no, I thought you were going to say something horrible. Deep-fried. They do deep-fried everything nowadays. But my favourite was always a deep-fried beef burger. No, not Mars bar. No. It's not amazing. It's going to kill you. Okay? It's just all sugar. Listen, it was invented in Scotland, wasn't it, I think? So I've just developed a little cough, actually. A little bit of a tickle, a bit of a pain. So, no, we don't want... No. Small wonder you wanted to start going on this diet if you're eating deep-fried Mars bars. Have you found places that down south that sell it? At the rugby? Or the rugby in Twickenham? Northampton? Do they play rugby in Northampton? Oh, Northampton Saints. And they do a deep-fried Mars bar? God, that should be closed down immediately. That's absolutely outrageous. I mean, I know rugby players are fatter than anybody else. You know, they have to be because they go in the scrum and they're all big and butch and all this kind of stuff. But, I mean, deep-fried Mars bars is just pushing it a little bit. How about this one? The nun, the monk, and the brief encounter that led to forbidden love and marriage. I always suspected as such, because there was a story the other week that emanated from Vatican City that 2 nuns and a monk had been having how's your fathers. I mean, seriously. Pope on his last legs, and these people are at it like rabbits. What is going on in the world? It's all gone mad. 6:15. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. So here they are. The nun, the monk, and the brief encounter. She spent 24 years living a devout, austere and mostly solitary life as a nun. You can imagine what this must have been like, can't you? But all that changed after Sister Mary Elizabeth's chance encounter with a visiting monk, where they accidentally brushed sleeves in the convent parlour, leading to them falling in love and getting married. If only it was so simple. If only it was so simple. Anyway, the brief meeting prompted Friar Robert Opala to send her a message asking, would you leave your order and marry me? Good Lord above, they're very promiscuous. Can't believe it. Anyway, he'd been visiting the Carmelite convent in Preston, Lancashire, from a priory in Oxford, both run by the same Roman Catholic order. Sister Mary Elizabeth had at that point spent 24 years living by strict rules as a nun when the meeting, during which the prioress accompanying her had left the room to take a phone call, changed her life forever. So they sort of brushed up against each other, and the next minute they're madly in love. How does that work? I shall avoid people on the tubes and the buses in future. But they met in 2015, but Sister Mary Elizabeth is now Mrs. Lisa Opala. And they seemed blissfully happy. But so she was, and Robert had been a friar for 13 years. But obviously they were harbouring strange, lustful thoughts. And then they do it. I mean, it's a bit like Sound of Music, isn't it, really? Because if you remember, Maria ended up marrying the captain. And so, you know, nobody made a big fuss about that. In fact, all the nuns, they were probably thinking, oh, perhaps it's me next. Perhaps it's me next. Two icons, millions of mourners, tears flowing for Pele and the Pope. His widow, in the case of Pele, Marcia, placed a rosary on his body in the Santos Stadium yesterday. Lovely coffin. Unlike poor old Pope Benedict, the Pope Emeritus, he just sort of gets to lie there with his sort of clothes on, and that's it. And they'd sort of do the bells and smells all around him, and the party faithful go in, which is all very nice. And then Thursday will be the funeral. And they will invite people from around the world. In fact, they obviously have huge offices down at Vatican City. Steve, bird's eye potato waffles, they're waffly versatile. Thank you. And Keith says, I live in Tarleton, a village near Preston. We regularly refer to boisterous individuals as rum lads. When I was in trouble, my mum often said it was because I was a rum lad. A rum lad. We don't have that expression. Well, I haven't heard that expression anymore. Rum lads. No, I've heard of rum quite clearly, but not rum lads. But there you go. What else we got? Birthdays today. Anybody in the birthday thing? No. Because I'm looking at the picture of Putin's stooges. The mystery of the same faces which turn up in the leader's propaganda videos. First of all, they were at a church service, and then they were with him on a boat trip. And then Putin was with this blonde woman at New Year. Perhaps he hasn't realised. Perhaps he's so doolally, he's got no idea. These same people keep popping up in lots and lots of different photographs. One of them was as part of the military. She had a military uniform on, this blonde woman. Also, what else have we got? There's another Royal Military Police officer been shamed. Again, I'm afraid. Edward Gadd exposed himself and rubbed against a female colleague. He then tried to bargain with her over what she was prepared to do. Oh, you can't believe this, can you, sometimes? Anyway, he was kicked out of the army and received a 3-year community service order. Addressing the court at the end of the 3-day trial, Judge Jane England said, your behaviour has damaged the reputation of the armed forces. What is it with these people? You know, they're not untouchable. Not untouchable. I quite like the story, although why, I can't imagine, of a drowsy motorist who nodded off after setting his Tesla to drive itself. I didn't know they did. The Tesla, they drive themselves. Really? Good Lord. At 70 miles an hour. He failed to wake up while police tried to flag him down for 7 miles. So he obviously set it going. And it can stop at traffic lights, can it, and do everything else? Oh, wow. With horns blaring, the German traffic cop spent 15 minutes attempting to get the 45-year-old man to stop as the car sped along the Autobahn in Bavaria, with the driver clearly visible reclining with his eyes closed and no hands on the wheel. After about 15 minutes, the man finally woke up and followed the instructions of the police. Good Lord above. I had no idea. Anyway, this man is suspected of taking drugs, and his licence has been confiscated. They've taken so too. And Bavaria is normally very easygoing. They're very easygoing there. German motorists are not permitted to use fully autonomous driving features, and the system is not expected to be allowed in the UK until at least 2025. I wouldn't want to go in a car like that. A car that drives itself. No, thank you. No, I like being in control. That's the only way it works. The idea of having a car that does it for you is no good at all. Designer and television presenter Kevin MacLeod has backed calls for a new Grade 3 listed classification to protect millions of buildings from demolition. One of them, I think, is the Marks and Spencer's flagship Oxford Street store in central London. People want to keep it. Marks and Spencer's want to pull it down. I don't know why. I can't remember them pulling it down to put up houses and flats or do whatever they do. I mean, seriously, we've got more building going on in London than at any other time. Birthday today, Justin Webb, who is the presenter, earns up to $260,000 a year. When his daughter discovered he takes home more than the Prime Minister, she said, "But you don't do anything." So there you go. He's 62 today. And Victoria Principal, the Japanese-born US actress, made her name as Pam Ewing in Dallas. Patrick Duffy said one of their love scenes reduced his real-life wife to tears. She said, "I just saw a look on your face I thought you only had with me." It was only a joke, dear. He was only acting. He was over here a short while ago, wasn't he? But she's 73 today. Also, Michael Barrett, the broadcaster who hosted Nationwide on the BBC, though he's probably best remembered for an item about skateboarding and ducks. And he was born in 1928, died 2022. So did very well indeed. January the 3rd, 1963, Cliff Richard was at number 1 in the charts with The Next Time and Bachelor Boy, which are both great singles. And in 1967, the BBC broadcast the first episode of Trumpton, introducing you, the viewers, to Pew Pew, Barney McGrew, Cuthbert Dibble and Grubb. I don't even know who they are, actually. I don't think I've ever seen that at all. The Church of England's first openly non-binary priest has revealed how God guided them to come out in a moment of revelation. Bingo Allison, who identifies as genderqueer and uses the pronouns they, them, has used social media to speak about gender issues and posted selfies with captions saying, "Jesus loves sparkly eyeshadow." I don't know how we'll ever get that proven, but, there they are. He works in Liverpool, or she, I don't know where I am, actually, them. They work in Liverpool, said their wife found things difficult when they first came out because obviously you marry what you think is a straight guy. So there you go. So it's Reverend Bingo Allison. Also works and spoke about being autistic and dyspraxia, visiting schools and youth groups and encouraging other LGBTQ plus people to have a place in the church. Interesting, isn't it? Was raised in Yorkshire, but being told that being gay was sinful. So obviously felt sort of repressed about the whole thing. But trained to become a priest in Durham and said the Church of England was open to me coming out, but it was difficult for some people because I was the first transgender person they'd worked with closely. It's true, isn't it? It's true. But I've never heard of the first name Bingo. I think there was a song years and years ago, and I can't remember who actually sang it, but I think Bingo, Bingo, what you got? Oh, no, that could be something else, actually. Might have got that wrong. Bingo was his name. B-I-N-G-O. It's not a name, though, is it? It's not a person's name, is it? Well, it's obviously her name, but I mean, I've never heard of it before. Have you got a middle name? Have you got a middle name? What is it? Here we go. Embarrassment number 1. It'll be something like Frederica or something. Come on. Do I want to get... No, not really, no. Dexter. See, that's unusual, isn't it? Mother a fan of the television programme, obviously. Can't think of any other reason. Yeah. No, they watched the television programme and they went, let's call him Dexter. Yeah. That's quite good. Jack, you got a middle name as well? Benjamin. Why are you smiling when you say it? Do you think it's a funny name? I think it's Box. I don't know, Benjamin. I'm assuming, I don't know, Benjamin, whether they got that from. Because normally people's names came from an event or a person who was in. So in other words, there were loads of people that you'll meet now who are called Kylie and Jason. Jason and Kylie are very, very popular because of Neighbours. And it was only because of that. So, you know, when you get sort of different people, so Benjamin. Some people have more than one middle name, don't they? I wonder why we have middle name. Nobody ever uses the blooming things. What's the point of them? But I always ask people just to embarrass them, just to sort of find out. But I have a middle name, yes, William. We were all William in our family. We decided to make it easier, actually. There you go. Why do we have middle names? Apparently it originated in the Middle Ages, when Europeans couldn't decide between giving their child a family name or the name of a saint. They eventually settled on naming their children with the given name first, baptismal name second, and surname third. I always thought, actually, your surnames certainly came from where you lived or what you did for a living. That's where mainly your surnames came from. But the middle name thing, I'm not really too sure about that, actually. Might have to check. Please don't write in with your middle names. Please. This is not BBC Shropshire. Thank the Lord. It's 6:30, which means we can get the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
You have to tell me now when the mic's live, just in case I'm talking about something else. You know, just proving that we do talk. We do talk. I'm at the gym, says Sue in Penge, right now doing my morning workout. I lost 3 stone during the pandemic, and I haven't looked back. I was always the fat one, but after the lockdowns, all my slim friends were fat, and still am. Am I smug about it? Absolutely. I know. That is always the thing, isn't it? See, when we lived in Chelsea in the early 60s, my dad was an absolute fanatic for making Airfix models, and our bedrooms all had all manner of aircraft hanging from the ceiling. When we left Chelsea to come out to Romford in 69, blimey, you've taken a downward turn, haven't you? So you're in Chelsea, and then you moved to Romford. Good Lord above. You must have spent weeks making carrying boxes for aircraft because we hung them in the new rooms. My cousins did exactly the same. They used to make them when they lived in Romford. Ironically, they were in Gidea Park, which is a posh bit, and very nice, very nice. And they used to have all these aircraft which they would sort of make, used to get the glue and everything else, then they would paint them, and then they would suspend them on cotton, which they got from their mother's work basket, for the ceiling. So you had loads of them, and the propellers turned, and you put the decals on and everything else. They're really good, actually. My favourite word, says Glyn, is hyperbole. No. It's hyperbole, is it? See, I've never used it. I kept saying it, actually. What does it mean? Is it to exaggerate? Oh, God, well, that could apply to me, couldn't it, really? I exaggerate all the time. Steve, I assume you're familiar with Murphy's Law. Wait for it. Do you know about Cole's Law? It's thinly sliced lettuce. Right, you're barred. You'll never write again to anybody. He's a plumber, typical plumber. God, I bet are you sending from Barbados? Never known a poor plumber. Never known a poor plumber. Steve, if you're on blood thinners, you shouldn't take aspirin. That's also a blood thinner. I take everything. I have it as part of my my heart stuff. I've got, as I say, I forget how many tablets a week. What am I doing tablets a week now? 90 tablets a week. I do 9 in the morning. I do 3 at lunchtime and 2 in the evening. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tablets a day. How do they know what to do, tablets? Because you swallow... I mean, I don't take them individually. I swallow them, you know, all as one kind of thing. But they always seem to sort of kind of work for me, actually. Well, I suppose they're working. I'm feeling okay. Sidcup Julie says, so sorry, I had you on catch-up yesterday. You did make me laugh when you were talking about extra bacon at McDonald's and the staff were whispering, as if you were asking for a porno magazine. Because it was, you know, because I said to because somebody had told me ages ago that if you go to McDonald's, they can add extra bacon or another burger into whatever you want. You pay for it. And so I said to the girl behind the counter, because they always do the same thing, don't they? Can I help you? Can I help you? Can I help you? And you think, wait a minute, I haven't read the menu yet. I don't know what you do. You know, I have a rump steak with a side order of fries, please. And onion rings. I love onion rings. Love onion rings. But anyway, And so I asked for the extra bacon in the pita bread thing, and she didn't know how to do it on the till, so she had to ask obviously the shift supervisor. And then the shift supervisor had to tell the person who was putting it together. She said, I've authorised that extra bacon. And you think, oh, God, I wish I'd never asked in the first place. I was roaring with laughter, says Sidcup Julie. Lovely. Steve, can you tell me why Brits have an obsession with Australia? Says Irvin. On your station, various presenters and news journalists always refer to Australia when it comes to foreign opinion. Second in line is New Zealand. Really? I've never noticed that. You think so? Oh, I don't know. Anyway, he says you never talk about Canada. Well, why would you? Freezing cold. The only thing it's famous for is Saskatchewan and a few other places, and the leaves change and that kind of thing. But I find it quite odd, since we are a Commonwealth country. Both the Queen Mother and the Queen have stated that Canada was always their favourite country. Of course it was. It was a free holiday. You don't think the Queen Mother had to queue up at the local, travel agent going, I'd like to go to Canada. And it wasn't going to happen. They go there for free. However, we never had a referendum to become a republic. However, Australia did. Yes, gone downhill ever since, hasn't it, really? Pete has been on the night nurse liquid throughout the last week or so. I've never slept so well. It's almost a shame the cold has gone. I used to know a radio presenter who was a bit addicted to codeine in the cough mixture. It was the codeine that was the addictive stuff, whereas I was never addicted with anything like that. But I can understand. There used to be who was it? It was a comedian who used to say, if you've actually got little children and they have a party, a little bit of night nurse in the trifle, they'll sleep forever. And I remember thinking, because that was mother's thing, because new mums, and I get loads of new mums listening, they go, I'm up again feeding. Up again feeding. It's like, you can be up and down like a blooming proverbial yo-yo. Steve, how can the government waste so much money on COVID? Pop-up hospitals which were never used but don't have the money to pay the nurses or the RMT. Well, they're determined it's not a case that they don't have the money. They'll find the money. Don't worry about it. They're just determined not to be exploited. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to the fact that, if the RMT come back and say, want 19% or we're going to stay out, the government are going to say, stay out. They're not going to cough up, 19%. I don't know what they're going to agree with, but they have to agree with something so that nobody loses face. That's the big trick nowadays. So make the RMT believe you've got what you wanted, and there's an opportunity of looking at it the following year or something like that. Then everybody will be happy. And we all have to pretend that it was going to be like that, but now they've negotiated, so well done, and everything will get back to normal. With a bit of luck. Steve, I wanted to thank you and my brother-in-law, Brian. Brian was helping at the Magic Show, and you kindly signed a flyer for me. I shall get it framed. It will take pride of place next to my tea towel. So that's Jenny in Romford. We get everybody in Romford listening to the programme this morning. Thank you very much. Johnny says his mother's also got the Ronco record cleaner and the electric knife sharpener. Oh, fantastic. I love the record cleaner. I used honey and lemon, Steve, to soothe the sore throat as an alternative to Lemsip. They're so expensive. It's billions and billions of pounds a year on all these cures, and yet people of a different generation, they didn't go to the chemist and get Lemsips and Beecham's powders and, hot and cold this, hot and cold. They made their own stuff at home. They really didn't. What did people use before toothpaste? Salt. People use salt. And did you know, and I only discovered this about 3 years ago, when you clean your teeth, you're apparently not supposed to rinse afterwards. You're supposed to sort of leave you spit the toothpaste out, but then you leave all the residual in there. And you're supposed to do mouthwash before, not really. Oh. Is that what you do? Oh, blimey. Right. Yeah, because they said that you're supposed to sort of leave. I mean, I'd never heard of that before. Seriously. So in other words, you do the mouthwash, then you do the toothpaste and spit out the toothpaste, but leave the residue in there. Can you swallow it then? I suppose you can probably swallow it. Yeah, I shouldn't imagine it makes too much difference, does it really? Honestly, yeah, I mean, swallowing's good. Steve, my New Year resolution is to do as I please. So I'm currently eating last night's Chinese, says Eileen in Scarborough. Am I a peasant? Yes, you are. I never recommend it. I mean, I've been in here when they've had elections and everything else, and there's been pizzas. And people, gannets, go round eating cold pizza. I can't think of anything worse than cold pizza. But, I mean, cold Chinese? Hello? Depends what it was, I suppose. I don't think I've ever eaten cold Chinese in my entire life. I've eaten Chinese, quite clearly. Steve, lovely to hear you mention Michael Crawford earlier. One of his best performances was in Barnum. Yes, a wonderful feel-good show, and I often watch the 80s performance on YouTube. It's a wonderful feel-good experience, says James. Well, I liked Billy Liar, which he played at the Theatre Royal. And he was very good, very, very good. About a boy who fantasises. And at one point, they bring a train onto the stage. I mean, it was my 21st birthday. And it was my parents' present to me, and I became a big Michael Crawford fan there. Battered Mars bars began in Aberdeen. Oh, don't wind him up, for God's sake, we're never at the end of it. He says, I've never eaten one because it's heart attack on a plate. But they now do battered Snickers and Bounties. Does that mean they now do battered Snickers and Bounties? You've got it. They don't do them, no. They no do them. Yeah, but I just thought he'd left the W off, saying they now do. Oh, right. They no do those anymore. No do those. Like, yeah, that's unbelievable, isn't it? But mind you, I mean, whoever thought of battering a Mars bar? It is a heart attack on a plate. As Jack just keels over and we all go, told you, told you. Jim Reeves sang Bingo, says Robin Brentford. I knew somebody did, but I couldn't remember, actually, who it was. Thank you. Steve, my best friend, has the middle name of Linford, as his mum had a thing for Linford Christie. She was no nun. Great show, says Paul. Thank you. And Angela says middle names come from the Catholic confirmation when you choose your sponsor's name. I've got two, says Angie. Well, there you go. Chris Allen in Dubai. He says, I'm your longest listener. Must be 40 years. God, it can't be far off 40 years, Chris. It really can't. It really can't. He says, you have a super fan in Dubai, Michelle Carby. She kindly bought me a tea towel, proudly on display. And Michelle in her office has all your charity items. No. Really? Blimey. Chris, thank you very much indeed. Oh, look. There's Meghan and Harry sitting into a car that they're not driving because they're pampered. Can't imagine why. And, yeah, there they go. I don't know what that was for, actually. It can't have been for their own wedding, can it? And perhaps they had a carriage and everything else. If we'd known how much it was going to cost, I'd have asked for the money back. Chris Allen in Dubai, 40 years. Doesn't seem possible. You're only about 37. These people, honestly. 6:45 is the time. Should we get the latest news headlines with Simon Conway?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 this morning on LBC. He's had a nice break and back powering ahead now. Ray in Bridgend says, I always hear something relevant or of particular interest to me on your show, like the Lenin body in Moscow. I've been and seen it. It did look like a wax model. Yeah, I mean, I'm led to believe there's hardly anything of Lenin left. It's just that they but it just becomes a tourist attraction. And then we looked at the other ones with Jeremy Bentham and various other people who've been embalmed over the years. I remember seeing the pictures of Eva Peron, because she was embalmed and then they lost her. And she turned up in the basement of a hotel. They opened the case and there was Eva Peron. And her nose had broken off, so they had to repair the nose and all this. I don't know why, but her husband had this sort of fixation with her. And I think she travelled with him, even in death. I think she sort of travelled around everywhere. Very odd. Talking about the McDonald's, Steve, reminded me of the time my mum and I went to McDonald's for a coffee. Pouring with rain, we ran in. My mum said she'd get the coffees. I told her she has to put Mc in front of everything, so she did. 2 McCoffees with McMilk and McSugar, please. Steve, the Romford lot might be tuning in today, but us Twickenham lot are still here observing, says Roger. And it's true about not rinsing toothpaste. My sister's a dentist, and she says leave the toothpaste on your teeth, says Sula. Yeah, I was amazed that both the boys knew this. I was really surprised, actually, because they don't know anything else. It's on TikTok. Oh, is it? Right. I heard it years and years ago, and I've never... So what I do now is I spit out the toothpaste and just have a little rinse. So I'm not doing sort of a major rinse, because you're right, it's obviously supposed to stay there. And Kathy says, don't knock cold Chinese before you try it. I thoroughly recommend cold sweet and sour chicken and prawn balls and chicken chow mein. No, it's not going to work for me, I'm afraid. And Stuart watched a film called Condor Man, starring Michael Crawford. Yes, it's made by Disney, actually. Never an Oscar contender, but a good fun thing. Michael made loads of films, actually. He was over there, didn't he? Oh, what was it Hello Dolly? He was in Hello Dolly, I can remember. Battered pizza is very nice, says Graham in Edgware. Only available north of the border. They must have really peculiar stomachs north of the border, mustn't they? So there you go. So here it is, deep-fried pizza. And actually, that doesn't actually look too bad. It doesn't actually look too bad. I mean, it looks as though you've got a piece of fish and chips or something like that. It doesn't actually look as bad as it. Is it just Scottish people? I mean, is there some problem with sort of north of the border? The further you get, the more they start deep frying things and thinking there's nothing that you can't deep fry. But no, so 5 Glaswegian chip shop delicacies. Good Lord, but the fried pizza doesn't look too bad, does it? I could go for something like that, definitely. Steve, I'm your longest listener, says Ben in Leicester. I'm 7'11", thank you. And Happy New Year from Stuart and Emma on a brief birthday trip to Prague. The best remedy for a sore throat is to gargle with disposable aspirin or dispersible aspirin, soothing the inflamed areas. I was talking to somebody the other day, actually, about using, if you get a sore throat, Manuka honey with a bit of turmeric in it. So go to the supermarket and get turmeric powder. You can get it in the chemist as well, I think. And then you just do your Manuka honey. It's got to be Manuka honey because it's got beneficial properties. And then about a quarter of a teaspoonful of turmeric and sip that slowly. And that seemed to work for me. Steve, I've seen that Spare book for $12.95. This is the book that's being promoted in a bookshop in Windsor. There's baskets full of them. If it gets any cheaper, I'm getting one for the doorstop or solid fuel for the wood burner. How cruel. How cruel. Steve, what do you think the odds are that we're going to be getting our Burger King back in Waterloo Station this year? Non-existent. It closed about 2 years ago, and they're going, don't worry, we're on our way back. Well, they must be the worst people for shop fitting that you've ever seen. And I don't think it's going back there at all. In fact, they seem to have disappeared. We lost our... Somebody was telling me which stations now do not have Burger Kings. We lost our one in Twickenham. There was another one that was lost at Euston Station. And all of these stations, gradually, Burger Kings are sort of not appearing. I mean, our one closed, and all of a sudden I remember thinking, this is a bit weird. Why is it closed? We couldn't work out. There was no logical reason, I'm afraid. The Prince Harry story, Nick Ferrari, no doubt will be touching on, because it's going to run and run, this one, astonishingly claiming that he wants a reconciliation with his father and brother. Well, he was the one who left the country. They didn't leave the country. They've been in the same place all the time. It's just that Harry's sort of decided to... But also, you can't 1 minute attack them on Netflix and then the next minute go, I want my father and brother back. This was not a recent thing. He says the family show no willingness to reconcile. Reconcile what? Are you making demands? I just don't understand what he's sort of looking for. I don't think anybody knows. But he says, I want to have my brother back. It's funny that, because you're going about it the wrong way. Millions will shun trains forever. Now, I said this 2 weeks ago. I said, as the latest strikes bring the worst disruption for 3 decades, the unions are told that eventually people who would normally take the trains will find another way of doing it and just say, we're not going to do the trains. We'll go somewhere else. Because you can. I mean, because we don't have any trains, I'll have to take buses today, or I could take the underground. So eventually you get to the stage where you don't actually need the train. You can do it any other way. So what are they going to do about that one? Answer, no idea. And as my producer makes it back from skiing, ski holiday hopes are going downhill. Apparently the alpine snow is melting away. So there's not as much snow there. In France, they got snow back, didn't they? But it was only a little bit, wasn't it? Was it enough to ski, though? Enough to ski? Yeah. You just had to be very high up. Oh, Lord, altitude problems. You know what it's like. Dreadful, isn't it, really? And what was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Oh, yes, Leeds has crowned itself as the culture capital. And I don't think so. I went to Leeds. It's full of students. It is absolutely... I've never been to a place full of so many students. I mean, Dale and I went up there years and years ago, and it's like full of students. And all the best bands play in Leeds, do they? We didn't see any best bands at all. We just saw students, drunk students. No, I haven't seen Elliot's band, no. Probably just as well. Apparently they've only got 4 tunes, which doesn't really help, does it? You've got 5 tunes now. You've added Happy Birthday, have you? Oh, brilliant. I'm so pleased. 4 tunes they were playing. It's like years ago there was a group called... it was a guy called Norman Greenbaum who had Spirit in the Sky. They only had the 1 tune. So they played Spirit in the Sky at one gig 36 times. And that was it. It is a very good song, but not 36 times, it's not. New Year's Day smashes heat records across Europe. I don't know what we're going to get this year, but I'm looking at a picture of a resort in Switzerland, normally a magnet for skiers. Nothing at all. There's just a little tiddly bit of snow in the middle, which is not good news, because a lot of these places rely very much on all the people going out there and enjoying their skiing, which I have never done.